barefoot, at an easy clip, the ball still being chased with much comical effort. He smiled and waved as he passed. Eleanor recognized that face, but from where? Peg leaned into her. "Do you know that guy?" As soon as the question was out of Peg's mouth, Eleanor remembered who he was. She hadn't seen him since the day she arrived in Manila 2.5 years ago. "I do," Eleanor said, as echoes of his name returned to her. Ensign Mathis, or Matthews, or something like that. He was from a Navy HQ detachment that met the ship that brought me to the Philippines. He helped me get where I was supposed to be. I haven't seen him since. He had joked that he hoped he wouldn't see her again, unless it was somewhere pleasant and outside the hospital at the yard. A smile crossed her face. They were definitely outside the yard's hospital. "He's a dish." Peg grinned and elbowed her in the ribs. Eleanor watched the ensign touch home plate with his foot, and then turned to look at her again, before making his way to the makeshift dugout. "I guess he is." "You guess? He's adorable. I insist you go over there and say hello when the game is over." "Yeah, okay. Maybe," Eleanor said numbly, her mind still on that long-ago day when she got off the ship and Manila was a garden paradise. "Maybe nothing. I'll take you over there myself." After only one more inning, the Japanese had hit nothing and the Americans had a double-digit score. The commandant, who'd been playing for his team, stood up and abruptly called the game to a halt. There would be no more games. He ordered the bats be rounded up and marched his players back to the compound. A dozen guards spread out over the athletic field shooed the internees to follow them. The ensign walked over to where Peg and Eleanor were standing up and brushing dirt and grass off their denim uniforms. He looked a bit different from the last time she'd seen him. The ensign had been in his whites that day, 20 pounds heavier for sure, and with a regulation haircut. The man who stood before her now was wearing dungarees and a chambray shirt. His hair was relatively short, but still touching his ears and collar, and he hadn't had a close shave in a few days. But his eyes were bright, and he seemed genuinely glad to see her. He carried his boots slung over his shoulder. "Hey," he said when he reached them. "Nurse Lindstrom, right?" He stuck out his hand. "David Mathis." She shook it. "Nice to see you, Ensign Mathis. We meet again. Outside the hospital at the yard, just like you asked." He laughed. "How about that? It's technically Lieutenant J.G. by now, but who's paying attention to anything like making rank these days? Please just call me David." "And I'm just Eleanor. And this is my friend, cohort, and roommate, Peg. Nice to meet you, David." Peg shook his hand. "Shortest baseball game in history, eh?" David laughed. "No doubt. My guess is that's the first and last time our captors will challenge us to a game." A frowning guard motioned with his rifle for them to get moving, and the three of them started walking back toward the main gate. Peg turned to them. "I actually have patients I need to get back to, so I'm going to run along." She gave Eleanor a barely perceptible wink, and then jogged ahead, leaving Eleanor and David to walk at a regular pace. Eleanor looked down at David's sturdy feet as they walked. "You always play baseball barefoot?" Then her face flushed. Of all the ways to begin a conversation, she had to say that. But he laughed. "No, just trying to ward off jungle rot. I had a bad case of it last year at Baguio. I take my boots off for several hours a day now. I'll put them back on when we get back inside the perimeter, I promise." "Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. It's none of my business." "I would guess jungle rot is unfortunately too much of your business right now," he said with a smile. She smiled back. "You're right about that. That's actually really smart, what you're doing. I wish more of the inmates would think about their feet. We barely have anything here to treat jungle rot. It gets really bad in the wet season." Eleanor sighed inwardly again. Could she really say nothing more interesting than comment about feet and jungle rot? He didn't seem to care. "You been at Los Baños long?" "Seems like a long time, but I guess it's not," Eleanor replied. "We were transferred here from Santo Tomas last May, only 9 months ago. Seems longer." "I hear you. I was at the prison camp in Baguio before. I was transferred here in December." They reached the perimeter, and David was allowed by the guards to stop walking and put his boots back on. The hospital was one building in on the left, and Eleanor was torn. She wanted to keep talking to this man who knew her before, and yet she knew Laura fully expected her to come back inside and finish her shift. They reached her destination minutes after stepping back inside the barbed wire. I'm afraid I'm expected back inside the infirmary. She nodded toward the pink stucco building. He seemed a bit sad, too. Perhaps he also liked talking with someone who had known him before.
Perhaps we can get together later and get caught up.
It was a funny way to say what he meant, and they both laughed. She again felt her face flush a little. I get off at 7.
That's still time before curfew for a cocktail.
She grinned. A cocktail?
I have a nice bottle of coconut water. Has a lovely bouquet and smooth finish. A very good year. Well, actually, it's not a very good year, but it was a good coconut.
That sounds nice.
My barracks are way down by the chapel, and there's nowhere to sit down there, of course. So how about I bring the fine wine here and we can sit on the steps of the hospital and have it?
Okay. He left, and Eleanor stepped back inside the infirmary. Peg was all smiles when Eleanor told her she'd be seeing David after her shift. It's about time you had some fun, Elle, Peg said. When was the last time you were on a date? It's not a date. We're just getting together to talk. Hey, in this place, that's a date. Eleanor laughed. Okay. Just don't make more of this than it is. Don't you make less of it. The rest of her shift passed slowly. Eleanor found herself puzzled by the subtle fascination she was feeling toward David Mathis. It wasn't quite attraction, although Peg was right. With his sandy brown hair, gray eyes, and 5 o'clock shadow, David was certainly easy on the eyes. It was perplexing to think maybe, possibly, with David, she could begin to wean herself off her persistent emotional addiction to John Olson. Finally, her shift ended, and Eleanor headed for the front door. She wished she had thought of asking to meet at 7:30, so she could have had time to pop over to her nearby quarters to change into a simple cotton dress and run a comb through her hair. But this isn't a date, she told herself as she crossed the threshold and saw David sitting on the steps waiting for her. He looked like he might have shaved. The razors the internees were allowed were so dull, it was difficult for any of the men to appear properly shaved. But she caught the whiff of the medical-smelling shaving powder the men used, so she took a seat next to him.
Gosh, you smell nice.
He handed her a tin cup of coconut water. I do? Eleanor couldn't imagine why. She'd been cleaning out a pus-filled wound before her shift ended. Then she remembered. She'd sprinkled on some talcum powder when she dressed that morning.
Yes.
I think it's freesia you're smelling. My mother sent some powder to me. The first package from home I've had in almost a year.
Well, it smells great. My mother sent me comic books and socks and toffee peanuts, so I smell like the jungle.
He took a swig from the bottle, which had perhaps held vinegar or cooking oil in an earlier life. I love toffee peanuts, she said.
So did everybody in my barracks. They were gone in 10 minutes.
That was nice of you to share.
It seemed like the right thing to do. Some of the guys didn't get anything this last Red Cross delivery.
I should have shared my mints, I suppose. They were stuck together like someone had already licked them, though.
Maybe somebody had.
They laughed, and then they began to talk. It was an easy conversation, and lacked the awkwardness she'd felt before with getting to know a man she knew nothing about and who didn't know her. Eleanor shared where she'd grown up, what it was like being the daughter of a dairy farmer, and how she'd spent her winters ice skating on the pond, her autumns going on hay rides, and her summers catching fireflies and showing calves at the state fair. He told her he'd been born and raised in San Diego, and that he spent his summers on a surfboard, and his winters too, and that he liked abalone and lobster and sports, and his dog Pablo, whom his mother and father were now caring for.
I've 2 older brothers who are also in the Navy, he said. I'm not sure where either one is. Tim was still in flight school when the war started, and Russell was assigned to a battleship based out of Norfolk. This last letter from Mom made it seem like they are okay. She couldn't say where they are, of course. The censors would have cut it out.
No sisters? Eleanor asked.
Nope, just us 3.
It must be hard for your parents for all of their children to be in the military right now.
I suppose it is. So, why did you join the Navy? David asked. I haven't met very many Minnesotans in this line of work, if you get my meaning.
Eleanor was enjoying his company and the conversation, and the little bit of space she was sensing between herself and her old obsession. I needed a change. A big one.
You certainly got it. I'm curious as to what made you want to change this big.
She decided to be honest with him. I got my heart broken, she said as casually as she could.
Ouch. That has happened to me a time or two, he said, although she thought he probably wasn't still dreaming of the people who had crushed him like she was. He took another swig. So here's where you wanted to come to mend? Seemed like a really good idea at the time, she said, and they both smiled. They were quiet for a moment. What are you going to do when this is over? He asked. Are you going to stay in? Aren't you the optimistic one? Oh, absolutely. I have full confidence in the U.S. Armed Forces. We won't be here forever. We will win this war, and we'll get out of here. Well then, in that case, she said, I guess I should say I really haven't thought about it. You should ask to get assigned to San Diego. I think you'd like it. We have the sun without the humidity or bugs, and we have the ocean and palm trees, and there are no geckos or monkeys trying to get into your bedroom. Sounds nice. It is. They talked for a while longer, until the coconut water was gone and the 9 o'clock curfew sounded. David stood and then helped Eleanor to her feet. I'm sure I'll be seeing you around, he said. Just not in the building behind me, right? He grinned. Roger that. Good night, Eleanor. She watched him head down the camp's main dirt road toward the men's barracks in the southeast corner of the campus. She hadn't asked David if he was married or engaged or had a girlfriend back home. She probably should have. But tonight had been fun. Why risk spoiling it? There was always tomorrow to ask, wasn't there? Or the next day. Or the one after that. Or the one after that. Chapter 22. Penny. Santo Tomas Internment Camp, Manila, February 1944. In January 1944, control of Santo Tomas Internment Camp, along with every other civilian prison camp in the Philippines, had transferred from the Japanese Bureau of External Affairs to the War Prisoners Department of the Imperial Japanese Army. A new camp commandant, a senior military officer named Colonel Onozaki, rumbled through the gates early one morning during the second week of February. It was not yet dawn, but the sound of revving engines and shouts woke the camp. Many of the internees, Penny among them, wandered outside to watch the caravan of military vehicles thunder through the streets and drive directly to the low, squat structure the Japanese used as headquarters. Every light was on in the building, and 4 dozen soldiers stood outside in formation. From a distance she could see Onozaki alight from his vehicle and receive the salutes with a nod. Penny went back inside and woke Newt. Get up. It's Tuesday. 11 now, and precocious as ever, the little girl sprang out of bed, her hair poking out in every direction. The package line! Penny brushed Newt's hair, with no small amount of difficulty, and made her dress for the day. They wandered down to the front gates together. Father Domingo was expecting a response from a contact, and Ida Huba had promised another cart of supplies for the nurses. On Tuesday mornings, she would often pull up to the gates in her shiny black limousine, and members of her staff would pop out like bed springs and load a cart with food and supplies for the nurses. The guards never let Ida inside, and they always insisted on pawing through the cart, sometimes taking a bar of chocolate or tins of cookies as payment, before letting it through. Until that morning. Why is she yelling at that guard? Newt asked. Penny could see Ida on the other side, arms flinging about in fury, pointing first at the guard, then at the gates. But she couldn't understand much of what Ida said. No doubt because half of the diatribe was German profanity, but she did spit out the occasional ridiculous, outrage, crime in English. Others were starting to gather at the gates as well, on both sides, and a buzz of conversation filled the air. Lita stood in the crowd, raised up on tiptoes. She had a laundry parcel in one arm and was shielding her face from the rising sun with her other hand. Penny shifted closer to her usual position, and they made eye contact, a smile passing between them. This ritual was a comfort to Penny, a way of being certain that Lita was alive and unharmed. The gates remained locked, however, and countless packages and bags and boxes were stacked outside, waiting to be delivered. Before long, people on both sides of the gates were shouting and arguing with the guards. That was when the uniform cadence of marching feet could be heard coming from the Japanese headquarters. The crowd hushed and, almost in unison, turned to watch the 2 lines of soldiers approach the gates. 50 in all. Uniforms crisp and eyes like flint, their rifles leaned against their shoulders, deadly points of the bayonets on display.
The crowd stepped back, and the guards marched directly toward the gates, turned, and in formation, lowered their rifles so they pointed at the internees. Penny grabbed the collar of Newt's shirt and eased backward between two older men who, given the state of their confusion, seemed both hard of hearing and nearly blind. Then the camp loudspeakers crackled to life above the education building. She recognized Akibo's voice immediately.
Under direct orders of Colonel Onozaki, the package line is being disbanded immediately. Residents of Santo Tomas are to have no contact with anyone outside camp.
The speakers crackled again, then fell silent. Penny didn't wait to see how the crowd of internees would respond to the news, or how the soldiers might retaliate. She simply took Newt's hand and retreated as fast as she could, without breaking into a run, back to main building. Like his predecessor, Onozaki could not speak English. It was a weakness that Captain Akibo exploited the moment he arrived at Santo Tomas, and by the time Onozaki got his bearings in camp, Akibo wasn't simply an interpreter. He was a trusted advisor to the commandant. So it made sense that when Onozaki summoned the executive committee, lead doctor, and head nurses to a meeting, Penny saw him standing at Onozaki's right side, behind the desk. Akibo's hands were folded casually behind his back, and his face was tranquil, but his eyes latched onto Penny the moment she entered the room, and followed her until she took her place between Maud and Josie. She could feel the weight of his gaze, and chose to watch Onozaki instead. Penny thought it was easier to hate an evil man if he was ugly. Onozaki, however, stood 6 feet tall and had the sort of distinguished look that men so often benefit from in middle age. His face was all sharp angles, high cheekbones, square jaw, and straight nose. His mouth was pressed into a tight line, however, and his eyes seemed fathomless and cold. He radiated a sort of anger that put the room on edge. As Onozaki surveyed the small group assembled in his office, it occurred to Penny that a handsome villain was a far more terrifying thing. He neither greeted those assembled, nor addressed them beyond that initial look, and when he spoke, his gaze seemed to drift through them to the wall beyond.
This camp has been mismanaged.
Akibo took a small step forward.
Colonel Onozaki is going to change that.
Back and forth they went, first the commandant, then Akibo.
You have had unnecessary contact with the outside world. You have been told harmful lies about the kind and gracious Imperial Japanese Army. All of that ends today.
Onozaki spoke again. Akibo turned to him, and Penny watched Akibo.
Strict regulations will be put in place. You no longer have need of the package line. That's where most of our extra food comes from, Jim Hobbs argued.
Onozaki's eyes zeroed in on the man who stepped forward. An older American who had lived in Sacramento before the war, Jim had the great misfortune to have been traveling through Manila on a retirement trip when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor.
35 cents a day per person isn't enough to feed everyone, Jim added. Even if we got that much, which we haven't in over a year, we need the package line.
Akibo gave a rapid-fire interpretation of Hobbs's complaint, then just as quickly delivered Onozaki's reply.
You no longer need the package line or the daily allowance because the Japanese army will provide the camp with food and medical supplies going forward. What food? Hobbs demanded.
Onozaki's eyes tightened at the corners.
Whatever is necessary. Fish, rice, vegetables, milk, cassava bread. What about salt, sugar, cooking oil, and tea? What about fruit and flour?
The reply, once interpreted, was terse.
If it is available. What about mail? Jim asked. According to Articles 71 and 72 of the Geneva Convention, which your Prime Minister has signed, all prisoners of war are entitled to send and receive letters and parcels while in captivity. And, as stated in those articles, food and clothing are considered valid contents of such parcels. Can we be assured that the leadership of this camp will honor the commitment your country has made?
It was a clever argument, and Jim had been shrewd to make it. The Japanese Prime Minister had signed the convention, but the Japanese never ratified it and couldn't technically be held to it. But rejecting the convention outright was not just dishonorable, but a statement of their intent to commit war crimes. It took several moments for Akibo to translate, then relay the response.
Onozaki said simply, "All mail will be searched."
It was neither a promise nor a refusal, but it was the only answer they were to have that day. Maud wanted to know the new rules on medical supplies. They were low on bandages and anesthetics. Aspirin and laxatives remained in short supply, as did bed linens and surgical tools. One of the 2 sanitizing machines was broken, forcing them to boil their tools in cooking pots. Rust was becoming a problem. She said all of this as quickly and respectfully as she could, gaze centered on the first button of Onozaki's shirt. The problem was Maud had not been asked to speak, nor did she bow when finished. Neither Akibo nor Onozaki addressed her questions, or even acknowledged that she had spoken. The group was promptly dismissed. Once outside, Maud grabbed Penny's hand and squeezed as though her hands were wrapped around the commandant's neck. "I am a first lieutenant in the United States Army," she whispered, "and he ignored me as though I don't exist." "You are a woman. To him you don't," Penny said. "As if he doesn't exist in this world because a woman carried him into it." It wasn't often that Penny saw Maud lose her temper. She could clamp a severed artery or thrust her hand into an open wound without so much as a flinch. But to be dismissed and ignored brought her right up to the ragged edge of her composure. "Do you realize what he was saying about the food? That they are taking control of what we eat, and how much. We are on a subsistence diet already. That's with the allowance, the vendors, and the package line, and we're still seeing symptoms of malnutrition throughout the camp." Maud stopped in the middle of the road and turned to Penny. Her fists were clenched and nostrils flared. "We can treat malaria and dysentery and arthritis. We can operate and dispense medicine and set broken bones. But there is absolutely nothing we can do to save the people in this camp from starvation." The first food shipment promised by Colonel Onozaki fell short of both the promised items and amounts. It contained only fish, rice, yams, squash, and 1,000 loaves of cassava bread instead of the 1,400 that were needed. There was no milk for the children, no salt to flavor the food. They were informed sugar and flour would be in the next shipment. "What are we going to do?" Penny asked Maud as they stood outside the mess hall, dinner tickets in hand. Only 3 weeks into Onozaki's command, and the lines were twice as long as they'd been since his arrival. She saw many of the bankers and businessmen who had kept the camp economy functional since its creation. These men typically bought their meals from the vendors and food stalls and ordered supplies directly through the package line. Now, having money meant nothing if there was nowhere to spend it. "Jim Hobbs and several other administration staff went to Onozaki this morning to complain," Maud said. "They insisted that we'd been promised adequate food for all internees, but were given only 2/3 of what we need. They demanded the package line be restored and the vendors be reinstated." "What happened?" "Onozaki abolished the executive committee. All administration of the camp will be handled directly by the Japanese now." Penny didn't have to imagine how such an administration would negatively affect those inside the camp walls. Already their movements were being restricted, and the guards questioned anyone who ventured too far from main building or the shanty complexes. A curfew had been put in place upon Onozaki's arrival. All internees were to be inside their quarters between 7 at night and 6 in the morning. Anyone caught outside during those hours was to be shot on sight. She rattled this off to Maud as they took their place in line outside the mess hall. "It makes it easier on them," Maud said. "They only have to bother with us for 13 hours a day." "What about the roll call? What does that accomplish? Twice a day now. We have to line up like children on a playground. We have to bow to them when we pass. Control, mostly, but also intimidation." Maud leaned heavily on the cane gifted to her by Father Domingo and winced as they moved forward in line. 3 years now, Penny had worked with Maud, first in peacetime, then in combat conditions, and now in this strange hybrid world in which they were both captive and caregiver. She had aged considerably, grayer, older, withered, as though her formidable height had been shaved away. Penny could look her in the eyes now instead of having to tilt her chin upward when they spoke. Maud's limp was pronounced, and the skin across her neck, hands, and collarbones had taken on the consistency of tissue paper, thanks to her significant weight loss. If she had to wager, Penny would say Maud was nearing 100 pounds, an excessively low weight on her almost 6-foot frame. Even as Penny noted these changes in her mentor, she'd begun to avoid mirrors herself. Only a handful were sprinkled around camp, mostly in common restrooms, but she tried not to look. Vanity was a double-edged sword. It brought either pride or self-loathing. But ever since that glimpse in the mirror upon her arrival, Penny refused to hate herself for the great privilege of growing old. The passing years and accumulating signs of age meant that she was surviving this place. And even though she didn't have to celebrate the physical manifestations of that victory, she wouldn't punish herself either. Newt found them as they neared the mess hall doors and cut in line so she could stand beside Penny, her own meal ticket clenched in her grubby hand. "I'm hungry," she announced, rising onto the tiptoes of her bare feet to see how many people were in line ahead of them. Penny ruffled her messy hair. "That's because you're growing." Except she wasn't. That's what the look that passed between Penny and Maud communicated. The child hadn't grown in months. Newt should be near Penny's shoulders, if not taller, but she barely passed the top of her ribs. Her hair wasn't growing, rendering the contentious haircuts unnecessary. And that limitless energy she'd once had was gone now, replaced by daily naps that could last up to 3 hours. When their turn in line came and they held out their tin plates, each of them received 1 scoop of watery rice, a portion of canned fish, and a bit of overcooked succotash from the cooks. Penny might have requested more for Newt, but guards had been assigned to the mess hall the week before, and 2 of them stood at the front of the line, bayonets ready, in case any prisoner tried to negotiate more than their allotted serving. Maud led them to a table near an open window, and when Penny sent Newt off to fetch them cups of water, both she and Maud scooted several forkfuls of their dinner onto the child's plate. "I hate them," Penny hissed. "I hate them for this. She's only a child. There are 1,000 children in this camp. They don't care about her, or any of us for that matter." Maud waved around the crowded room. "They want us hungry, so they can starve us to death, so they can control us." Penny thought of Maud's words as she and Newt rushed back to main building a short time later. It was nearing 7 o'clock, and though the sun was still well above the horizon, the camp was shutting down on schedule. 3 men had been caught out after 7 since the curfew was put in place, and 3 men had been shot, then buried in a trench dug along the inside of the camp walls. The Japanese said it was because they were caught trying to go over the wall, but no one believed them. "Hurry," Penny said, cursing herself for not making Newt wear shoes. "I'm trying. Your legs are longer than mine." They rounded a corner onto the main boulevard, but came to a complete stop when Captain Akibo stepped into their path. He looked surprised to see Penny. At least he hadn't been stalking her this time, but not displeased. He gave them a satisfied smile and took a huge bite out of the chocolate bar in his hand. Newt's eyes went large with envy, and she didn't move her gaze as he took a second, then a third bite, and chewed slowly, savoring it in front of them. As Penny moved a step around him, he asked, "Are you ready yet?" For Newt's sake, she swallowed the string of profanity that rose in her throat, and the single word she managed to spit out sounded pathetic to her. "Never." "Pity." Akibo knelt on the concrete before Newt. He took another deliberate bite. "She looks hungry." "Let's go." Penny gripped Newt's hand as tight as she could without hurting her. Akibo peeled off the last of the foil wrapping and held out the chocolate piece to Newt. "Go on," he said. Penny wanted to rip it from her hands, but it would be cruel. The child had licked her plate clean at dinner, but was still hungry. Newt shoved the chocolate in her mouth before he could change his mind, and when Akibo rose to his feet again, he looked at Penny. "See? I can be a very nice man." Chapter 23. Eleanor. Los Baños Prison Camp, Laguna Province, March 1944. It didn't feel like the beginning of a romance, though the other nurses lovingly teased that Eleanor's friendship with David Mathis sure looked like it was. She liked how easy it was to talk with him. This had been true with John Ulson as well. But she didn't sense the magnetic pull that she'd had with John. There was something calm and ordinary about their relationship. David didn't make her heart flutter. On their 3rd date, she'd asked him if there was someone special waiting back home in San Diego for him, and he answered by asking her if it would bother her if there was. "That means there is, right?" she asked. They were eating lunch together on the grass near the camp cemetery, one of the remaining open spaces still within the perimeter.
In a way, Barbara and I had just started seeing each other when I got my orders to Cavite. It seemed like we were headed somewhere. She wrote to me when I first got here like we were. I didn't hear from her much during the first year as a POW, and I haven't heard from her at all this second year. I'm not sure what she's thinking.
Mail has been slow in coming, especially here, Eleanor said. She might have written you many times this past year, and her letters are sitting in a Red Cross cargo container that the Japanese won't allow to be delivered.
Maybe. I don't know. Sometimes I think she's moved on.
I'm sorry. She was.
Yeah. I'm not sure how I feel about it myself. Sad, relieved, mad, confused. All of them, I guess.
I can understand that. All except the relieved part. David gave her a kind, knowing look.
Want to tell me what happened? You don't have to, of course.
Eleanor sensed an immediate willingness to share with David exactly how she'd ended up in the Navy Nurse Corps. She'd not really told anyone about the day she'd decided to tell John Olson how she felt. Even Penny and Lita only knew that one minute Eleanor was telling the handsome Reverend she was falling for him, and the next he was telling her he was engaged and apologizing profusely for somehow leading her on. "You really want to hear it?" she asked.
"If you want to share it."
She inhaled deeply and let the breath out. "I was working at a hospital in Minneapolis, and I took a leave of absence to help out back home. My mom had come down with a terrible case of pneumonia. My dad has a dairy herd, and I knew they needed me. I'd been given the okay to stay 3 months, or until Mom was back on her feet. A new minister had just been installed at the Lutheran church in my hometown. John Olson was the first young pastor I'd ever met, fresh out of seminary and full of smiles and good humor. And he was so caring, David. He'd come over to see my mother to visit with her and pray with her, and then he'd stay and chat with my dad. And then he'd stay even longer and talk with me. He was so nice to me."
"And good-looking? Like me?" David grinned.
Eleanor smiled back. "He was that, too."
"So what do you mean by he was nice to you?"
The smile on David's face was still there, but he'd crinkled his brow slightly in puzzlement.
"It had to have been a special kind of nice. Nice to the mailman, and nice to the old lady who lives across the street, and nice to you had to be different if you believed he felt the same, right?"
Her face warmed a bit. "He was engaged. I was mistaken."
"But how do you know you were mistaken? Maybe he was actually having second thoughts about his engagement, and that's why you felt a connection with him. It happens, you know."
"He would have told me if he was when I told him how I felt about him. He's a man of his word, near as I can tell. I really do think that when he told me he never meant to lead me on, he meant it. He really is a kind man, very good to people, and he'll be an excellent minister."
"And so how was it you didn't know beforehand that he was engaged? I'm curious."
She flinched a tiny bit, the pain still fresh as always. "I'm pretty sure everybody in the church knew he was engaged, including my parents. No doubt it was one of the reasons the church leaders had been so excited about him coming on board. He was going to be bringing in a new wife. But I didn't know this, and why would anybody tell me? It shouldn't have mattered that I be told. And it doesn't matter now." Eleanor thought back to the humiliating moment when she'd gone to the parsonage and told John she was in love with him, the bravest thing she'd ever done. She recalled the look in his eyes when he took her hands and told her how desperately sorry he was to have assumed that she knew he was engaged. "He said he deeply regretted causing me to misinterpret our friendship. He took all the blame for my poor discernment, all of it, and then he said the wedding would be in Brainerd in a few months, where his fiancée was from."
"Wow, that's tough."
"It's why I really joined the Navy Nurse Corps, and why I was so relieved that they took me right away. My heart was shattered, and I didn't know how to fix it. I wanted to get as far away from the broken pieces as I could." David bumped his shoulder gently into hers.
"I would say 8,000 miles about does it, don't you think?"
She laughed, and it felt good. He looked at her thoughtfully.
"Is it okay with you if we continue to get together like this? I really like talking with you, Eleanor. I feel comfortable around you. And I like that you're not expecting too much from me."
"I like talking with you too, and I feel the same way." A few minutes of silence passed between them.
"But I think it would be smart of us to let each other know if we're starting to feel differently."
David looked into her eyes with greater depth.
It could happen. I almost wouldn't mind if it did.
She held his gaze. I know exactly what you mean. I almost wouldn't mind either.
So we have a deal?
He held out his hand. She smiled and shook it. We do. In April, the nurses learned another round of inmates was coming to Los Baños from Santo Tomas. They were told by the admin committee that they'd be losing their dormitory and would now be bunking in the infirmary's basement, a tiny space compared to what they'd grown used to. Will there be any army nurses coming with them? Eleanor asked Laura Cobb as they prepared to move their few belongings, hoping Penny might be among the new arrivals, and yet knowing the chances were slim. No, they're needing to relieve some overcrowding. It's still going to be only us running the hospital, and we're likely going to be busier than ever. Laura's words proved true. The hospital instantly filled when the 100-plus new transfers from Santo Tomas arrived, as many of them arrived sick and weak. And this time women and children were among the inmates. Eleanor hadn't seen a child in so long, she found herself sometimes staring in awe when she saw a mother sitting in the dirt braiding a daughter's hair, or a pair of nuns walking across the camp in their long black habits, with little children following them like ducklings. It made no sense to her that civilians were made to live in the camp like this, especially the young mothers and their children. What possible threat could they be to the Japanese Empire? Eleanor asked Peg one night, as they lay in their cots in the dank basement. The wife and young children of a British banker having the rotten luck of working in Manila when the war came? What danger are they to Japanese forces? Why can't they just be sent home? I'm quite sure it's not safe to cross the Pacific. It's a war zone. And I'd wager the Japanese wouldn't use any of their ships to transport the families of civilians back to the US or Europe. Not now. And they certainly wouldn't allow a ship from an enemy nation to land and take them out of here. Not even a Red Cross ship? Our military would never use a Red Cross ship as front for a warship. They won't do it, Elle. Peg turned over and curled up into a ball in her bedroll. Eleanor knew Peg was right. Those women and children were the family of the enemy. The Japanese forces would never do what the enemy wanted. Chapter 24. Lita. Santa Catalina Convent, Manila, May 1944. Lita became aware her mind had drifted when the room went silent. At the back of the convent's communal space, she was parked with all three nuns at the long table typically used for the orphans' schooling. As it was evening now, the children sat cross-legged on the floor, listening. "And that," Reina announced in Tagalog, seated on a chair at the front, "is the end." She shut the book with equally dramatic flair. All at once the kids, ranging in ages from 3 to 7, called out stories they longed to hear next. It was a massive eruption of titles thanks to their expanding library, and thus to Ida Huba. Over the past 4 months, the gregarious woman had come through in more ways than Lita had expected. It was no wonder Penny had called Ida a guardian angel. Aside from gifts of food and funds for Lita's purchases from the black market, Ida insisted on supplying the children regularly with learning tools. Books naturally were among them, and each connected differently with malleable minds hungry for experiences beyond this building and city, far past these islands. Most of all, in a place they had barely or never known, a world without war. Recently, Ida had become especially generous with the kids, but for a lamentable reason. The new commander of Santo Tomas had shut down the camp's interactions with the public, eliminating Ida's usual support of the nurses. As of 3 months ago, the package line, like the vendor sales, had become a thing of the past. At this very moment, Penny was a stone's throw from the convent, where Lita remained a frequent visitor, and yet any chance of communicating, even seeing each other from 10 feet apart, was no longer an option. Same for Father Domingo, thereby ruling out any visits to Bilibid. And while Lita persisted with her drop-offs there as medical supplies allowed, which was to say not very often, she could only hope her messages were getting through. In her free moments, she liked to envision Lawhon seated on his cot, healed and well, while reading those notes, perhaps imagining scenes similar to her own recurrent daydreams, of the two of them in the States, married and happy. He in a dapper banker suit and she in a uniform from the local hospital, where she'd work alongside her sisters until she and Lawhon started a family of their own. How they'd be treated, being a mixed couple, did enter her mind. Her sister, who'd married an American, had voiced some early challenges in her letters, though being only half Filipina had helped. One benefit of being a mestiza. Either way, for Lita it was a worry for another day, and one she had full confidence she and Lawhon could conquer together, should the future guide them there. These were among the thoughts that had distracted her from the reading, an activity at which Raina had grown more and more animated as the months went on, a point evident by the group's overt love of her storytelling.
"Read another, Auntie. Pick mine. Just one more, Auntie Raina, please."
Lita might have been envious, even in the slightest, but glimpsing a softer side of her roommate was entirely worthwhile.
"Sorry, little ones,"
Sister Cecilia interjected through the din while rising from her seat.
"That's enough for tonight. Off now to bed."
The children groaned in ragged unison. Lita offered an assurance.
"We'll be back to see you soon. Before then, we all need a good night's rest."
And she meant that, herself included. True, when she'd fallen under the head nurse's scrutiny, Raina made perfectly clear to the woman that Lita deserved to be trusted and valued for her experience and skills, and even the head nurse knew better than to battle Raina. Yet being tardy or sluggish wouldn't exactly support that claim.
Up,
the nurse ordered.
"Grousing will only make Nurse de los Santos and Nurse Capel choose not to return. Is that what we want?"
The room quieted instantly, and Lita fought off a smile that would undermine the warning.
"Everyone say good night,"
another nun added. The children scrambled to their feet and called out their good nights. The sight of them shuffling toward their bedroom with fuller cheeks and thicker hair, more fat and muscle to their limbs, never ceased to warm Lita's heart. They still weren't the ideal image of pre-war health, but they were significantly better, and for that she felt great pride. About one boy, admittedly, more than the rest. As always, he ended the visit by scuttling over to hug Lita. When she twisted to face him, he threw his arms around her neck.
"Aw, thank you, Junjun," she said.
Then, noting his height, she drew her head back and mussed his hair.
"Goodness, did you get even taller this week?"
Grinning, he nodded with vigor, eyes twinkling, his little round nose cute as ever.
"You'd better stop growing so fast," she said, feigning a lecture. "Or I'll have to put a brick on your head and slow you down. Got that?"
He let out a giggle, a sound so pure and sweet she wished she could store it in a jar. Then he bounded off with the others to ready for sleep, and, hopefully, to dream of good things to come.
"Thanks again for joining me tonight,"
Lita said, once back in their apartment, as she hung up her coat on a peg by the door.
"Yeah, sure."
Raina's nonchalant tone made Lita secretly smile, because when it came to the convent, she saw right through her friend's indifference. Raina clicked on the lamp between their narrow beds.
"So, are you hungry?"
Always was the understood answer for anyone these days. Still, the city's available rations were invariably better than any meals provided in the camps or prisons, so there was no room to complain.
"What did you have in mind?"
The supplier delivered goods to the cafe this morning. I figured we could poke around and borrow a little." Lita rolled her eyes.
"Last I checked, borrowing means you plan to give it back."
"Okay," she shrugged. "So we'll eat half and return the rest."
"That's not exactly what I meant."
"Hey, you're the one being a stickler about the whole borrowing thing." Lita couldn't help but laugh. Raina boasted a smirk that, upon a noise, abruptly fell. From the floor below came a pounding on glass and a man's unintelligible shouts. It was a caller at the cafe entrance, but the place was shuttered for the night, the manager already gone before she and Lita passed through. "Lock the door," Raina ordered. As Lita did so, her friend hustled to the window and peeked past the curtain. The intensity in her face when she twisted back stiffened Lita's spine. "It's the Kempe Tai," Raina said. A hard lump formed in Lita's throat. The pounding grew louder. It took Lita minimal effort to decipher the reason for their presence. She opened her mouth to tell Raina, but sounds of shattered glass cut through the air. The cafe door had been broken down. Could she escape out the window? Lita rushed to Raina's side of the curtain. On the street just below were silhouettes of 2 armed guards with white armbands that shone in the moonlight. Memories of the military police in the square, and in countless nightmares since, flashed through her mind. In a flash, she saw herself kneeling on that platform, a sword raised above her head, a crowd watching the swing of the blade. Footfalls ascended the stairs, boot steps, several pairs. Lita faced her friend and strained to push the words past her throat. "I'm sorry, Raina. I didn't want to put you in danger, but I should have told you about my smuggling things into camps
through medical supplies."
"You knew?" A wistful smile touched her lips.
"I knew."
Lita nearly laughed despite the terrifying unknown, or likely because of it. She squeezed Raina's hand. "Don't worry, okay? I'll make sure they know you haven't done anything. I swear it." The footsteps halted.
"Open!"
With the man's shout came a hammering on the door, wood striking wood, the butt of a rifle. Lita's heart thrashed so fiercely it seemed it might burst from her chest. Raina gripped her hand tighter just as the door flew open, kicked in by a soldier who then stepped aside. A suited Japanese man with a thin mustache and brimmed hat strode in, a Kempei Tai officer, no doubt. Lita and Raina bowed deeply, as expected. When they rose, he opened a palm-sized notepad and glanced at a photograph. Then he regarded Lita's face with his beady eyes. A second armed guard now stood on the landing. Lita was getting the courage to confirm her identity when the officer shifted his focus.
"De los Santos, Raina."
His English carried a thick accent. Stiffly, she stepped forward, and Lita's defenses rose. This was all her own doing. "Sir," she asserted, and his gaze jumped back to Lita. "She's my roommate, but she hasn't done anything wrong, I assure you." He turned back to Raina as though Lita hadn't spoken.
"I am Inspector Matsumoto. You are under arrest for crimes against Empire of Japan."
At his signal, a guard marched in and gruffly rotated Lena to place her in handcuffs. Lita's thoughts collided in confusion as the men prepared to take Raina away. "Inspector, please, there must be a mistake."
"No mistake."
"Can you just tell me what she's accused of?" He slapped his notepad shut and replied as if incensed by every syllable.
"Selling false coupon for fuel ration and giving money to guerrilla."
Guerrilla fighters? Like Raina's cousins and brothers living in the jungles. The inspector pivoted and departed for the stairs, and a guard jerked Raina by the arm to follow. "Raina, wait!" Lita scrambled for what to say, yet came up short. Her friend looked back over her shoulder and jutted her chin. In her eyes was a sense of strength and assurance, her own message not to worry. Then she disappeared down the stairwell, leaving Lita dazed and staring at their open, broken door. Chapter 25. Eleanor. Los Baños Prison Camp, Laguna Province. August, 1944. Summer arrived at Los Baños, and with it a new quartermaster. Lieutenant Sadaki Konishi's duties as second-in-command included oversight of finances and all supplies. He arrived on the heels of a new commandant, the previous one having been relieved of his duties on account of being too soft, so the rumor went, on his prisoners. To Eleanor, Quartermaster Konishi looked more like a boy than a man. She was taller than he was, and she was only 5'6". Nearly every adult male prisoner towered over him. Konishi was also only a couple years older than her at 28. His age and his stature, and the instant rumors that he was excessively cruel, made Eleanor think he was a small man out to prove he was big and bold and fearsome. Even though Konishi was second in command, it was quickly clear to all in the camp that he was now calling all the shots. The new commandant, Major Yasuaka Iwanaka, had no obvious aspirations to prove himself. He preferred to stroll around his personal vegetable garden in a kimono and paint watercolors and dabble in haiku. One of Konishi's first decrees was that the guards' bayonets be again fixed. The previous commandant had let them be removed. He also charged the members of the garrison with random searches of the prisoners' belongings. The Japanese custom of bowing, which the internees had grown lax about, was now of utmost importance. Under Konishi's new rules, any internee, no matter how young or old or what gender, who did not bow deep enough when approached, or when approaching a member of the Japanese military, would be struck across the face. The binta was seen as the ultimate physical display of contempt. Even children were not spared. The worst of his initial declarations was to decrease the food allotment per prisoner by 20%. He also forbade any Filipinos from coming to the fences to sell food to the inmates. Children's rations were cut 50%. Dr. Nance complained. He warned Konishi that he was seeing signs of malnutrition and that malnourished people were weak people who could not fend off illness or infection. Konishi claimed the reductions were because of financial constraints, but that made no sense. The lush foliage around the camp included banana and coconut trees full of fruit that fell to the ground and rotted, all within view of any hungry internee standing at the perimeter fence. A truckload of fruit brought to the camp by Filipinos living nearby had been ordered dumped on the ground. Only after hours in the hot sun and after swarms of insects had rendered the food a slimy mass of rotting fruit did he allow internees to poke through it. The internees scavenged extra food whenever they could, including sifting through the garrison's trash cans. They consumed any plant or leaf or blade of grass that was edible, as well as worms and snails, and even stray cats. Soon the infirmary was dealing with skyrocketing cases of beriberi. For Eleanor, it was hardest to try to relieve the pain and suffering of children dealing with the swollen limbs, aches, vomiting, difficulty in walking, and confusion that were the hallmarks of the preventable condition. The cure was an easy one if only they had access to basics like nuts, pork, beans, and lentils. She would walk past the guards at mealtimes and see their heaping plates of food, and she'd want to either weep or scream. "Those men are eating the cure," she lamented to David one evening during a break in her shift. "How can they do what they are doing to innocent children and babies? Have they no heart?" She heard the desperation in her voice and the pulsating throb of her own hunger as she cried out to him. David, looking hollow-cheeked and pale, shook his head. "I don't know what beats inside their chests, Eleanor, but I know what beats inside of mine. We have to survive so we can tell the world about the inhumanities we have suffered here. The world must be told. We have to survive. Don't give up. Don't let your patients give up." "But David, people are dying. The children can't live like this." He pulled her close, and she thought he was forgetting who she was and where they were. She thought he was about to kiss her. "Jerry Sams has heard on his radio that MacArthur has returned," David whispered in her ear. "He's back. He's landed at Leyte. He brought troops and ships and tanks and planes. We have to hold on." For a moment she could only stare into the humid night. Had she heard him correctly? What? She needed him to say it again. Say it all again. "MacArthur is back in the Philippines," he whispered. "The end is in sight. We have to hold on." She wanted to believe he was right. She was desperate to. But as the days progressed, there was no indication rescue was coming, or even that U.S. troops were back in the Philippines. A load of Red Cross packages for the Los Baños internees that contained much-needed food was blocked from delivery by Konishi, for no other reason than he wished to deny them the food. Patients at the hospital began to die from starvation-related causes. First, a 69-year-old American businessman, followed within days by several other older civilian inmates. All of the nurses dropped weight and found themselves close to fainting whenever they had to work on their feet in the hospital for long stretches. All of them stopped menstruating, the only good thing to result from the widespread malnutrition. There were no sanitary pads in the camp, had never been, and women and teen girls had been using torn bits of fabric, rinsed and used over and over again, for their monthly cycles. Dr. Nance came back to the hospital one afternoon after a visit to camp headquarters to make an appeal. He slumped into a chair in the staff break room, a tiny, closet-sized space. Dr. Nance rubbed a hand across his forehead. "He won't do it. He won't restore the rations, and he won't release the Red Cross packages." "Not even for the children?" Eleanor said, feeling tears prick. "He said before he was done with us, we'd be eating dirt." The doctor rose and brushed past her, unwilling to hear more questions with terrible answers. Konishi meant to starve them, not just subjugate them. He'd already done that. He meant to kill them. To kill them all. Chapter 26. Penny. Santo Tomas Internment Camp, Manila, September 1944. For months, the Japanese Zeros swarmed the skies above Manila. They buzzed the city like belligerent bees, doing mock dogfights and elaborate air drills, while those below in Santo Tomas watched in irritation and wished the racket would go away. But on the last day of summer, the planes droning above them were not Japanese. There, brazenly painted on their sleek wings, were the white stars and blue circles of the United States military. The internees stood, shocked, as two planes circled the camp, tipped their wings, then flew off into the distance. The roar of engines was replaced by cheering, but it only lasted a few minutes before Akibo's voice rattled through the loudspeakers, and the guards hustled everyone indoors. Penny heard the shouts ringing from one end of campus to another. "They've come for us! We're free!" But they hadn't, and they weren't. Word spread quickly from those huddled around the last remaining radio in camp. Onozaki had confiscated most of the remaining electronics when he took control of the STIC, but had no knowledge that one escaped his search. There hadn't been many radios to start with, and this one was guarded ferociously. It was operated by a civilian electrician from Wales, who, like so many others, had been passing through Manila that fateful December 4 years earlier. He understood their need to stay connected with the outside world, however, and believed nothing the Japanese told them. That one radio was now their only source of real information, so he had bolted it inside a 5-gallon metal bucket and moved it around camp every day. Mostly it stayed inside main building, but sometimes it went to the hospital, camp kitchens, or shanties. Within an hour, he was reporting that American pilots had performed a stealth raid on Manila, dropping bombs on targets along the waterfront and receiving fire from anti-aircraft guns throughout the city. But the planes were gone as quickly as they'd come, and so was the news. Still, the whispers and hopes spread throughout Santo Tomas, encouraged when later that afternoon the bombers returned, more brazen than before, and fired on a second round of targets. Smoke rose along the horizon, and as the prisoners crowded at the windows, they saw the warm glow of fire throughout the city. Surely it wouldn't be long now. The nurses whispered this to each other as they lay in their cots that night, listening, longing for the sound of deliverance. Surely. The shrieking whine of air raid sirens became a daily part of life in Manila over those next few weeks, but the internees of Santo Tomas rarely heard them. Monsoon season still raged upon the islands and brought with it the clamor of wind and rain many days. What they did notice, however, was the increase in troops stationed throughout the camp. 200 additional soldiers were sent to guard the internees, and they took to performing public marching drills several times a day. "We're starting to look less like an internment camp and more like a military base," Penny groused one evening, as she and Maud walked from the mess hall to main building. Her hands were tucked in the front pocket of her khaki overalls, and she absent-mindedly ran her thumbnail along the edge of the playing card she'd swiped from Blanche's deck. The 8 of hearts was beginning to look a little worse for wear. The rain had finally let up an hour earlier, and dozens of Japanese soldiers were mustered in the plaza before the main gates, practicing hand-to-hand combat. Others were doing target practice on the confiscated baseball field, and the relentless pop, pop, pop of gunfire echoed through the air. After the first sighting of U.S. planes, Onozaki ordered that the roof of the cupola atop main building be removed so it could be turned into a watchtower. It was the highest point in the city, and it gave the Japanese the perfect vantage point to radio in the location of any approaching bombers. Now guards were stationed there around the clock, scanning the horizon with binoculars. "Don't you think that's the point?" Maud said. Hope deferred made the heart sick, and every day with those incessant sirens, they hoped it would be their day for liberation. But it never was. "If we look like a military base, we look like a target." "You don't think—" "Of course I do. The Japanese will never have to answer for their actions if our own planes bomb us into oblivion first." "No." Penny shook her head. "Internment camps have protected status. International law forbids any attack on them." Pity pooled in Maud's eyes. "Do you really think the Japanese registered this camp, or any other on the Luzon Peninsula? But those packages from the South Africa Red Cross. Someone knows we're here." Maud shrugged. "All I'm saying is don't get your hopes up, Penny." The words hadn't fully passed her lips when the sound of air raid sirens filled the sky. It had been 3 weeks since the American bombers blazed a path across Manila, but here they were again thundering out of the clouds. Maud could no longer run, and Penny wasn't about to leave her, so together they hobbled along the boulevard, arms above their heads, and made their way to main building. Across the city came the retaliating boom of anti-aircraft fire, but no planes fell from the sky that night. In reprisal for the perceived offense, however, The next morning, Onozaki cut food rations in the camp to less than 1,000 calories per person per day. The internees watched as excess food was carted out of the camp kitchens and burned in a great bonfire on the plaza. They listened to the voice of Captain Akibo speaking on Onozaki's behalf. It crackled through the camp speakers. "You will pay for the hubris of the American military," he said. The tiny chapel at Santo Tomas was the one place relatively untouched by Japanese presence. For nearly 4 years, Father Domingo and the other priests ministered to the internees in large and small ways. They performed mass, they prayed for the sick, they offered last rites, officiated at funerals, and, as Penny learned when Blanche Kimball fell ill the year before, they worked with the Philippine underground to smuggle resources and intelligence throughout the prison and civilian camps. It was from Father Domingo that Penny learned how poorly the Japanese were faring in the war. The Allies were gaining ground, winning vital battles across the South Pacific. They had invaded France as well, and were pushing the Germans back across the continent. It was only a matter of time. The war could not last much longer. But now their Japanese captors were behaving like wounded dogs, lashing out at the prisoners and tightening control in any way they could. Penny felt they'd gone from being pawns in an elaborate chess game to an unwelcome drain on the war chest. Every mouth to feed in Santo Tomas was a bullet that couldn't be manufactured and fired at Allied soldiers. The world was watching, however, and the Japanese could neither eliminate the internees outright nor release them to fend for themselves in a war zone. To the enemy, the solution was simple. 4,000 people lived cheek to jowl within the 60-acre campus. A third of them were elderly, a third helpless children and their desperate mothers. A problem starved was a problem solved. Cut the sugar rations in half. Cut the bread rations in half. Institute a nightly blackout across the city so the campus could not be seen by enemy planes. Eliminate the milk and fruit altogether. Stop all hospital transfers for mortally ill prisoners. Deliver only rotten fish and vegetables. And, just to be sure the shipments were unusable, let the crates sit outside the gates in the blazing sun for days before sending them to the kitchens. Conduct unannounced inspections of living quarters. Cancel all social activities. Refuse all shipments of eggs delivered to camp. Open and search all incoming mail. Every day it was something new, a fresh deprivation. Perhaps the Japanese hoped the captives would turn on one another and eliminate the problem for them. Or maybe it was simply an emasculated adversary looking to exercise power anywhere they could. "Father, forgive me, for I've sinned," Penny said, kneeling inside the confessional one morning as a torrential rain fell outside. "I have hatred in my heart." Father Domingo slid the screen back. Penny wasn't Catholic, but he didn't seem to mind. To him, she was simply a friend, and he treated her as such. He patted her hand. "So do I." "A patient died on my shift yesterday, an old man. It was just whooping cough. I've been begging for his hospital transfer all week, but the commandant refused. No one in, no one out, not for any reason." Once Onozaki eliminated all hospital transfers, the number of deaths in camp rose from 1 or 2 each month to over a dozen as the fall progressed. "He didn't have to die," she said. "This will not last much longer." "How do you know?" "I have faith," he said. "You haven't been outside these walls since July, but you continued to receive intelligence about the war." She peered at him, the dim light casting his face in shadow. "How?" His eyes were old and watery, their former brown diluted to a muddled sort of gray. He smiled at her, his lined face twisting into a devious grin. "Child, Santo Tomas is not as secure as our enemies believe." Penny could get nothing else out of him, so she ventured back out into the storm, letting the rain pelt her face and the wind tear at her clothing. It felt cleansing in a way, to be so battered by nature. Her shift didn't start for another 3 hours, and she didn't want to go back to the oppressive crowding of main building, so she made her way through the maelstrom to the hospital. "What is this?" she asked when Jim Hobbs shoved a blank piece of paper in her face. "Onozaki will not listen to reason. He refuses to reinstate the executive committee, so perhaps he will accept formal written complaints. I'm hoping to gather 1,000. Where he had found the reams of paper, much less the pens and envelopes to conduct such an endeavor, she could not guess. The task provided a welcome distraction, however, and she deposited herself behind Maud's desk. After drying her hands and forearms on a stack of bedsheets, Penny set her fury to paper. The exercise was cathartic. Penny assumed many others felt the same, because, a few days later, the camp loudspeakers crackled to life once more. Captain Akipo's voice penetrated the air, translating Onizaki's response.
"The Commandant will no longer receive written complaints," he said. "His time is far too valuable to be troubled by such trivial matters. It has been determined that prolonged internment, separation from family, and lack of regular communication is the cause of all normal and expected weight loss within Santo Tomas. The Imperial Japanese Army cannot be required to meet the strange and unhealthy dietary requirements of the Western palate, nor shall it try. Many of our guests come from the United States, operators of their own war camps, who do not attempt to accommodate the palates of their Japanese countrymen. To even make such a request is offensive. There is no malnutrition among the citizens of Santo Tomas. There is no lack of food. But if your gluttony requires such an excess, then perhaps you might consider raising fish in the old campus swimming pool."
A few resourceful women fried weeds and clumps of grass, okra when they could get it from the meager camp gardens, in the cold cream that once came in the Red Cross prisoner parcels. After months of excessive deprivation, face lotion was the only emollient left in camp. The smell filled the hallways and open spaces of Santo Tomas. To Penny it was the scent of rancid grass clippings, and she would neither eat it herself nor feed it to Newt. What to feed the child and where to find it became some of the most pressing thoughts in Penny's mind. To her immense gratitude, Father Domingo always seemed to have something extra to give Newt in the evenings after their unfulfilling meal in the mess hall. A slice of bread, a banana, boiled eggs or coconut milk, or random pieces of fruit that were overripe but still edible. Penny didn't know where he got it and didn't ask, but it was a tiny miracle she did not take for granted. As she walked toward the chapel in search of what he might have for Newt one evening, she smelled the smoke, then heard the commotion. A crowd had gathered outside the chapel. Flames billowed from the windows, and smoke belched out the doors. 2 guards stood in front, dousing the little church with gasoline. "What are they doing?" Penny demanded, pushing her way to the front.
"Burning it,"
Jim Hobbs answered. He stood to her left, eyes large and filled with tears. "I can see that. Why?"
"They caught the priests doing something."
"Oh, God. Are they in there? Please tell me Father Domingo isn't in there." She moved to take a step forward, but Jim clamped his hand around her wrist and pulled her back. From behind them came the sound of marching feet, and then the honking horn of a military truck. The crowd pressed back to make room, and Penny saw Father Domingo in the bed, covered in mud, barefoot, with his hands tied behind his back. His eyes were closed and his face placid, but she could see where tears had cut tracks down his dirt-stained cheeks. The guards pulled him from the truck, then dragged him to stand before the burning church. Penny willed him to open his eyes, to look at her, but he did not. Instead, he mouthed a silent prayer, the words of which she couldn't hear. Without waiting, without explanation, one of the soldiers lifted his rifle, pointed the barrel at Father Domingo's head, and pulled the trigger. The old man collapsed on the ground, limp as a rag doll, as the report echoed through the camp. The shot reverberated through her entire being, and she did not realize that she was screaming until Jim pulled her away from the scene. She glanced back over her shoulder and saw the guards pitch Father Domingo's body into the burning building. The horrified crowd scattered in all directions.
"Stop!"
Jim growled in her ear as she struggled to get free. "The guards are looking at you." Penny couldn't see his face through her tears, and while she understood every word he said individually, together they made no sense. "Why? Why did they do that? He's a priest. He's a good man."
"Because Father Domingo and the other priests dug a tunnel out of camp, and they'd gotten through, apparently, some months ago. They were smuggling food into the chapel."
"How could they kill him over food?" she sobbed.
"The Japs consider it treason, direct defiance of camp orders, and they're desperate anyway because of what happened in the Leyte Gulf this morning."
Penny stopped struggling then. She stood straight and pushed the tears off her cheeks. "What happened?"
"The Americans have landed with an entire battalion of troops. They've come to liberate us."
"How do you know that?" He grabbed her by the shoulders, shook her gently.
"It came through on the radio a couple of hours ago. Everyone has been talking about it. The Leyte Gulf is about 400 miles south of us, but still, they're here."
400 miles seemed an eternity away to Penny when a man was dead, his corpse burning even now, and a child was starving in her cot in Main Building. Penny shook out of his grip and stumbled away. The Americans might as well be on Mars for all the good it did her tonight. It could take weeks, months even, for the American forces to reach them. And what would become of Maud in the meantime, of Newt? Neither of them had an ounce left to lose. Every meal, or lack thereof, mattered. Penny had to find a way to get them more food. She had to. The thought came unbidden, unwelcome. Should I consider Akibo's offer? For the first time since he had cornered her in the nurses' quarters, Penny let the thought take root. She'd been married, had given her body to a man. How different could it really be? All the difference in the world, she thought, and wept her way back to Main Building. Newt went to sleep complaining that her stomach hurt, and Penny, try she might, could not drift off at all. She stared at Newt's profile, her button nose and lips slightly parted, the curls falling across her brow. She listened to the faint whistle of a child's snore and cursed herself for caring at all, for loving the girl, for putting herself in this position. She never should have taken Newt under her wing. Who was she to keep a child alive? Hadn't she failed at that all-important job once already? Penny tried to close her eyes but saw the burning chapel. She tried to cover her ears but heard the report of that single gunshot. The smell of smoke burned in her nose, the taste of tears on her tongue. One worry after another chased itself through her mind, so, desperate for distraction, she reached under her cot and pulled the quartermaster's flag from her pack. If Charlie were here, he would know what to do. He would be calm and collected. Penny draped the flag around her shoulders and curled into a ball. At some point, hours later, sleep finally found her. It dragged Penny beneath the surface of consciousness, tormented her with dreams of loss and lurking menace. She was floating there, in a restless, unhappy slumber, when the door to the nurses' quarters was kicked open and the lights thrown on. Some of her colleagues awoke immediately, screamed and flung covers from their beds, but others roused slowly, blinking at the light, confused by the shouts and orders of the Japanese guards who forced everyone to their feet. Newt, wearing an old blouse for a nightshirt, leaped from her cot and clung to Penny. She picked the girl up and held her against her chest. Newt looked flushed and her skin was clammy, so Penny pressed Newt's face into the crook of her neck and cradled those dark curls in the palm of her hand.
"Radio!"
the soldiers yelled in broken English.
"Where is radio?"
Penny knew, of course, where it was that particular evening. So did several other women in the room, but not a single one of them said a word as the guards flipped over beds and cut into mattresses with their bayonets. Packs were emptied, clothing was strewn about, but the women simply shook their heads and feigned ignorance. If she wanted to, Penny could stretch out her right leg and touch the bucket with her toes. Whether by luck or great misfortune, the radio was stored in the far corner of the nurses' quarters that night. All it would take was a single soldier tapping the bucket to know it was empty. Knock it over and they'd find the radio. And God knows what would happen to the women in this room. They would all be seen as collaborators. Newt couldn't weigh more than 70 pounds, but still she felt heavy. Penny guessed she was barely 120 herself at this point, and every day without a full meal drained her strength even more. Her arms ached, but she didn't dare let Newt down. The girl was clearly terrified, and her body tensed in waves against Penny. Across the room, Blanche Kimball cried out when a guard yanked a pillow from her hands.
"Where is it?"
he demanded, then ripped it in half and shook out the stuffing all over the floor.
"Where is radio?"
Penny eased backward into the corner and juggled Newt's weight as she lowered herself onto the bucket. She could feel Newt's tears drip onto her neck, and she rearranged the girl in her lap. They ransacked the room, moving ever closer to Penny's corner. No bed was left unturned, no box or basket or pack unsearched. Finally, a guard approached Penny and lowered the tip of his bayonet until it sat level with her eyes.
"Up,"
he demanded. Newt moaned and trembled in Penny's lap. "Shh," she whispered. "It's okay. I won't let anything happen to you.
"Up."
He eased the bayonet closer to her ribcage. She tried to think of a lie, any lie, that might explain why the radio was in this room. But her mind was a blank sheet, frayed at the edges by terror. Her only choice was to comply, then to beg for mercy. Penny scooted forward and gathered Newt into her arms so she could try to stand. But the child stiffened, her eyes opening in horror, and then she vomited, cold cream and weeds, all over Penny, the guard, the floor, the wall. The stench of stomach acid and rancid grass made Penny gag. The warmth of it dripping from her chin and her arms made her shudder. The world is filled with strange mercies, little miracles that save us when we least expect them. And while Penny Franklin had never thanked God for the psychological reality of vomit before, she did thank him for providence that night, because the guard was every bit as sickened by the sight and smell as she was. He looked at them disgusted and backed away. Newt cried again, hard, gut-wrenching sobs, and Penny rocked her in that corner as the guards finished searching the quarters. As her friends and colleagues began to put their room back together, Penny carried Newt to the shower, and they stood beneath the feeble, lukewarm spray, fully clothed. "I'm so sorry," Newt sobbed. Penny used a sliver of soap to wash the girl's hair. "Why?" "For being sick." "That's not your fault. I'm not mad. I'm happy." Newt lifted her little impish face. "You are?" "Of course. You scared that guard away. You saved us." Penny lathered soap in her fingers and washed Newt's cheeks. "Do you feel better now?" She nodded. "I do have one question, though," Penny said. "What?" "Where did you get that awful grass?" Even in the dim light of the shower, Penny could see Newt blush. "I was hungry, and they were cooking some downstairs. I stole a handful." Chapter 27. Lita. Santa Catalina Convent, Manila, December 1944. While Lita didn't normally subscribe to superstition, this particular year she would rule out nothing that could help protect the residents of her new home, all 22 of them, 25 if she included the nuns. Thus, throughout the convent, every window and door was left wide open. Among the many Filipino New Year's traditions, the practice drew good fortune inside, or so people said. "Auntie Lita, watch this!" Calling out in Tagalog, the little boy wove around the other children playing in the communal room, his wooden toy plane held high. "It's flying!" "I see that." She smiled from her seat at the back table with Ida Huba. A visitor only on occasion, the woman had arrived tonight with presents to surprise the children. A bit of a belated Christmas and time to ring in the new year. In a hop between languages, Lita switched to English while touching the sleeve of Ida's dress. "It's truly remarkable what you've done here, Ida. Not just the gifts, but everything." "Oh, darling, as I've told you before, it was nothing." Her black bob swayed as she leaned in with a conspiratorial voice. "I can't very well take my money with me to the grave, now can I?" How she'd managed to scrounge up the toys, let alone ingredients for the festive family meal, called medianoche, was a true wonder. They even had pig's feet for kare-kare stew, and large plates of pancit, the long noodles on the holiday meant to grant long life. Lita was more grateful than ever given the growing scarcity of food throughout the city. It seemed the worse the imperial forces fared, the more resources they withheld. And while the increased frequency of Allied military target strafing and bombings was encouraging, the damage reduced perishable resources. On the upside, according to reports on Sister Cecilia's radio, an illegal possession God would forgive, she'd claimed, the Allies had won a series of major air and sea battles around and over the Philippines, most recently 10 days ago in the Camotes Sea. Lita could only pray they'd retake the islands before many more Filipinos, and those imprisoned in the vicinity, starved or otherwise perished, her loved ones among them. "Ida," she said, spurred by the thought, "by any chance, through your contacts, have you heard any updates about Reina?" Lita smiled at her own predictability. Since her roommate's arrest 8 months ago, it was far from a new question, voiced by the children as well, who frequently asked when Tita Reina would return from her travels. The partial fib from Lita prevented frightening the kids, or, more vitally, endangering them. She needed to protect them, as Reina, with her own secrets, had clearly protected her. "I am afraid not," Ida replied. "Only that she is still being held by the Kempetai. The fact she is alive but not being tried is a good sign, suggesting they have no damning proof. It is maddening, I know. But if she is as strong as you say, she is, Lisa insisted, a reminder to herself. Then I have faith you will see her free and safe one day soon. Ida laid her hand on Lita's, a welcome reassurance. Presuming, that is, you stay out of trouble yourself. She winked. Did she know? Was she guessing? Either way, the issue now was largely moot. It had taken Lita several months after Raina's arrest to gather the courage to dare another delivery. Since then, between a crackdown on messengers and a scarcity of supplies, opportunities for smuggling were rare. "Auntie! Auntie!" came a little girl's voice. "Look at us!" Latching onto the diversion, Lita turned to find a trio of girls giggling while bouncing around like jumping beans, two of them holding brand-new little rag dolls as they boasted, "Look how high we're getting! We're going to be so big!" They were practicing for midnight when a huge jump at the stroke of the new year would, again based on superstition, cause the person to grow tall. Lita laughed softly. Having given up on trying more than a decade ago, she chose not to break the news. Then a rattling noise drew her ear. At the doorway near the kitchen, the cook, a gruff yet kind Filipina, was setting down a box. "Before I leave for the night," she said in her naturally booming voice, "who here wants a noisemaker?" The question equated to the pop of a starting pistol. In a burst of squeals, the children charged for the box and pulled out pots, pans, spoons, and tin cans. "Wait, children, wait!" Sister Cecilia urged from across the room. "We have 3 more hours until we scare those evil spirits away." Through the chaos of tapping and drumming, she seemed to recognize her cause as lost. She caught Lita's eye and shrugged, and they shared a little laugh. Besides, few among the children, for all their determination, would still be awake by 12. "Well, goodness," Ida said suddenly. "Is it 9 already? I do believe I should get some rest." Beneath her smile appeared a hint of fluster. Lita couldn't blame her, though personally she found the mayhem comforting. And not just tonight. Reminded of her household as a child, she simply adored all the laughter and singing, stories and bickering, lively group meals and kisses goodnight. Without planning to, she'd become a tita, or auntie, not only to Junjun, but to every child here, each of whom she'd come to cherish beyond measure. "Shall I walk you out?" Lita offered, rising from her seat with Ida. "No need for that, my dear, but I do thank you for a grand evening. Oh!" She glanced past Lita's shoulder. "It looks as if my chauffeur has come to fetch me. How do you like that for timing?" Lita turned to see a shadowed man approaching the long hall linked to the entry. Yet she also detected 2 men in his wake. As the first man neared the illuminated communal room, his face, slightly shaded by his brimmed hat, gained clarity. And Lita ceased breathing, even as she reflexively bowed. Leaving the convent's front door open had brought the opposite of good fortune, evident in the arrival of the Kempeitai officer, Inspector Matsumoto. "Capel! Angelita!" he demanded through the torrent of giggling and rattling. Slowly she unfolded to her full height and connected with his glower. "You are under arrest." 1945. Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words, and never stops at all. Emily Dickinson. Chapter 28. Eleanor. Los Baños Prison Camp, Laguna Province, January 1945. Eleanor was eating her mother's lefse, warm and soft and sprinkled with sugar. She was sitting on the porch with Lizzie, and the breeze swirling about them was lilac-scented. From within the house she could hear strains of Glenn Miller on the radio, and her mother humming along. Across the lawn, laundry flapped in the sun, 3 pair of her father's overalls and his checked shirts, blue and yellow, white and red, orange and brown. It was so wonderful, all of it. Something tugged on her arm, and a part of her instantly knew she was asleep and on the verge of being awakened. "I want to stay here," she said, and her very words began to tear at the fabric of her dreaming thoughts. "Roll call is in 20 minutes, Lizzie said. But it wasn't Lizzie. It was Peg. The lefse disappeared, as did the porch and the lilacs and the music and the laundry on the line. Eleanor opened her eyes. Peg was leaning over her. "Come on. You don't want to be late. Who knows what they will do if you are, even if you are a nurse." Eleanor sat up groggily and was instantly aware of her hunger. She dressed and ran a brush through her hair, hardly noticing the clumps the bristles were gathering. Everyone's hair at the camp was falling out in little handfuls, as malnutrition did its worst. "Where was it you wanted to stay when I woke you?" Peg said as they made their way to the assembly for the morning count. Eleanor sighed. She could almost taste the lefse on her tongue. "I was just dreaming of home, that's all." "Ah," Peg said, and nothing else. After Tenko, they went to the outdoor kitchen to see what the internee cooks had been allotted to make for breakfast. Both women received a half cup of rice mush, tasteless and gritty. There was no milk or honey or sugar or salt to flavor it with. The guards had plenty of those items in their garrison kitchen, but these were not shared with the prisoners. Then Eleanor and Peg walked to the hospital, where they would care as best they could for patients sick with malaria, dengue fever, beriberi, dysentery, intestinal parasites, scurvy, tropical ulcers, and other ailments, all with little or no medicine. The Red Cross had sent boxes of medical supplies to the camp, but again, Konishi refused to let them be delivered. Their 12-hour shifts made the days long, and the little they were given to eat made them weak. Eleanor often felt lightheaded as the day wore on. When she did, Laura would insist she lay down for a few minutes. The rest of the camp was also feeling the mind-numbing effects of malnutrition. Classes for the children taught by internee teachers were soon cancelled, as the little ones could not concentrate on any of the lessons. They were too hungry, or their young minds too distressed by lack of nutrition. Breakfast and dinner were the only meals served now, both consisting of rice mush and whatever bits of protein or vegetables the cooks could forage. The internees were no longer allowed to work the camp garden, Konishi's orders, or scavenge among what was left of it. Since the spring, with husbands and wives reunited at Santo Tomas, the birthing of babies soon followed. But the nursing mothers could produce little milk, some could produce none at all. The nurses had been stockpiling tins of dehydrated milk powder since the first of the year, and Eleanor was immensely glad they had. Every infant born at Los Baños would have died without it. The few stores left in the hospital's pharmacy included morphine and local anesthetics, but Dr. Nance could not say how long these would last, and he informed the nurses that both had to be saved for surgeries and emergencies. Those with cuts requiring stitches would have to receive them without painkillers. In the early days of the camp, the hospital was set up for 25 beds, but now the nurses were caring for up to 200 patients a day. The hardest moments for Eleanor were when one of her patients died from a condition that would have been easily prevented or treated on the outside. It happened nearly every day, sometimes several times a day, and to all the nurses, not just Eleanor. The bodies had to be buried immediately as the heat of the day set about decomposition with alarming speed. Camp carpenters begged the Japanese guards for enough wood to build coffins. The names of the deceased were burned into the wooden crosses that marked their final resting place in the camp cemetery. David Mathis had volunteered to be part of the digging team for this sad task. It was arduous work for men weakened by near starvation. One afternoon, after David had spent the morning at this chore, he came by the infirmary to see if Eleanor had anything to soothe the blisters on his hands, caused by the handle of the shovel. She had an aloe plant that she kept in a windowsill, and she cut off a bit of one of the spears. "Do you still believe General MacArthur is in the Philippines, waging war against the Japanese occupiers?"
"Of course he's here."
David held out his palms. "But how do you know he hasn't been pulled back out, like last time?" She dabbed the aloe's healing salve onto the blisters despite the ache.
"Haven't you seen the fighter planes in the sky, Eleanor? I know you have."
"How do you know there are fighters?"
"Because I do. They're ours. Our liberation is on the way. It's only a matter of time. We have to keep looking for it. It's coming."
"But it's been 2 months since we heard that MacArthur is back. 2 months, David. And look at us. Look what they're doing to us. You buried a child today. That child was in my care, and I could do nothing for him." He took her hand, smearing aloe on her wrist as he did so.
"It's happening, Eleanor. We are going to be liberated. We just have to be patient."
"Why is it taking so long?" She kept her hand in his.
The Japanese have tens of thousands of troops in place. They are dug in, heavily armed. We will win. But first we have to fight, all right?
Tears trickled down her face and she could not stop them. But we are losing the fight here. Every day we are losing it. That little boy you buried today was only 5 years old. He stood and pulled her into his arms.
I know this is hard. It might get harder. But we have to keep getting up every day and hoping every day and waiting every day. We have to. This is how we will survive.
Some of us.
Yes, some of us. But just because not all of us will make it doesn't mean we should stop hoping, okay? Promise me you won't give up.
She hadn't been hugged in a long time. She couldn't remember when last she had, and she did not answer him at first.
Eleanor.
I promise.
Good. Because you need to see San Diego, and I want to be the one to show it to you. I really do think you'd love it there.
They stayed that way for several long minutes, neither one moving. When David broke away, he was looking at her in a different way. Eleanor was thinking he was going to kiss her, and that she was going to let him, when the door to the exam room opened, and Dr. Nance stepped in. He stared at both of them for a second, and then spoke as if he didn't know he had interrupted a private moment.
I need you in exam 3, Eleanor, he said,
and then he turned and departed, leaving the door open. David stepped back. Let me cover those blisters, Eleanor said, wiping away the tears that streaked down her cheeks.
You go. I can find something to cover them.
She reached behind her to a shelving unit made of bamboo and a basket of rolled muslin strips. She handed him one.
I'm going to hold you to that promise.
He took the rolled muslin. Eleanor smiled at him and left the room, with the memory of his embrace still lingering about her. The next day, as the camp ate their meager breakfast, a formation of American warplanes flew over the camp, low enough that the internees jumped up and down and shouted just in case the pilots might see them. Their Japanese guards ran into ditches and dove under tables, assuming the planes were bombers on a mission. Eleanor, eating with Peg, heard an internee shout that the aircraft were P-38s, which meant the American Army Air Corps had to have an airstrip on Luzon or another nearby island. Eleanor watched in fascination as the planes flew on into the horizon, past their field of vision. The guards who had fled for cover climbed out, and those who spoke English yelled at the internees to be silent, or there would be no supper allotment. The sight of the aircraft was the talk of the camp that day. David found time to come to the infirmary to ask Eleanor if she'd heard the news and seen them.
I told you, it's happening.
A few days later, 24 American 4-engine bombers flew over the camp high above the prisoners, headed toward Manila. Again, David made his way to the hospital later that day to make sure Eleanor had heard the latest.
San Diego, here we come, eh?
He said, smiling. He still had his good looks, even though his cheeks were sunken and he'd lost any fat on his frame. Looks like it, Eleanor replied, and for the first time she started to believe he might actually be right. Their liberation was at hand, and with it, the end of the war. And yes, she was warming up to the idea of staying in the Navy Nurse Corps and asking for San Diego as her next duty station. She was beginning to imagine her life beyond her imprisonment, and an existence without John Olson as even a faint part of it. It was appearing to be more and more possible. She wanted to tell Penny and Lita about her new friend David, wanted to see them break into wide smiles when they realized that she was at last moving on from a life that now seemed to belong to another person, a life where a lost love had kept her bound. 3 days later, minutes before dawn, a commotion broke out in camp, rousing Eleanor from sleep. She sprang up to a sitting position. Peg was sitting up in her bed too, as were the other nurses not working the night shift. Something's happened, Aldine said from inside their sleeping quarters. Good or bad? Peg asked. I don't know. Eleanor and the others got out of their beds, hastily dressed, and then ascended the basement stairs. 2 of the nurses on duty were standing at the hospital's entrance, looking out into the half-light of the dimly lit camp. To their left, where the majority of the camp lay, internees were pouring out of their barracks. Some were shouting, some were hugging each other, some were crying. At the commandant's quarters, a stone's throw from the camp kitchen, not a light was on, despite the ruckus happening right outside it. In front of the building was a smoldering fire where a fire had never been before. What's going on? Eleanor asked one of the nurses standing at the door. I think the Japanese have left, her colleague said, her voice laced with disbelief. I think they burned all their papers during the night. What? Look! I think they're leaving. To their right and past one other building was the main gate and the perimeter fence, both usually heavily guarded. There were no guards on the perimeter, and at the main gate there was only a small contingent of soldiers packing up a truck. Daylight was starting to turn the gray world of night golden. Could it possibly be true? Eleanor wondered. Were they free? It was too spectacular a thing to believe. Then a voice squawked over the loudspeaker. One of the admin committee members was calling for the internees' attention for an important announcement. The nurses waited, hardly daring to breathe. Eleanor recognized the voice of Martin Heichert, the current chairman, a Los Angeles man who had been an administrator of a General Motors operation in Manila when the war broke out. Eleanor could scarcely comprehend his next words. Los Baños prison camp has been officially released to the administration committee. The garrison is gone, and as of this moment, we declare ourselves free. From every corner of the camp came the sound of jubilant shouting and cheering. Eleanor turned to Peg and hugged her, and soon all the nurses were weeping and embracing each other. Seconds later, Heichert continued, Ladies and gentlemen, it is important for you to know that there is no news of an American invasion yet. We know only that the Japanese commandant and his garrison have abandoned the camp. The area all around is still a war zone, still very dangerous. The committee requests that everyone remain in the camp. We will keep it secure and patrolled until American forces come in and transport us out. Until then, I hereby rename the Los Baños prison camp Camp Freedom. Again there was shouting and clapping and whistling, and there was still more good news. Heichert went on to say that the committee had gone into the Japanese garrison's warehouse and found enough food for 2 months. There would again be 3 meals a day. Eleanor closed her eyes in gratitude. Finally the little ones would stop dying because of malnutrition. Finally her hair would stop falling out, and she wouldn't have to eat worms and bugs to get protein in her diet. Finally they could all start thinking clearly again. The Japanese flag had already been taken down, and now an American flag that someone had kept hidden all the many months of their imprisonment was raised. Over the loudspeaker came a recording of the Star-Spangled Banner. Every nurse standing there and watching the flag being raised had tears running down her face. Someone among the British captives produced a small Union Jack, which also went up the flagpole to the strains of God Save the King. Martin next asked that the camp remain calm and disciplined, and to continue with their usual daily chores and assignments. The request made sense, but the prisoners had gone without for too long. As soon as the announcement concluded, dozens upon dozens of internees stormed the former Japanese-held buildings, and then emerged from them with mattresses and linens, and anything else the Japanese troops had been in too much of a hurry to take. Within an hour, no looting signs were posted by the committee, but the worst of the ransacking had already happened. David found Eleanor at the line for breakfast, where the mood was festive and joyful. Let's go into town, he said. I've got things I can trade for food, and maybe get some new shoes and a knife or something. We have no weapons here. Wide-eyed, Eleanor gaped. But the committee wants us to stay in the camp. They don't think it's safe out there, she said, both excited and fearful about stepping outside. I really don't think between here and the town are the trenches of war. But we're in the middle of nowhere. Besides, we're free. If we want to go into town, we can go. The prospect of walking into town unshackled was a heady thought, too grand to ignore. Let me make sure it's okay with Laura if I come, Eleanor replied. As it turned out, Laura did not mind if Eleanor went into town, especially if she could find aspirin and antibiotic ointment and Vaseline. Anything, really, for the dispensary. She even gave Eleanor a pair of her earrings to barter if she needed something to trade. David and Eleanor weren't the only members of Camp Freedom wanting to head into town for a shopping trip. Several dozen made the trip with them. The villagers were only too happy to hear the Japanese had left Los Baños, and were eager to trade such delicacies as eggs, sugar, chicken, and rum for the internees' personal items from home. For Laura's earrings, Eleanor was able to procure aspirin and real cough syrup. David was unable to find a villager willing to trade for a knife, but he did get some used sandals, some sweet buns, and a bag of dried mango slices. These Eleanor and he ate on the walk back. Word of the Japanese leaving had reached more of the locals. And as David and Eleanor re-entered the camp, they saw carts and trucks from farmers and grocers filled with fresh fruit and vegetables. A steer that a local farmer donated to the camp was butchered that afternoon and served in a stew hours later. It was the finest meal anyone could remember having in many months. The next few days were more of the same. Despite some getting sick from eating to excess after months of deprivation, the majority of the camp looked nearly healthy again. On one of the first few evenings after the Japanese departed, the former prisoners heard over the now unhidden radio that 200,000 troops from the U.S. 6th Army had landed at Lingayen Gulf in northern Luzon and were now marching south toward Manila. David was with Eleanor when the news came over the loudspeaker that surely their days at Camp Freedom were numbered, and they would all soon be on their way home. Once Manila was retaken, the troops would come for them. David took Eleanor's hand and squeezed it. "Told you so," he said teasingly. She squeezed it back. Then she leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. He grinned in wide-eyed surprise. "So you did." 3 days later, Eleanor was awakened in the middle of the night by a loud commotion in the camp. She bolted upright, and so did Peg. "The Americans are here!" Peg exclaimed. And the two of them flew up the stairs in their pajamas, too eager to greet their liberators to even think of changing into their uniforms. But the uproar outside was not the sound of liberating forces. Konishi and the garrison were back. Chapter 29. Lita. Kempeitai Headquarters, Manila, January 1945. The piercing glare was blinding. Lita squinted against the overhead light as the guard's grip led her farther into a room. Her eyes fought to adjust after 2 days, or was it more, confined to pitch blackness in a square space so small that, seated against an unseen wall, her sandaled feet could touch the other side. Her only food had been an occasional scoop of rice gruel and a cup of water that tasted of old pipes. The guard released her to stand beside a chair. Vision settling, she identified her surroundings as a sizable, windowless office. Behind a conference table sat Inspector Matsumoto. She lowered into a bow. Her back ached from sleeping curled up on a concrete floor, the air filled with the stench of her chamber pot and the agonizing screams from unseen rooms. "Capel, Angelita," he said, and she righted herself. "Yes, sir." "Take seat." She lowered onto the chair as he flipped through paperwork in a file, a pen in hand. The guard stood to her side, facing the inspector. "What are you?" Matsumoto asked. She struggled to understand the question. "I'm a nurse." He flicked a nod to the guard, who turned and slapped her face. The sting left from his hand prickled like tiny needles. "What are you?" he repeated. She lifted her head. At her stunned, befuddled hesitation, another slap struck the same cheek. "Are you American?" She shook her head and quickly thought to voice, "No." The next hit seemed to burst through her head, and she found herself sprawled on the floor. The sight of the guard's fist made clear he'd punched her in the jaw. "Sit," Matsumoto ordered. Her eyes watered as the throbbing pain spread over her face. She climbed back onto the seat with trembling arms. "Are you American?" She elaborated quickly. "My father was an American missionary, but my mother was Filipino. I was born here, on Leyte." He absorbed this, then flipped a page, surveying the information. "You serve with the Allies, as nurse, yes?" She measured her answer. "I previously worked alongside a U.S. Army unit through Sternberg General Hospital, yes." "At Bilibid Prison, you sign oath to Empire of Japan." She swallowed hard, avoiding his gaze. "Yes." He looked up from his paper. "But you work with resistance and bring contraband to camps. Is this not true?" Already Lita had recognized she was stuck. If she admitted to the crime, she'd likely end up like Dr. Alvarez. At the root of her arrest, she'd presumed prison guards had discovered money or messages in her medical supplies and traced the contraband back to her. But if the inspector already had proof, why bother asking? Clearly they were pursuing either a rumor or suspicions given her ties to Reyna. No. She clenched her jaw in preparation to be struck. She hadn't planned on the guard's fist walloping her in the stomach. The impact doubled her over, stealing her breath. You bring contraband to prisoner, yes? She wrapped her arms around her middle as she gasped for air, her internal organs feeling shoved into her spine. When she at last raised her head, Matsumoto's beady eyes bored into her, the edge of his mouth curled up. Maybe after rest, you remember more. Today is easy. Tomorrow much harder. He glanced at the guard. Owarida. The soldier pulled her by the arm to stand. The interrogation was over. For now. From the dimly lit corridor with a series of closed doors, Lita was tossed back into her box, a lightless, concrete tomb. Was it day or night? She didn't know. To calm herself and pass the immeasurable time, with jaw throbbing, she murmured songs she'd learned from her family, folk songs, hymns, and lullabies. Through them all she thought of Lawhon and Penny and Eleanor, of the children and her sisters. And she thought of her mother, not about her death or links to shame, but about her smile that lit up a room, her sweet shuffle of a walk, the love and pride she put into every dish, from her crispy lumpia to her creamy leche flan. Lita's hunger suddenly grew, amplifying the ache in the bruised muscles of her stomach. At last a Filipina revisited with a pushcart, letting in a slant of pale light. The woman emptied the chamber pot into a metal drum. She added gruel into Lita's bowl and water to her cup. Then she shut and locked the door, leaving Lita to the darkness and to the sound of harrowing screams. Matsumoto proved a man of his word. The next session was harder. For her denials, the guard struck not with his hands, but with a bamboo stick, on her arms, her hands, her shins. The pain coursing through her body originated from spots too numerous to register. With tears wetting her face, she yearned to tell the truth, to say whatever was required to end this. She could claim it was just one package, a slip in judgment, a simple desire to help. But already she knew he wouldn't believe that, and the meager confession wouldn't be enough. Any admission of guilt would be followed by demands for details: how, when, where, who. He'd want names of who recruited her, who received the packages, who provided the pesos, and to whom were the messages sent. Through her mind's eye she saw Father Domingo and Penny, Ida and Lawhon. You bring contraband to camp? Matsumoto asked with growing impatience. Her answer came easier then, despite her fears. No, only medical supplies. In what seemed an instantaneous moment, Lita opened her closed eyes and discovered herself somehow back in her box, lying on the floor. Pain emanated from the back of her skull. A lump verified she'd been knocked unconscious. Another session had ended, thankfully. But another was coming. The dreaded sound of bootsteps grew closer and, once more, halted nearby. Then her lock was released, and the door was opened. A sense of panic scaled her chest. She climbed to her feet, limbs battered and bruised, and aimed to walk steadily with the guard. Silently, she ordered herself to be brave, stay strong like Reyna. Oh, Lord in heaven, was Reyna enduring all of this still? Along the corridor, coming from the other direction, was a Kempeitai officer and a soldier conversing in Japanese. They were about to pass by when the soldier glanced her way. His speech stalled, and his eyes went wide. It was Yamada, the Nisei soldier. Lita had an urge to call to him for help, as any drowning person would to someone on the shore. But immediately he looked away, resumed his conversation, and continued past her. Abruptly, the guard turned her toward the open door and delivered her to the interrogation room she'd grown to know well. This time, in addition to Matsumoto, another suited man awaited. After Lita's usual bow, she was guided to her chair next to the seated stranger. On the conference table before him was a square contraption with switches and dials. She watched in a terrified daze as he stretched a long wire from the machine. He wrapped it around her right index finger, then secured it in place with tape. He did the same to her left pointer finger and declared to Matsumoto,
Hi.
He was ready. One of his hands settled on a dial, the other on a switch, and a depraved eagerness etched his features. Every inch of Lita's body braced for the terror that was coming. Her time with the stick and fists was over. Her continued denial would now be met with surges of electric shock. How long could she hold out? How many volts until they broke her? Matsumoto reclined his chair across the table, his file folder splayed.
Let our question begin. Once again.
Lita sought to send her mind elsewhere, to detach from the reality of this nightmare. As she did so, a whistling came to her, a song from her past. Her father's. In the background, the men spoke to each other in Japanese. She tried to block them out, aware the inspector's questions would follow. But a sharp tugging on her index fingers snatched her focus. The stranger was removing the wires. Matsumoto was standing, gathering his paperwork. It wasn't a whistling she'd imagined. It was a distant siren. An air raid alert. The wailing grew louder.
We continue tomorrow.
Matsumoto signaled the guard to escort her back. Explosions reverberated for hours through the concrete floor, the walls. Allies were dropping payloads on enemy targets. Lita feared the Kempeitai headquarters could well be among those, until it occurred to her that it just might be a merciful blessing. This was her last thought before drifting off, only to wake at some untold hour from the sound of footsteps stopping outside her door. Again, she was pulled to her feet by a guard. But their typical corridor walk didn't ensue. Rather, he stretched a long strip of fabric before rotating her away from him. As he raised the blindfold, she glimpsed a figure down the corridor. Yamada. He was standing there watching. Her view went black, and an explanation formed. Perhaps he resented her for figuring out what he didn't want others to know, and convinced the Kempeitai not to waste their time, eliminating two problems at once. Her pulse raced as she stumbled beside the guard escorting her. To where? A courtyard execution? She was wrong before. She wasn't ready to die. I don't know what he told the inspector, she pleaded to the guard. But please, don't listen to him. I'm begging you, please. She detected walking through a doorway and felt the brush of an outdoor breeze over her face. By the arm, she was guided to step upward, then to sit on what seemed to be a bench. She envisioned a truck bed based on the sound of an idling engine and the scent of gasoline fumes. With the rev of a motor, the vehicle swayed and rumbled toward a destination unknown. Chapter 30. Penny. Santo Tomas Internment Camp, Manila. February 1945. Open-mouthed, Penny stared at the letter. The envelope was stained and torn, the seal partially broken. The sender's name was smudged, though still readable. And the postmark was November 1941, St. Paul, Minnesota. Mere weeks before Japan forced America into the war. It was addressed to Eleanor Lindstrom. I'll be damned. Penny dropped to her cot. He wrote to her. Penny rubbed her thumb across the sender's name, John Olson. The letter had been delivered by the Red Cross that morning in a moldering bag of undistributed pre-Pearl Harbor mail, found in the rubble of the demolished post office at the Cavite Naval Yard. It had been forwarded on to Santo Tomas under the assumption that Eleanor was still interned there, and then given to Penny when she heard those distributing the mail call out Eleanor's name. I'll give it to her, she said, and now wondered if she could keep that promise. Penny hadn't seen or heard from Eleanor in 18 months. 3 weeks earlier, the radio had told them that several platoons of American soldiers had finally landed on the Luzon Peninsula and were working their way south and east to Manila. Half the guards at Santo Tomas had been pulled out of camp and sent to reinforce other areas of the city. The remaining soldiers were scared. The internees could see how they flinched every time the air raid sirens went off, how the sound of distant gunfire and cannons made them nervous. And not 2 days ago, the internees heard the Marine Corps bombers north of the city raining gunfire onto the Japanese forces. The tide was turning, but she still knew that a boat could be capsized in such waters. What hope Penny Franklin had for deliverance was held loosely. The 942 days in this place had taught her that longing for salvation would only lead to despair. She ran her finger across the script on the envelope. Reverend John Olson's handwriting. Why on earth had he written Eleanor after rejecting her? Hadn't he done enough? Penny wanted to tear the envelope open, to see him justify his actions. But reading this letter was wrong. It wasn't hers. She should tell the Red Cross to forward it on to Los Baños and mind her own business. But what if something happened to it on the way? How would Eleanor ever know what was said? If she read it first, that wouldn't be a problem. She could relay it, word for word, later. Penny slid her thumb under the torn flap. Paused. No, she told herself, then looked at the neat square letters of Eleanor's first and last names. It's not yours to open, not yours to read. Penny pressed the letter flat against her chest and leaned back against the wall. She closed her eyes, listening to the distant booms of battle. She would give this letter to Eleanor herself, in person, when they were reunited. Because they would be. They had to be. She would make sure of that. And she would stand right there while Eleanor read it, as a good friend would, just in case the words inside had the power to wound. Penny nearly ran into Akibo when she pushed through the front doors to main building, and it took a moment to realize that the terrified, bleeding child with him was Newt. Penny had stuffed the letter in her pack, then wandered out of the nurses' quarters and down to the first floor, without paying much attention to her surroundings. She was lost in thought, wondering and worrying about Eleanor. If she was still at Los Baños, if she was healthy, if she was, God have mercy, alive. So when she'd stepped out into the bright afternoon sunshine, she hadn't looked where she was going. Penny pulled up short the moment her mind registered the Japanese uniform, and she reflexively started to bow. It took a heartbeat longer to recognize Akibo. Then Newt. Tears streaked Newt's dirty little face, and blood trickled from the left corner of her mouth where it was split. Already a bruise was blooming across her jaw. "What?" Penny asked, agape, as Akibo shoved the child toward her. "She is a thief," he interrupted. Penny pulled Newt behind her back and held on to the quaking child with one hand. "You hit her!" Akibo stepped close, his breath hot on Penny's face. "She was caught with her hand in the pocket of a guard. You are lucky I only slap her when they bring her to me. I could have punished her in other ways." She sucked in a breath, aghast. If Newt weren't there, her little face pressed into Penny's back, she would have told Akibo exactly what she thought of his threat. Instead, she hissed, "She is a child. She is enemy. And you," he said, finger pointing right at her face, "should remember how much you owe me." He stepped away then, but slid his eyes up and down her body once for good measure, then nodded. "You owe me." Chapter 31. Lita. Imperial Japanese Military Tribunal, Manila, February 1945. From the Kempeitai headquarters, Lita had been transferred to a local prison, not a courtyard execution as she had feared. But after 3 weeks in a cell with other Filipinas awaiting trial, that possibility verged on reality. The door opened and 5 Imperial officers entered the courtroom. Lita's throat tightened and her mouth went dry. In unison, she and her assigned Japanese lawyer rose from their chairs planted behind a small desk and bowed. She'd met him just minutes ago and knew only that he was fluent in English and a Yale graduate. What a pair they made, he with his self-assured smile and tropical suit, and she with her fading bruises and intimate clothing of pajamas, ironically stamped U.S. Army Medical Corps. She was grateful at least for the prison washroom where she'd been allowed to bathe once a week, making her appear less dispensable, she hoped. The 5 judges comprising the military tribunal took their seats behind a long stretch of table set on a platform. Once the center man rapped his gavel and spoke briefly in Japanese, Lita followed her lawyer's lead and sat back down. A young male clerk stepped forward and read from a paper. "He's presenting your summary of charges," the lawyer whispered. "He says you've been accused of providing illegal contraband to American prisoners at several camps." Her stomach teetered on nausea. No doubt hunger was contributing, as she'd been too nervous to consume even her breakfast of gruel and seaweed. Standing off to the side, the guard who'd escorted her here gazed around with a look of boredom she desperately envied. Then a name amid the clerk's speech caught her ear. In a rush, she whispered to her lawyer, "Did he say Yamada Kenji?" The lawyer gave a nod while still listening to the clerk. "What about him?" she said. "Tell me." The man replied quietly, "Apparently he went to the Kempeitai to add a report to your file." A sinking feeling rolled through her. "But why? Why does he have any say at all?"
"His uncle is a Kempeitai officer."
She stared, taken aback. "Inspector Matsumoto?"
"No, some other officer, but highly respected. Shh, 1 second."
The clerk had finished, and the middle judge took over in an authoritative voice. When he ended a phrase emphatically, the lawyer related,
"He says you've been found guilty."
Her defender's tone was so matter-of-fact she thought she might have misheard. Warding off panic, she demanded, "Is this because of Yamada? Because of what he told them?"
"Yeah."
He turned with a smile of relief and added to her surprise,
"Because of him, you get to live."
Transferred by truck the following morning, along with other female prisoners, to the Women's Correctional Institution, Lita continued to digest all that had happened. Yamada's being the nephew of a Kempeitai officer certainly helped explain his special treatment at the hospital. Still, his vouching for her character and medical skills wasn't a factor she'd foreseen. Of course, her final sentence remained daunting, at least in her own view versus that of her lawyers.
"Only 4 years hard labor,"
he told her, seeming pleased with himself, though he hadn't uttered a single word during her 3-minute trial. Only was an absurd descriptor to pair with hard labor, but indeed it was better than death. Inside the walled compound located in a rural area east of Manila, the new arrivals were each given a rice sack made of burlap for a dress, a blanket, and a soup spoon. To reach their cells, a female official led them through a courtyard where prisoners were busy with various chores and sun-soaked humidity. Lita trailed the group, hampered by her sore right thigh, not fully recovered from her beatings. She was about to file into the 1-story wooden building when she noticed 2 inmates chatting in the garden, specifically the woman weakly hammering the earth with a shovel. An attempt at tilling the stony ground. The gal paused to brush her hair back from her thin face, streaked with sweat. Lita stopped and gaped. "Reina?" Sure enough, her roommate turned, and for the first time since being arrested, Lita smiled from sheer, unexpected joy. But Reina only stared, and without responding, she angled her body away and resumed her shuffling.
"Capel!"
the official prodded. Confused, Lita gathered herself and rejoined the others. 4 women were assigned to each cell, where wooden benches topped with grass-stuffed pads served as beds. Assigned to floor duty, Lita was given a mop and bucket and instructed to begin straight away. While cleaning a community area, she pondered her friend's reaction. Perhaps Reina hadn't recognized her. Lita, too, had lost weight, and the past months of hardships and sleepless nights had no doubt worn on her appearance. She'd wrestled with fears over the trial, a spike in air raids from Allied bombings, and dangers threatening the convent. At the start of lunch break, Lita eagerly trekked into the mess hall to find Reina. Provided with a half cup of rice gruel mixed with boiled weeds, she approached her friend eating at a table. "Reina!" Again she halted, but this time didn't bother to turn. "It's me, Lita." Reina stared down at her gruel for a moment before she downed her last spoonful. Then she up and left the table, deposited her bowl in a bin, and departed the room without a word. Lita struggled to understand. The shunning was obviously deliberate. But why? Reina was such a prideful person. Was she embarrassed to be seen laboring like a slave? Or had she felt abandoned, despite Lita's having no means to contact her? Perhaps unjustly, Reina blamed her for pressure over that ridiculous loyalty oath that, in the end, couldn't prevent either of them from winding up right back behind bars. Whatever the reason, Lita was determined to find out. Later that evening, as everyone prepared for sleep, Lita stood patiently, waiting to pounce. When Reina emerged from the lavatory, which was to say a small room for the chamber pots, Lita pulled her aside by the arm, spurring her friend to react with a quick look of fright. Lita suddenly recalled the brutality Reina had likely endured at the hands of the captivity and stepped back, providing her space. It would be logical to surmise that such cruelty had left her reclusive and distant. Yet Lita had witnessed her chatting freely in the garden. "Reina, what is it? Why aren't you speaking to me? She continued to avert her eyes. "It's almost lights out." Lita fumed. "I know, and I don't care." Reina tried to charge past, but Lita blocked her. "You're going to get us punished," Reina snapped. "So be it." Surely the consequences wouldn't be worse than anything they'd recently suffered. "And I'll do this again tomorrow night, and the night after that, until you tell me what's wrong." Reina looked off to the side, as if wanting to run but having nowhere to go. Lita softened her tone. "Reina, what's wrong? Have I done something?" Stiffly, she shook her head. A small consolation. "Then what? You can tell me." Reina's lips went taut, a clear attempt to suppress her emotions. "Was it the captivity?" Lita asked quietly. "Did they break your spirit?" The question drew a mirthless laugh. She looked at Lita then. "They did more than that. They broke me." The admission was one Lita never fathomed she'd hear from the toughest person she knew. "Oh, Reina, I'm so sorry." Tears brimmed in Reina's eyes. She angled away again and wiped at her face, and that's when Lita noticed her friend's index finger. Both of them. Blackened as if charred through. The cause was horrifically evident. How many sessions with that machine had the poor girl survived? Lita couldn't stop her own eyes from misting. She touched Reina's arm, gingerly this time, but again her friend pulled away. "Don't," she breathed, and now her tears were falling. "I don't deserve it." Lita gazed at her, trying to comprehend. Slowly, Reina turned back, chin and voice trembling. "It was me. I gave them your name. For so long I tried to be strong, but I needed them to stop. They promised they'd let me live if I just gave a name, and I couldn't take any more." A sob etched into her words. "I'm so sorry, Lita. I'm so sorry." The plea in her eyes, the shame, wrenched Lita's heart. Lita herself had been tortured for days. Reina presumably had endured it for months. How could Lita truly blame her? She couldn't say with even a speck of confidence that she wouldn't have done the very same had she known of Reina's activities, likely cracking sooner. Besides, Lita knew firsthand the burden of carrying guilt for an act that couldn't be changed, the uselessness of it all. She realized then how easily her mother would have forgiven her if given the chance. Through a blur of tears, she peered at Reina and insisted, "Now you listen to me. You have nothing to be sorry for. Nothing." She held her friend's other arm. "What you did kept you alive, and I could not be more grateful for that. Do you hear me?" Reina took this in, lips tight yet quivering. After a long moment, she tendered a nod. Then Lita enfolded her in a hug, and together they wept until lights out. Chapter 32. Eleanor. Los Baños Prison Camp, Laguna Province, February 1945. It had been a stretch of 7 blissful days, a week of eating enough food at each meal, of dispensing proper medicine to the patients in the infirmary, of seeing the camp children laughing and playing again, and mothers nursing their newborns. 7 blissful days of freedom. Not a one of them had ever expected to see Konishi and his troops again, not with the news that American troops, tens of thousands of them, were marching toward Manila, not with the sight of American warplanes continuing to soar in formation high above their heads. Had the internees known Konishi would be back in just a week's time, they might have fled the camp and taken their chances hiding in the jungle, dangerous though that might have been, especially if they had known he'd been ordered back in shame to Los Baños by an angry command post. His men came back to the camp in humiliation, some with injuries and bandaged heads from skirmishes with guerrilla armies of Filipino resistors. And when Konishi saw that his buildings had been raided and his food stores pillaged, he was livid. That afternoon, their first as, again, prisoners of the Empire of Japan, Konishi had ordered every internee to line up outside their barracks for a midday tenko and for an announcement. Over the loudspeaker, an interpreter told the assembled prisoners that they were to bring back all they had stolen, every article of clothing, every dish, every grain of rice. If the looted items were not returned, the punishment to the entire camp would be severe. Additionally, anyone who had been outside the camp in the last week was to be questioned as to what they did, what they saw, who they talked to, what they brought back with them. The announcement concluded with a declaration that anyone attempting to leave the camp, or who was seen even talking to someone outside the fence, would be executed. The food that had been taken from the Japanese stores was brought back, though a small percentage had already been consumed. For this offense, Konishi ordered that daily rations be cut in half and reduced to 2 servings a day, with each meal now the equivalent of about 200 calories, or 2 tablespoons of peanut butter. No food from outside was allowed in the camp, even if it was donated by the villagers. Anyone accepting food through the fence would be shot. Already devastated by Konishi's return, Eleanor's blood now ran cold at this announcement. The average 2-year-old was supposed to eat at least 1,000 calories a day, according to the dietary guidelines she'd learned in nursing school. Konishi was again sentencing all of them to a slow and painful death. They would all start dying of starvation-related illnesses, the sickest and weakest first, if the Americans did not come for them, and soon. She said as much to David as they sat under a tree and surreptitiously ate the last 2 dried mango slices he'd managed to hide. The guards had searched all the barracks after the afternoon announcement and removed everything the internees had bought in town, as well as their American money and much of their personal belongings to compensate for the food stores that had been eaten. They'd also found and confiscated the radio. "We won't survive, David. Not like this." "I know we won't," he replied. This surprised Eleanor. David was usually so positive about their imminent rescue. It worried her that he did not try to correct her now, that he didn't counter her concern with a confident proclamation that they would ultimately be victorious. "Some of us are coming up with a plan," he murmured, as he chewed the last of the mango slice. Alarm instantly zipped through her veins. Prisoners with a plan always meant danger. "What do you mean?" David looked at her, and then clearly decided he'd said too much. "It's nothing you need to worry about." "What plan?" she asked again. He shook his head and shoved the empty mango slice bag into his pants pocket. "It's nothing, Eleanor. I shouldn't have said anything. And hey, when they bring you to Konishi tomorrow to ask where you went in town, don't mention that you were with me. Just say that you went to see about getting some aspirin and cough syrup. It's true, that's what you did. They don't need to know the rest." The alarm morphed into something closer to dread. "You're scaring me, David." "You don't need to be scared." "But I am scared. Why don't you want me mentioning that I went into town with you?"
"Because they don't need to know," he said easily, dismissing her concern. "It's not a good idea for any of us to let Konishi know who our friends are. That is information he could use against us, so don't tell him." She could tell there was more to his request, but she also knew that if she asked him to explain himself, he would not tell her. He was protecting her from something, and she didn't know what it was. "Please, please be careful," she said. "I will. I promise." When she was taken to Konishi's office to account for her time in town, she did as David asked. She did not mention that she'd walked to town with a friend. She told the interpreter that she'd taken a pair of her supervisor's earrings to trade for medicine for the dispensary. This was noted, and Eleanor was dismissed. As she stood to leave, a group of 20 or so female internees pushed past a sentry and made their way into Konishi's office. Eleanor recognized a few of them as women she had treated at the infirmary for one ailment or another, as well as mothers whose children she'd cared for. The women looked indignant, and Eleanor stepped aside to make room for them at the front of the desk. Konishi looked up from his note-taking at the assembly in front of him. Eleanor quickly realized he had not summoned these women to his office. One of them stepped forward. "We demand that you restore our full rations and that you give the camp kitchen enough food for 3 meals a day." Another woman spoke up before Konishi could have his interpreter fire back a response. "We want to be able to buy food from villagers who come to the fence." Another one quickly stepped forward. "If you do not give us more food, we will tell the guerrilla armies what you have done, and they'll invade this place." And another said,
When the Americans get here and see how you have starved us, they will make you pay."
Konishi, finding his voice, yelled at them to be quiet and to get out, but they did neither. The women continued to shout their demands. Eleanor wanted to applaud, she wanted to cheer, but she was also afraid. The ruckus the women were creating had drawn the attention of guards standing outside. They were rushing in now with their rifles and bayonets, and started to prod the shouting women out of Konishi's office.
"The Americans will see what you have done. You will pay. They are coming, and you will pay."
Eleanor watched in rapt fascination until one of the guards poked her, too, and Konishi yelled at her to get out. She walked back to the hospital, amazed at the women's courage, and told the other nurses on duty what they had done.
"I wish I was braver," she told David that evening.
"You are brave. Every day you walk into that hospital to do what you do with practically nothing, you show how brave you are. Those women were brave for 10 minutes. You are brave every minute of every day. Only someone with courage could go into that hospital and care for people the way you do under the circumstances we are in."
"I don't feel brave," she said.
"I don't think bravery is something you feel, Eleanor. I think it's something you possess. I see courage in you all the time. Everyone at the camp does. You nurses are like angels from heaven to all of us."
She chuckled at this. "Angels? Us? With wings and everything?"
"I'm serious. Everywhere we go in this camp, we are made to feel like we are worthless, except at the hospital. That's the only place where we feel like we matter. You make us feel like we are worth saving. You make us feel human again."
She felt tears coming, from where she didn't know. Were they tears of gratitude, distress, affection, weariness, fear? Eleanor swiped them away, hoping David wouldn't notice. But he did. He bent over her and kissed her forehead. It was tender, sweet, the best and most beautiful first kiss she'd ever received from a man. He stood, abruptly perhaps, as if the sweetness of his gesture surprised him as well.
"I've got to go."
He turned and walked away before she could say anything else. It was as David was walking away, with the petal-soft feel of his kiss still on her skin, that she realized it had been weeks since she had thought of John. The kiss from David had brought John to mind, but only for a fleeting moment. As David disappeared from view, she realized that moving on from John would mean letting go completely, and that letting go would feel like this. Good and bad at the same time. But mostly good. Chapter 33. Penny. Santo Tomas internment camp, Manila. February 1945. It was obvious the Americans were on the outskirts of Manila. The sounds of shelling and explosions could be heard across the city, along with scattered gunshots. At times, the groups of internees gathered outside main buildings swore they could hear shouts toward the north of the city. All morning they waited, encouraged when the sounds of battle flared up, and discouraged when they died down. By afternoon things grew quiet, and they feared the Japanese had pushed the Americans back. They looked to the guards for clues about how the battle went, but they were just as mercurial as the internees, singing one moment and sulking the next. Everyone in camp could feel it in the air, however. Their imprisonment would end today, one way or another. By 5 o'clock that evening, the Japanese ordered all the internees to go indoors. They retreated in droves to main building, along with the hospital and education building. Penny, Maud, and Newt watched from the second-floor window in the nurses' quarters as the guards rolled a dozen barrels through the doors.
"They're putting gasoline in the stairwells," Jim Hobbs warned the internees as he went from room to room in the building. "The bastards are going to blow us up rather than let us be rescued."
A thrum of anxious conversation passed through the internees at this news. Fires burned throughout the city, and the report of machine guns grew closer. Some of the internees said it was on the other side of the gates now, so they threw open the windows to listen. Soon the sun fell below the horizon, but the city still glowed a bright orange, and then they heard the rat-tat-tat-tat-tat echo, if not on the other side of the gates, at least a few blocks away. But it wasn't until the Japanese cut the power to the camp at 9 o'clock that they really began to fear. It seemed as though the scent of gasoline wafted up the stairs, so thick and oily in the air they could taste it. When flares went up on the other side of the camp wall, several of the women screamed and dove for their cots, certain they were about to be burned alive. A low rumbling built in the earth. It emanated from deep within the ground and rattled up through the floor and into their bodies. The roar of engines and the crunch of tank tread followed. The internees ignored the orders they'd been given, along with the countless barrels of gasoline in the stairwell and the hallways of main building. By the hundreds and then thousands, they drifted out into the night air to see what was about to descend upon them. In the cupola-turned guard tower, men were shouting, waving their arms. The Japanese soldiers had given up on their choreographed marches through the camp, and now they scurried from one shelter to another, looking over their shoulders in fear. It was as though the internees no longer existed. All attempts to frighten and manipulate them were abandoned. They had bigger problems now. And two of those problems, in the form of 50,000-pound Sherman tanks, broke down the gates of Santo Tomas with a boom and a clang loud enough to wake the dead. The men, women, and children now gathered outside main building froze. It hadn't occurred to them that it could be anyone but the Americans. Yet now, seeing the great metal behemoths roll toward them, they hesitated, shrank back. The first tank rattled right up to the front steps of main building, and in the momentary lull that followed, Penny could hear the scrape of a latch and then the metal whine of hatches being lifted on each tank. Two dark figures, rifles in hand, rose from the bellies of those beasts. In all the years that followed, she would never forget what happened next. The soldier in the first tank took off his cap and said, in a perfectly distinct American accent, "Hello, folks." As the crowd around her erupted in cheers, Penny Franklin sank to her knees and sobbed. She wasn't the only one, of course. Weeping filled the night air. But then, strangely, it was replaced by the sound of wavering voices. One turning to 10, turning to 1,000, all of them choked by emotion, singing a familiar refrain. "God bless America." Penny didn't sing. Even then, in that moment of euphoria. But she did remain exactly where she was, on her knees, face turned to the night sky, tears streaming down her cheeks, and whispered every word of that song, as though it were a prayer. As more tanks and trucks rolled through the gates, the American troops threw on a series of floodlights, illuminating the center of camp in a strange, unnatural light. Onozaki had no intention of making it easy on them, however. He and 70 of his officers had fled to the education building shortly before the tanks broke down the front gates and barricaded themselves inside, along with the 200 internees who had taken shelter there. Before long, the windows were thrown open and men hung out, waving their arms. "Help!" they shouted. "They're holding us hostage!" The whine of the camp speakers filled the night air, followed by crackling, then the sound of Akibo's voice. "In exchange for the lives of the prisoners in this building, Commandant Onozaki requires the safe passage of all Imperial Japanese troops out of Santo Tomas and through enemy lines so we can join our forces. A team of negotiators will be sent out in 10 minutes. A team, Penny thought, no doubt led by Akibo himself, and justified in the belief that they were not surrendering, an act of great dishonor, but performing a tactical maneuver. The internees were furious at the demand, and they shouted, "Kill the monsters!" But the American soldiers, sensing the rage building in the crowd, moved through the internees, reassuring them that the time of Japanese control over Santo Tomas was finished. They had no more power here. As she'd guessed, 10 minutes later, Lieutenant Akibo led a small group of officers out the front doors of the education building and across the plaza. The crowd stepped back, glaring. Most cursed them. Some spit. Akibo pretended not to care, but Penny saw his jaw clench as he approached the steps of main building. To be so insulted by prisoners, she could almost see the waves of fury radiate from him. Penny watched as a group of American officers surrounded them. A tall, burly sergeant stepped forward. He unsnapped the chin strap under his helmet, then pulled it off. Like many of the red-blooded American men she knew, he was chewing a plug of tobacco. He spit a wad of brown juice right at Akibo's feet, then smiled. "Hand over your weapons," he ordered. "Raise your hands." Each of the Japanese officers carried a pistol and a sword. Some of them had bayonets as well, but none of them moved. After years of absolute control, the realization had come late that they'd lost it in the span of one evening.
"That wasn't a request,"
the sergeant said, and his men drew weapons of their own. Metallic clicks filled the air as hammers drew back. Penny raised up on tiptoe to see Akibo's face. He caught the movement out of the corner of his eye and met her gaze. Hatred, domination, power. They were at the root of his prolonged torment of her. Even as his eyes tightened into a glare, Penny their sole focus, the other officers reluctantly obeyed. Guns, swords, knives, all dropped to the ground with muffled thuds. 4 sets of hands rose into the air, accepting defeat. But not Akibo's. Still fully armed and defiant, he ground his teeth together.
"For an English-speaking man, you ain't very smart,"
the sergeant told him. This, to Akibo, must have been the final insult. Finally, he lifted his hands, but not in the air. They went toward the small pouch affixed to the shoulder of his uniform. Too defiant for even the possibility of defeat, every soldier in the Imperial Japanese Army was issued a suicide grenade. Better death than surrender. As Lieutenant Akibo reached for his grenade, the sergeant pulled the trigger. The shot went clean through Akibo's right hand, blowing a plum-sized hole in his palm, then into his chest. He toppled backward onto the steps with a howl of fury. Blood spread across the steps. "Penny!" A tiny body crashed into hers, and there was Newt, tears in her eyes, hair wild. "Is it true? Are we free?" The little girl had lived half her life in Manila. She could no more differentiate a U.S. military uniform from a Japanese uniform than she could speak Latin or rebuild a carburetor. "Yes, honey." Penny scooped the child into her arms. "It's true. Is that why they shot him?" "No, honey. They shot him because he was going to hurt us." She knelt and caught Newt's face in her hands. "I don't want you to look, okay?" The only thing preventing the internees from stomping Akibo to death were the soldiers, but they spit on him and hurled insults regardless. "Stay here," Penny said. She pushed through the crowd until she found the sergeant. "I need to speak with that man." She pointed at Akibo. "I'm a nurse." He lifted an eyebrow.
"You want to treat him?"
"All I said was I need to speak with him." Just in case, the sergeant leaned over Akibo and removed the grenade as Penny knelt beside him. "What do you want?" he hissed. As Akibo had done so long ago, Penny reached out and undid the first button on his shirt. "I want what's mine," she said, then bent closer. "And I'd like the record to show that I owe you nothing." She carefully undid the clasp, then slid the necklace into her pocket. The American sergeant watched, stone-faced, as she continued. "I am a nurse and an officer in the United States Army. I've taken an oath to care for those who are ill and injured, and I can tell by the pink foam bubbling from the corner of your mouth that the bullet has nicked your lung. Do you want me to treat your injury?" Few things reveal the true nature of a person like success and defeat, and in Akibo's case, the civil, urbane nature he had tried to project, with all of his American education, dissolved at Penny's offer. He was wrong about one very important thing he'd said when she first arrived at Santo Tomas. She wasn't powerless, not in the ways that really mattered. Mercy was always power. He, however, remained without honor. Akibo's teeth were pink with blood when his lips curled around them. "I would rather die." "I will leave you to it, then." Chapter 34. Lita. Women's Correctional Institution, Mandaluyong. February 1945. Stay strong, darling. Since the note from Ida Huba arrived 4 days ago, tucked in a basket of food, enabled by her bribery of a senior guard, Lita had clung to the supportive words. Particularly now, as the smoky air, even inside the cell house, stung her eyes from aerial bombings that had recently become a daily occurrence. Aircraft engines droned, as usual, layered by the thudding of anti-aircraft guns. From a distance came the whistling of falling bombs and roars of explosions. The notion of the Allies gaining ground was a wondrous thing, yet was accompanied by fear. It was a strange thing to cheer for the side whose efforts in fighting for your homeland were also destroying it. Mopping the floor of a cell, Lita attempted to push away visions of the convent burning from incendiaries, the children encircled by fire, calling out for her, knowing only that she'd left them and had never come back, which could very well be the case. An errant payload could just as easily end her own life, if not the equally formidable threat of starvation. A day after Lita's arrival, rice rations were cut to 2 spoonfuls per meal. The spinach and camotes, which her father called sweet potatoes, that Reyna struggled to grow in the stony garden, were too paltry to sustain any number of inmates. And although Lita had been rationing Ida's foodstuffs when sharing with others, those too would be gone shortly. With every passing day of laboring from sunrise to sunset, she could feel herself tiring faster, even more so than from her usual lingering effects from malaria. Reyna, too, had weakened noticeably since her arrest, and while she would sometimes darkly jest about winding up in the dead house, the outbuilding for the deceased near the prison's front gate, they all knew it was a fate that hovered over them all. "Soldiers!" A frantic scream traveled through the cell house. "Soldiers are here!" Lita froze at the warning. She listened for the crack of rifle shots. Just days ago, they'd rung out from the adjacent hospital when Japanese troops, according to a prison guard, executed all the American and British patients. It had only further proven what Lita long suspected. Even if the Imperial forces lost the war, it scarcely meant the soldiers would simply lay down their guns and walk away. "Lita! Lita!" Reyna rushed inside and into view. "They're here!" Lita's thoughts spiraled with places to hide, spots she'd considered for just this event. But then Reyna's mouth curved up. A smile. "Who?" The word barely formed against Lita's fear that good news couldn't be real. "Americans!" Tears shimmered in Reyna's eyes. "The American army! Come see!" Lita hurried after Reyna to reach the courtyard. The sight of GIs beaming proudly while carrying their rifles nearly caused Lita's legs to give out. Several inmates, including Reyna, planted kisses on the soldiers' cheeks. Some even went straight for their mouths. None of the fellas complained. Instinctively, Lita searched their faces. Upon asking, she confirmed no soldiers were from Bilibid. But then, watching the scene, she soaked in the exuberance of the moment and cried tears of joy. "This has definitely got to be a dream." She heard Lawhon's words in her mind and wished desperately that he were here, aware that, in a way, he was. Led by a colonel's jeep, the liberated inmates rode open trucks toward what the driver called a safe zone. They moved slowly over roads jammed with convoys. Allied tanks, trucks, and soldiers were everywhere. Lita's thrill from the liberation gradually dampened, however, upon entering the city. She was unprepared for the actual scope of Manila's devastation. As if struck by a colossal typhoon, entire blocks had become piles of rubble. Of the buildings that remained, many bore shattered windows and pockmarks from bullets. Roofs were half torn away. Once vibrant trees were burned to charred stumps. Bloated corpses, some Japanese, the majority Filipino women, kids, and the elderly, lay strewn across sidewalks, their stench strangling the air. It was the aftermath at Little Baguio on a massive scale. Except here, there was a convent that might no longer be standing, with children whose lives might not have been spared. Chapter 35. Eleanor. Los Baños Prison Camp, Laguna Province. February 1945. The women's demands at the quartermaster's office had changed nothing. Only a few days later, while Eleanor was working at the hospital, a gunshot rang out, and then another one, and another. A minute or two later, a Japanese officer strode into the infirmary and told Dr. Nance a prisoner had been shot. He needed to come. Nance reached for his medical bag and told Eleanor to grab material for tourniquets and to follow him. Someone probably tried to escape. At the northern perimeter of the camp, near an incline and a grouping of trees, lay a man. Blood was puddled about him. Dr. Nance and Eleanor ran to render assistance, but it was obvious when they reached him that the internee was already dead from bullet wounds to his head, chest, and abdomen. There were no bullet wounds to his back, where one would expect a prisoner trying to escape would be shot. Tucked under the man's arm was a chicken, its neck already wrung. Near the body was a burlap sack of spilled coconuts and bananas. The man had snuck out of camp to get food.
"He was shot when he came back to the camp?"
Nance exclaimed in utter bewilderment to the officer.
"Take the body away," the officer said.
"But look, he had just snuck out to get food," Eleanor found herself saying, equally bewildered. "And he came back! He came back!" One of the guards turned to her and told her in broken English to be silent.
"I'll need one of my orderlies to help me carry this body," Nance said.
The officer pointed to Eleanor.
"She will help you."
Dr. Nance and Eleanor stood.
"Take his legs, Eleanor," the doctor said.
As she lifted the dead man's legs and Nance grabbed him under his arms, a bag of rice and some candy fell out of the man's pants pocket. One of the guards bent down, grabbed the items, and shoved them in his own pocket. Word of the killing spread through the camp. Eleanor learned the man, whose name was Pat Hell, had a sick friend in his barracks. He had gone in search of food so his friend would have the strength to fight off whatever was making him ill. And then it happened again. An internee named George Lewis, who'd been a mechanic for Pan Am before the occupation, was shot trying to sneak back under the perimeter fence. He'd gone out to bring back food, too. Again, Nance went out to the fence, and again Eleanor went with him. As they neared him, they could see that George, lying on the ground with blood at his shoulder, was still alive. Nance started to rush toward him. One of the guards raised his rifle to stop him.
"No, he's not dead. Let me go to him," Nance pleaded. "No. Please, let me help him. No."
Nance turned to Eleanor and one of the committee members, a man named Gray, who had joined them at the fence.
"Go to the commandant's office," he said to Eleanor. "Ask to speak to Konishi. With Gray along, you should have no trouble gaining an audience with him. Tell him the medical director of this camp respectfully requests that the wounded man be delivered to the camp hospital for medical care."
Eleanor and the other man sped over to Konishi's office. When the interpreter had been called for, Eleanor bowed low and repeated Nance's entreaty, word for word. The interpreter listened to Konishi's response and then turned to Eleanor.
"The inmates at this camp are aware that anyone caught escaping or on the outside getting food will be shot. This is known to you. The man shall be executed."
"What?" Eleanor gasped.
"You can't do that," Gray exclaimed. "International law is very clear on this. A prisoner cannot be executed if returning to the camp, only if caught trying to escape."
The interpreter delivered this message to Konishi, but the quartermaster replied,
"It is the commandant's order that this man be executed."
Konishi was done discussing the matter. He told them to leave. By the time Eleanor and Gray met up with Nance again, George Lewis had been dragged a bit further into the compound. Another internee gave him a cigarette to smoke to distract him from the pain of the gunshot wound to his shoulder. Dr. Nance was standing many feet away, a rifle trained on him should he attempt to render aid.
"He's going to be executed," Gray said to Nance in a somber whisper. "Konishi won't be persuaded. He said the commandant demands it."
"This is madness," Nance whispered back, shaking his head. While they watched, Japanese soldiers approached George Lewis, rolled him onto a wooden stretcher, and bore him to the guard post near the main gate. Seconds later, another shot rang out. George Lewis's body was delivered to the hospital a short while later, with a fatal gunshot to the forehead. Dr. Nance was instructed to write on the death certificate that George died from a single bullet wound received while attempting to re-enter the camp from outside it. He refused, and no one from the commandant's office demanded he comply. An hour later, the cemetery crew came to collect the body for burial. David was among them.
"See if you can come with me," he said to Eleanor when he was sure no one else was listening. "I want to tell you something."
He walked away before she could respond to help lift the body into the plain wooden coffin that fellow internees had made. Eleanor turned to Dr. Nance and Laura, who were overseeing the transfer. "I'd like to go to the burial if that's all right," she said to them. Nance and the head nurse both nodded, thinking perhaps Eleanor needed to see this man, whose only crime was sneaking food into the camp, safely resting in peace. She stood at the gravesite with a handful of other internees who'd come to pay their final respects to George Lewis. The camp priest spoke of George's last selfless act on this earth, his courage and concern for his fellow inmates, and then he commended George's soul to God. The priest prayed over the coffin and made the sign of the cross. Then the short service concluded. The few gathered walked away as the cemetery team lowered the coffin into the ground and then shoveled dirt on top of it. Eleanor lingered. She waited until the task was done and the 2 other members of the team started to walk away to return the shovels to the Japanese. They were not allowed to keep them in between burials. She and David stood for a moment over the freshly packed earth. Then he turned to her.
"The man who gave George his last cigarette," David said. "He was able to speak to George for a few minutes. George told him he spoke to a man in town who'd been traveling through this area on his way to Manila to get medicine for his wife and was now traveling back home to Mindanao. He had noticed our camp out here in the jungle on his way to Manila. It seemed such an out-of-the-way place for a POW camp, so he thought perhaps he should make the Americans aware of it. He found out our 148th Regiment had retaken the Pandacan district. Eleanor, he asked to see someone in charge, and he told them he guessed there were maybe 2,000 of us here. The army didn't even know we are here, but they know now. They know. It won't be long now."
Eleanor looked at him, incredulous. "How could they not know we are here? How could they not know that?"
"That's not the point," David said. "The point is they do now."
"Then where are they? Why haven't they come? Did he tell them we are starving? Every day we have less to eat. Every day someone in this camp dies because of it. Every day."
"I know. I thought you'd find this little bit of news encouraging. It's actually really good news."
They walked in silence for a few minutes, and then he seemed to suddenly remember how small the camp was, how many guards were on patrol, how easy it was to notice who the inmates conversed with, how easy it might be to eavesdrop on them.
"I've got to go."
He was gone in a second, and Eleanor wished she had thanked him for trying to cheer her up. It was good news what he had told her. She was grateful that the Filipino man had taken the trouble to let the American military in Manila know there was a prison camp in the middle of a jungle near Los Baños. But they could only wait so long for their rescue. Chapter 36. Penny. Santo Tomas Internment Camp, Manila. February 1945. Penny went in search of the burly sergeant who shot Akibo. The Japanese were gone, having marched out of camp within hours of its liberation. Onozaki had led his men through the gates, their dead and wounded on stretchers, as the newly freed internees heckled their departure. Onozaki had arranged the release of the prisoners himself, after a short firefight in which a number of Japanese and American soldiers were killed. To Onozaki it was a negotiation, not surrender, and they left Santo Tomas to the Americans. Still, a week later it felt strange to be standing here, no longer subjugated by their captors.
"Ma'am."
The sergeant tapped his helmet as though saluting.
"How can I help?"
"Corregidor. The Japanese kept some of our men there when the island fell. Engineers mostly, but a quartermaster too, by the name of Charlie Russell. They were tasked with rebuilding the tunnels." He nodded. "Can you tell me—" Penny cleared her throat, tried again. "Are they alive? Have you gotten any word?" The corners of his eyes pinched together in sympathy.
"All I know is we're fighting to retake the island. But anyone left behind was sent to the Kanabatuan prison camp over a year ago."
"Where's that?"
100 miles north of here. We liberated it 10 days ago."
Penny grabbed his sleeve. "Charlie Russell? Was he there?"
"I don't have the names, ma'am. There were only 500 men left by the time we got there. The rest had already been moved through Bilibid prison, then put on hell ships and sent away."
"Bilibid? You've been there too?" He nodded.
"There were over 1,000 men left when we got there, all of them sick or wounded. But I don't know about your fella."
"It's okay," she whispered finally, and hated the way her eyes stung. "Thank you."
"Don't worry. We'll get them all back, one way or another."
He gave her an apologetic pat on the shoulder before returning to his post. Penny looked to the north, to the far horizon and billowing towers of smoke. Manila burned, and beyond the wreckage lay the peninsula. Somewhere out there, Charlie Russell was waiting for her, and she had to believe that he was still alive and would keep his promise, that he would come for her, for the flag, for that kiss. Because the alternative was beyond comprehension. Santo Tomas was chaotic that afternoon. People coming and going, military trucks roaring through the streets. And all across the city they could hear the constant barrage of gunfire, shouts, screams. The STIC might have been secured by the U.S. Army, but the rest of Manila had devolved into a kind of hell that Penny could not allow herself to think about. So she paid no mind as a convoy of trucks rumbled through the front gate. More soldiers, she assumed. More food and supplies to ward off 4 years' worth of neglect and malnutrition. It wasn't until someone called her name that she paid the new arrivals any mind. "Penny!" She searched the crowd but saw no one she recognized. Again, her name ran out. "Penny!" 3 times it rose above the noisy courtyard, and then she saw a figure, small and thin, waving at her frantically as she eased down from the bed of a truck. Dark hair, broad smile. "Lita!" Another young Filipina woman climbed from the truck, and they exchanged a few words before Lita moved toward her with a limp. Penny met her halfway and pulled Lita tight. She was alarmed at the way Lita's ribs pressed through the thin burlap dress, at her dull hair, at her hiss of pain at their embrace. "Are you okay?" She set her hands gingerly on Lita's shoulders. "Yes, mostly. Long story." "Is that Reina?" Penny nodded at the other girl who still stood beside the truck. "It is." "She okay?" "About the same as me." They hadn't seen each other in a year, but one glance was all it took to know that a lifetime's worth of sorrow had passed for each of them in those long months. "Eleanor?" Lita asked. Penny shook her head. "I don't know." "Is she still at Los Baños?" "Last I heard. But it's been a year and a half. No word on whether they've been liberated yet." "And you?" Lita asked. "How are you?" Penny looked at the fading bruises on Lita's jaw and collarbones, the tattered clothes, and that look in her eyes, a well of loss that was fathoms deep. "I could ask the same." Lita smiled faintly. "But I asked first." "I'm better this week than last." "I've been so worried about you. And Father Domingo. I haven't heard anything from him since before I was arrested." Penny caught her breath. "Lita, it's okay. I'm fine, really." "He's dead. Father Domingo. He was executed 5 months ago when they discovered the priests had tunneled out of the camp." "Oh, heavens. No." Lita, tired and overwhelmed, battered by experiences Penny had yet to learn about, looked at a loss from the wave of emotions. Penny wrapped her arms around her friend, and they stood in the courtyard, letting the late afternoon sun warm them. After a moment, Lita pulled away and squared her shoulders, as though ready to take this next bit of news on the chin. "What about Bilibid?" "Liberated on the 4th, the day after Santo Tomas." "And the men that were held there?" "I was told that just over 1,000 of them were still there when our troops arrived. The healthy ones were sent on the hell ships, but the sick and wounded were left behind. The army has it secured, same as here, and is using it as a staging point." Penny watched the fear gather in Lita's eyes. "You're worried about Lawhon?" She nodded. "I saw him a second time at the prison, and he was wounded, but it's been over a year." "Well then, I'll keep asking around. I'm sure we'll know more soon." Lita nodded again with a trace of wistfulness and asked, "Have you heard anything about Santa Catalina?" "I'd been living there, helping care for the kids the nuns had taken in. After all the bombings, though, and the way the city looks—" "Not to worry. We'll find out about them, too. In the meantime, I'm sure the sisters have kept them all safe." Penny looped her arm gently through Lita's. "Come with me. Let's get you some clothes and something to eat." Lita glanced back over her shoulder and motioned for Reina to join them, but she followed at a distance, giving them space to talk. As they walked toward the mess hall, they were intercepted by Newt. She had an Army K-ration in each hand, and one between her teeth. As usual, the girl threw herself at Penny, crashing into her with a force that nearly knocked her over. She mumbled something unintelligible around the foil packet in her mouth. Her entire body quivered with excitement, and the stream of words never stopped, even though the only one Penny could decipher was food. "And who's this?" Lita asked. Penny ruffled Newt's tangled curls and shrugged. "I suppose you could say that she's mine." Chapter 37. Lita. Santo Tomas Internment Camp, Manila, February 1945. No one Lita asked at Santo Tomas knew anything about the condition of the convent. Since it was just a ways down the road, however, folks were confident that if any major explosions had occurred, the internees would have heard them. This put Lita's mind at ease just enough to dine with Penny, with cautious food portions, of course. Especially for Reina, overindulging could be a dangerous shock to the system. After bathing, Lita borrowed an actual blouse, skirt, and fresh sandals. Reina did the same. They almost looked and felt like real people again. By late afternoon, Lita had full intention of venturing to Santa Catalina. But hit by a sudden wave of exhaustion, assuredly from the lowering of her constant guard, she couldn't resist a nap on a cot Penny had scrounged up for her. When Lita opened her eyes, she was covered in a blanket, and it was almost evening. The next day. She learned this from a woman departing the room, leaving Lita all alone. The surrounding cots were vacant, but for mussed blankets for those who must have slept and woken, and were now roaming the camp. Rumblings from distant explosions continued. Goodness, those hadn't roused her either. Sitting up, Lita had to chuckle at her clothes, all wrinkled from top to bottom. So much for appearing freshened up. "Well, look who's alive," Penny smiled, entering the room. "Apparently I was tired." "I'll say. I confess, a few times I did check to make sure you were breathing." She said this lightly, though surely there was valid truth in it. "Did Reina get some rest?" "She did. A good deal, I think. She's been catching up with some nurses from hospital, too." "Oh, good. That's wonderful." Reconnecting with them would hopefully help get Reina back to her old self. The nicer version, though. "How about some food? You must be hungry by now." "I'm still waking up, but I'm sure I'll be famished soon." Moreover, another task took precedence. "Before then, I thought I'd go check in on the kids at the convent. The sun's already setting, and it seems a bit dicey out there. You don't want to wait until morning?" "No, but thanks. I've already waited long enough." Penny pursed her lips, hesitant. "All right, I'll come with you. No chance I'm letting you out of my sight that soon." She winked, and Lita agreed with a smile. "Sorry, girls," said the American guard, young and dark-haired, posted at the gate. He projected over the fading buzz of aircraft engines. "Wandering out there isn't a wise idea." "We're not wandering," Lita clarified, again. "Would it be better if we go in the morning?" Penny asked him. "Honestly, I still advise against it." The pale orange sky was swiftly losing light, and Lita was losing patience. She could have been halfway there already. "Then how about you send a GI with us?" "I would if I could, but there ain't a single one to spare." Lita huffed, not hiding her exasperation. With an air of reluctance, the guard leaned in and lowered his volume. "Look, the reports we're getting are ugly. The Japs, they know they're losing, so they seem hell-bent on taking as many Filipinos down with them as they can. Old folks, kids, babies even. They're hunting them down. A real bloodbath. I can only imagine what they do to a couple of pretty gals like you." The recollection of casualties on the sidewalks wrung Lita's stomach. She had taken them for people caught inadvertently in the crossfire, not targets. Penny stared at her, equally shaken. "Lita!" Reina called over in greeting. Strolling with a pair of nurses from Hospital 2, she said something to them, then broke away as they continued on. "What are you two doing over here? Are you heading out?" "No, miss," the guard answered for them. "I was just making clear that you're all staying put." He was about to add more, but a soldier at the far end of the gate hollered to summon him. "Be back in a jiff." The instant he walked away, Raina whispered, "What's going on?" "It's the children at the convent," Penny said. Terrified she'd waited too long, Lita decided, "I'm going there now. By morning it could be too late." Raina's expression turned grave. She didn't probe for details. Furtively, she peered over her shoulder toward the gate guards. "I'll give the cue when we can slip out." "I'm ready when you are," Penny said. "Raina," Lita interjected, though touched. "Penny and I can go. You should stay and rest." Raina furrowed her brow. "I'm as much their Tita as you are." Then she softened and smiled wryly. "Plus, I don't need any fellow telling me what to do." Indeed, there was a glimpse of the old Raina. Shadows from the surrounding buildings grew as Lita led her friends at a steady clip. Their gazes constantly darted to the front, the back, the sides, searching for any signs of movement in the shops and departments flanking them. A short burst of machine gun fire rang out, halting them all at once. "That sounded awfully close," Penny whispered, voicing what Lita was thinking. "Let's hurry this up," Raina said. Lita nodded, and they hastened their steps to a plodding jog. What was her plan now? Initially it had been to confirm the children were okay, but was anywhere outside Santo Tomas safe? Then came a scream, prolonged and curdling from somewhere to the left. At the jungle hospitals, they'd all learned the sound of agony. More recently, Lita recognized it from the torture rooms of the Campetai. Clearly, so did Raina, who winced. "We're nearly there," Lita reminded them both, an assurance even as her pulse accelerated. Her leg ached from so much movement, but she shoved the thought down. From the bend in the road, Santa Catalina appeared up on the right. As they hustled onward, Raina's gait gained a tired rhythm, and Lita's own energy was draining. Penny, too, seemed to be pulling strength from a depleted well. Still, there was no time to rest. Upon reaching the front door, Lita let out a small sigh of relief. So far, the building appeared intact and showed no sign of intrusion. She tried the handle. Locked. A good thing, potentially. The group could be holed up inside. Then again, there were side doors and windows, plenty of ways to break in. She needed to get them out, bring them to the only safe zone she knew. She knocked lightly. Dull, ineffective sounds. The door wasn't markedly thick, but still, it was solid wood. Lacking a choice, she pounded twice with her fist. Penny inhaled a sharp, nervous breath. The pounding felt amplified with the sounds of munitions waning. Come on, Lita murmured toward the door. Penny faced the other way, keeping lookout. "I don't see any lights." Raina was peeking into a large window over to the side, tilting her head to see between the curtains of the nun's office. "Might be good news," Penny whispered. "Maybe they went somewhere else to be safe." "Where, though?" Lita said. "With 18 kids, who'd have space for them?" An obvious spot dawned on her. The storm cellar. Around the back. More gunshots blasted, these ones from a rifle. They all faced the road and listened. Another shot fired from somewhere unseen. Too close. Now muffled screams followed. Far too close. "Let's go," Raina ordered. Quietly, they sprinted around the corner of the building, slipping past the line of shrubbery. The slanted cellar doors lay shut, with the padlock missing from the latch. The children and nuns could be in there, or had been. Lita leaned down low and first tapped on the heavily weathered planks, a gentle alert. Then Whisper shouted in Tagalog where the doors met at the middle. "Sisters, it's Lita. I'm coming in." She grabbed a ring pull and tugged. The door rattled, yet only budged a little, secured from within. "They're inside," she said to her friends, hopeful. Suddenly she wondered if the children might be safest right where they were. But then she noted the condition of the cellar doors. Likely from years of typhoons, the hinges were rusted and bolts a bit crooked. One door was slightly cockeyed, leaving a thin crack. She doubted it would take much work for dogged Japanese soldiers to break through. A tiny slice of light shone through the crack. Further encouraged, she tapped on the planks again and directed her words through the opening. "Sister Cecilia, open up! Raina and Penny are here too. We're here to take you to Santo Tomas." Penny's face flickered with a surprise that then dropped away as she nodded, because it was the best solution. "Lita," Raina rasped, holding up a rusted padlock. "It's been broken off." A hand-sized rock lay on the ground by Raina's feet. Either the nuns had removed the busted lock at some point, or the people taking shelter down below were strangers. If the latter, could they possibly be armed themselves? Men's voices drifted vaguely from the direction of the road, faint bootsteps. Lita had to take the risk. "Please, open up! It's Lita! We don't have time!" The planks rattled. A sliding noise suggested a wooden bar being removed. Then the left door pushed up a few inches, revealing Sister Cecilia. Thank goodness. Lita spoke to her in Tagalog. "Are all the children in there?" "Yes," she replied, fear riding her features. "2 other families also." This news jarred Lita, if but a second. "Of course. We'll take you all." From the corner she caught a movement in the shrubbery and stifled a gasp. Penny had snuck over and was surveying the road. Twisting back halfway, she waved for them to hurry. Raina was already helping open the cellar doors fully, and with caution. The creaks from the hinges raised the tiny hairs on Lita's arms. "Sister," Lita said, "we have to go now." But the woman was heading back down, causing Lita a jolt of panic, until she glimpsed the nun holding a finger to her lips, reiterating silence to everyone below. Then she sent the children up the stairs. Lita's relief from the mere sight of their sweet, beloved faces helped tamp the anxiousness gripping her. As swiftly as possible, the cellar was vacated, and the whole group funneled past the shrubbery. Several pairs of children clutched each other's hands. Sister Cecilia carried one of the littlest ones. The 2 sets of parents, offering grateful looks, took care of their own children while helping others along. At the rear, Raina and the other nuns assisted in keeping the kids moving. Along the side of the building, Penny and Lita peered around and found the area clear. They were about to head out when the men's voices returned, louder, speaking Japanese. The sounds of bootsteps affirmed their approach. Lita spotted them at last, coming down the road from the right. She pulled her head back to stay out of view, with Penny, and glanced over at Raina, who stared with intensity. She'd heard the men too. Lita raised a hand, a group command to wait and be still. But these were children, and they were fidgety. Lita's heart pounded harder with every rustling movement that could give them away. A metallic hammering sound came from the front of the convent. Lita stealthily peeked and discovered the pair of Japanese soldiers now at the door. One was slamming the butt of his rifle at the door handle. The other began striking a window with his own rifle. They had crazed eyes, and their uniforms and bayonets were covered in blood. They were so close, Lita feared they could hear her breathing. The front door handle clattered on the ground. Over and over, the soldiers kicked the door until it flew open, and then they stormed inside. The rest of the road was clear, for the moment. Lisa looked at Penny, a wordless message traded between them. This was their only chance. Penny took the helm with a child clinging to each of her hands. She kept tight to the buildings on the left, traveling as quick as their small legs allowed. A hazy gray-blue was now dimming the sky. The orange nearly vanished. Lita stayed behind to usher the others past, while keeping an eye on the front door, prepared to hold back any remnants of the group and attempt to hide them should the soldiers reemerge. It was just a matter of time before they discovered the place empty. When Raina brought the last of the children around the corner, Lita joined her while continuing to peek back at the convent. The children at the front were now rounding the bend. From there, it was a straight path to the camp. Almost there, Lita told herself, until interrupted by a high-pitched wail. A little girl near the back was shrieking, having fallen. A nun picked her up and tried frantically to calm her, but the girl, holding up the hand she seemed to have scoffed, only screamed louder. A collective panic seized hold. "Run!" Lita ordered in a quiet yell, and she motioned for those in her view to charge forward. She glanced back at the convent and caught sight of what resembled a figure before it dropped away as she followed the bend herself. The gates of Santo Tomas appeared up on the right, but a stretch still remained. Penny was sprinting with the children while checking behind her, making sure all the others were keeping up. Soon the ones in front were veering toward the camp gate. Battling exhaustion, Lita focused on her own feet, right, left, as her legs begged to stop, wanting to collapse like a marionette's. Raina's breath sounded shallow as she pushed herself with evident effort. Yet Lita didn't realize how far they'd fallen behind until Junjun broke away and barreled toward them. "Tita!" he called out. The fear in his voice told her he didn't want to lose her again. "Junjun, no!" she urged in Tagalog. "Go the other way!" But he embraced her waist, slowing her down. "Junjun, you have to go! Run to my friend Penny, please!" Raina swiftly pried him off and rushed with him towards Santo Tomas. A shot blasted from behind, and Lita stumbled to the ground. A searing pain from landing on her kneecap shot through her leg like lightning. Through her instant tears, she strained to look back and found one of the soldiers standing at the bend with a rifle raised. Her thoughts jumped back to the kids. She was relieved to see the last of the group turning into the camp. Another shot rang out, and she reflexively flattened herself as her limbs shook. Back outside the gate, Penny swooped up Junjun in her arms and was yelling for someone to help. Lita's body protested moving, yet her mind countered with logic. Remaining here was suicide. She was scrambling to rise when Raina arrived at her side, hunched low, and grabbed hold. Together they were halfway to standing when Lita's knee buckled from the weight. "Just go," Lita urged. Ignoring her, Raina continued to guide her up. But then more bullets flew, a peppering of them. Lita ducked low on the ground with Raina, hands over their heads, until the shooting stopped. At last, when Lita dared raise her eyes, she discovered the gate guards holding their rifles, and behind her a Japanese soldier on the ground, sprawled and lifeless. Chapter 38. Penny. Santo Tomas Internment Camp, Manila, February 1945. "She can't come with us," Maud said. "But we can't leave her here," Penny whispered. A mere day after rescuing the children from the convent, she felt more protective of Newt than ever, her nerves still frayed by their close call with the Japanese soldiers. "She's just a child." Newt sat on her cot, arranging the contents of a K-ration in order of most to least desirable. Every day since their liberation, the child had weaseled an extra ration out of the hands of army soldiers and taken them back to the nurses' quarters, where she'd cherry-picked her favorite items, usually the cake, candy, gum, and dried fruit bars, and gave the canned meat and cheese to other children around the camp. The cigarettes were confiscated by the nurses and passed around in the evenings. "I think you've forgotten whose child she is, Penny." "That's not fair." "You have been really good to that girl, but she has a mother, and it's not you. Her mother is in the U.S., thousands of miles away, and her father is here. Maybe, if he's even alive, somewhere out in the jungle fighting hand-to-hand with the gorillas. We can't leave her alone to wait for him." "No, he's here." "What?" Maud set her hand on Penny's shoulder. "She cannot come with us because her father is at the hospital. He's asking for her. But I wanted to give you the chance to say goodbye." "No." Penny shook her head. "That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't... I can't... I need more time." And the thought almost made her laugh. Time was all she'd had for the last 4 years. Endless piles of time. The never-ending stream of days had nearly made her insane, and now she'd give anything for just a few more. But suddenly all the sand had slipped through the hourglass. "You have 30 minutes, Maud said. "I'll go tell him she's on the way." Penny took Newt to the acacia tree. "I have something for you," she said as they settled onto the grass and leaned against the tree. Newt wiped crumbs from her mouth. "What?" she asked around a mouthful of dry biscuit. Penny reached into her pocket and pulled out the necklace. It lay in her palm, a twisted vine of gold chain with that oblong nugget at the end. "For me? Really?" Penny undid the clasp and hung it around the child's neck. "In a few hours, a plane is coming to take me away from here." "Take me with you." "I wish I could, baby. But your father is here, and your mother is waiting for you both in America." They miss you. And it's time to go home.
Newt stilled beside her, and when Penny looked at her face, she saw fat tears dripping off the end of her little button nose.
What's wrong?
My father.
Yes?
The fear in those big blue eyes made Penny's stomach hurt.
I don't remember what he looks like.
That's okay. Penny pulled the little girl against her chest.
He'll remember you.
After a while, Penny tipped Newt's chin upward.
I do hope you will remember me, though.
For an answer, Newt threw her arms around Penny, smearing crumbs all over her shirt. The child's father had grown a beard during his years in the jungle, and Newt's fears proved accurate. She didn't recognize him, and when he reached for her, she shrank back.
Don't be afraid. It's me, he said. It's Daddy.
Penny held her at a distance, unwilling to force the child into the arms of a stranger. But then Newt saw his eyes, the same bright blue, and heard his voice. She leaped from Penny's arms to his. It took every ounce of willpower she had not to reach for the girl, her girl, and drag her back.
How did you find her?
Penny folded her hands behind her back.
We got to Manila yesterday, he said. The guerrillas, I mean. And we all went in search of our families. I left her with my parents. We lived on the outskirts of the city, and I thought she'd be safe there. Safer than the jungle, at least. But the neighbors told me that the Japanese had taken all the foreign nationals to Santo Tomas earlier in the war. When I got here, the guard said that all the older people were sent somewhere else when the camp got crowded. The kids stayed, but no one recognized her name. Do you really call her Newt? It took me ages before I found anyone who'd seen her.
He shook his head, and Penny thought he might burst into tears.
I didn't want to leave her, but I couldn't take her with me either. Do you understand?
Newt's father looked at her, pleading, desperate that she not think him unfit.
I do.
Penny reached out her hand and wiped a fat, happy tear off Newt's cheek with her thumb.
We've all had to make impossible choices.
Penny shrugged, not sure what else to say, then sat on the nearest cot while he asked her questions about the camp and how Newt had fared. They talked for nearly an hour, trading stories until, slowly, the knot in Penny's stomach untangled. The grief would remain, she was certain of that, but she was no longer afraid of releasing Newt into his care. Finally, at a sign from Maud, Penny stood to leave. Her time was up. Newt's father grabbed Penny's hand so hard the knuckles ground together.
Thank you, he said, eyes flooded. I can never repay you for what you've done for my daughter.
You don't have to. And she meant every word. It was an honor. He stood and gathered Newt tight against his chest.
Come on, then. Let's go home. Your mother is waiting.
Penny didn't flinch or suck in her breath, but the words landed like a punch anyway. Your mother is waiting. A blow straight to the heart. It's not me, she thought. It was never me. Father and daughter walked down the hallway, hand in hand. Penny waved and smiled madly every time Newt turned around. But as they approached the doors, the little girl pulled her hand free and ran back. She threw herself in Penny's arms and held on for dear life. Then she turned that impish face upward and grinned so wide, Penny thought the girl's face might crack in half. My name is Ellen. Well, Penny said, stifling a sob. To me, you'll always be Newt. She watched them go, watched until they'd gone through the doors and disappeared around a corner. But it wasn't until Maud draped an arm around her shoulders that Penny let the tears fall unhindered. Sometimes love can break your heart, Maud said. Penny looked at her friend, tried to smile but couldn't. In my experience, it's the only thing that does. Penny found Lita beside the burned-out husk of Father Domingo's chapel and settled onto the grass beside her. She pulled her knees tight against her chest and wrapped her arms around them. How'd it go? Lita asked. Awful. Penny shook her head. It's not like I didn't know what would happen eventually, that I couldn't keep her. I guess I just liked pretending.
And now you've come to say goodbye to me.
A wry smile curved one corner of Lita's mouth. I hate today.
It was coming eventually.
Seems to be what we do, right? We find each other, then we say goodbye, then we find each other again.
And say goodbye again.
It's not a bad pattern if you think about it.
Penny bumped her shoulder.
Means another reunion is on the horizon.
Doesn't mean we have to like the wait in between.
Nope.
Penny lay back on the grass and stared at the bottle blue sky. No planes, no clouds.
General MacArthur is planning to meet with us. He's taken too much heat for letting us get captured. Maud says he's on his way to thank us in person for our brave and noble service before he sends us home and trots us out in front of the cameras.
Us meaning all of you. Lita winced. Sorry. I'm happy for you all, truly.
No, you're right.
It isn't fair. You and Raina and the others were there too. You did everything we did in the hospitals, and after that, even more with the resistance to keep our soldiers alive. You sacrificed so much. They should acknowledge that. At least you'll get credit on our behalf.
I wouldn't call it that exactly.
But I thought you said
they'll use us as a bit of spit polish to make better headlines back home. They'll present us to the world as vulnerable girls instead of capable women. They'll say we've been rescued instead of acknowledging that we've been doing a damn fine job of rescuing ourselves over the last 4 years.
Penny frowned.
Maybe we didn't knock down those gates with a couple of Sherman tanks, but we sure as hell helped save a lot of people. That's not the story they're going to tell, though.
I'm glad you're angry, Lita whispered.
Why?
Because I couldn't bear it if you were happy to leave. Lita smiled sadly. A gentle breeze ruffled the ends of Penny's hair as she pushed up under her elbow.
I told you I would talk to Maud. There has to be a way that you can come with us. If not now, then later. I'm going to write to my senator, tell him everything you've done. I can find a way for you to come to the States, be with your sisters. I know that's what you've always wanted.
Lita looked at her, something unreadable clouding those brown eyes, then turned to the chapel. They sat quietly for a long moment before she said, It's odd, isn't it? All through the war we spent so much time apart, worrying about each other. Somehow this feels worse, knowing for certain we'll be so far away.
It really is goodbye, then.
Penny picked at a blade of grass.
Lita gave her hand a tender squeeze.
Just for now. Like you said.
For a girl who used to cry only when she was angry, Penny found that any and all emotions could open the floodgates now. If she was happy, she cried. If she was tired, she cried. But sadness? That burst the dam wide open. It didn't take long to pack, less than 10 minutes. Eleanor's letter was wrapped carefully inside the quartermaster's flag and placed at the bottom of Penny's rucksack. She checked 3 times to make sure it was still there before buckling it closed. Maud Davison, champion of patients and nurses, turned to survey the nurses' quarters one last time. A tall woman who didn't have much on her frame to begin with, she dropped to less than 100 pounds. Penny thought she looked like a willow switch wrapped in khaki as she stood there assessing the room one last time. Every cot had been stripped, every bag packed, floors swept and windows closed. The nurses were lined up wearing new Class A olive green uniforms that had been flown in from Australia and delivered to the SDIC that morning. The girls were going home, and top brass couldn't have them looking ragged. But no amount of new clothing could hide their battle scars, their limps, illnesses, and thin bodies. Though cinched tight at the waist, every uniform was too large. Why send these now?
Penny tugged at her new collar.
Why not wait until we're evacuated to Lady?
When Maud turned to her, a glimmer of mischief shimmered in her eyes.
Because, Lieutenant Franklin, we're about to meet General MacArthur. On behalf of the United States Army, and in honor of your outstanding service, I hereby present each of you the Bronze Star for Valor and a field promotion of 1 full rank.
The man standing with General MacArthur was Brigadier General Guy Dennett, Chief Surgeon in the Southwest Pacific, and at this pronouncement he began to move down the line of nurses, 54 women in all. To every uniform he pinned the Bronze Star and a battle ribbon for serving in the Pacific Theater. Maud was first, of course, then Penny's eyes smarted with tears at the proud salute she offered in return. By the time Dennett got to her, Penny had collected herself enough to make eye contact. But she received her medal with a solemnness that surprised her. She could feel the weight of this moment settling into her bones. Douglas MacArthur, General of the Army, had acknowledged the magnitude of their service. But Lita wasn't standing in this line. Neither was Eleanor. And, well, that's it. It's all over. Still, Penny lifted her chin when MacArthur stepped forward and addressed them.
"You have served your country under extraordinary circumstances," MacArthur said. "As the first American female prisoners of war, you have a special place in the history books. But to have served 4 years as prisoners in combat conditions, you have my respect as well. Those back home have followed your story closely. They call you the Angels of Bataan and Corregidor, and now you may return to the United States in honor. I thank you for your brave and dedicated service."
With a salute, he dismissed them, and the nurses fell out of rank, some in tears, others in amazement as they gazed around Santo Tomas one last time. Earlier in the day, when the nurses changed into their new uniforms, Penny transferred the 8 of hearts from her coveralls to this new right front pocket. She patted it now. It was a habit, a touchstone. For 2 years she'd been walking around the STIC with the card in her pocket. It was bent, worn, and frayed at the edges from all the time she'd pulled it out and held it, as though staring at a photo. It was irreplaceable, and it reminded her that she was allowed to hope. Penny glanced up as Maud slipped a hand into the crook of her elbow.
"Come on, First Lieutenant Franklin," she said with a wink. "Let's go home."
Penny helped Maud into the back of an army truck and waited for them beside the main gates. Then she threw in her pack and climbed inside. The engines rumbled to life, and sputters of diesel exhaust rose around them in a flimsy black cloud that soon dissipated in the cool evening air. Penny looked up as they rolled through the gates, but the barbed wire was gone now. They were free. Chapter 39. Eleanor. Los Baños Prison Camp, Laguna Province. February 1945. Warplanes continued to dot the sky from far above. But for Eleanor and the others at Los Baños, it was what was happening right there on the ground that held their attention. Only days after George Lewis's execution, Konishi directed a handful of his garrison to start digging a long and wide ditch in the southeast corner of the camp. The inmates could only imagine what it was to be for. For the Japanese to jump in when the bombs started to fall? That didn't seem likely. The Americans wouldn't drop bombs on a camp full of POWs. What other purpose, then, could a ditch that size serve? Eleanor could think of only one. Wanting to be wrong, but not knowing if she was, troubled her every spare moment. She wanted to ask David what he thought about the ditch, but it seemed like he was avoiding her. She wondered if it was because she had snubbed the bit of news he'd brought to her on the day of George's death. That had been insensitive of her, and the more she thought about it, the worse she felt. She owed him an apology. She looked for him at breakfast the next day and did not see him. Disappointed, she went to the hospital after eating her 3 dollops of mush and hoped to have better luck at dinner time. The morning wore on, slow and tedious. Sometime before noon, shots were heard near the northern perimeter, just like the ones they'd heard before on the day George Lewis died, and the man before him.
"Not again," Dr. Nance said as a Japanese guard strode up to the hospital and asked that he come get a body. Another internee had been caught trying to bring in food from the outside, and he'd been summarily shot. Dr. Nance signaled for Eleanor to bring the tourniquets and come with him.
"Whoever it is, they won't let us help him," Eleanor said.
"But first we try anyway. On the off chance he's still alive, we have to at least try."
She quickened her pace, and they followed the guard to the fence. From a distance, they could see a man lying not far from where that first man had been killed. As they neared him, the man moved ever so slightly. He was indeed still alive. The 2 guards standing near him were talking to each other casually, as if it was just another day at work. A dirty pillowcase lay near the fallen man, with mangoes and bananas spilling out of it. As they drew closer, Eleanor could see blood puddling underneath the man's middle. His back was to them, and there were no wounds there. He'd been shot like the others, in the front as he stole back into camp. It was a travesty, an injustice of the most. And then she recognized the tousle of sandy brown hair, the lean frame, the bare feet. David! Eleanor ran to him, surprising the guard who was leading them, and fell to her knees beside David. She turned him over before the 2 talking guards had time to react. "David! David!" Eleanor wailed. His eyes fluttered open. One of the guards reached down and pulled her back violently. He yelled something in Japanese. The other talking guard raised his rifle to shoot David in the head, and Eleanor wrenched free and flung herself protectively over him. Everyone except David was shouting. "Wait, wait, wait!" The doctor threw himself down over Eleanor, and the guard pointing the rifle at David lowered it a few inches. It would not do to shoot the camp doctor. He treated the Japanese garrison on occasion, too. "Please just let me talk to her. Please, wait," Dr. Nance begged. The guard said nothing. He didn't lower his rifle completely, but neither did he raise it again. Eleanor was weeping over David's frame. He felt so cold. The blood pouring out of his abdomen and chest was pooling now in her lap and at her knees. "Don't go! Don't go!" she cried. "Eleanor, please move back from him," Dr. Nance pleaded. "You've got to move back." But she stayed where she was. The guard took a step forward to get a better angle to shoot David a 3rd time, and without harming the doctor. And Nance quickly positioned his body to shield them both. "He won't survive this," Eleanor heard the doctor saying to the guard. "This man won't survive. Do you understand? He will die. Let her say goodbye, please. They are friends. Let her say goodbye." From the corner of her eye, Eleanor saw the guard with the raised rifle take a step away. Eleanor sat back only as far as needed to look into David's eyes. "David," she said, "remember your promise to me," he whispered, his teeth scarlet from the blood filling his mouth. "Don't go. Please, I am so sorry. I should have been a better friend to you. I am so sorry. Please don't go." "You were the best friend to me," David gasped as he reached one shaking hand toward her. He touched her face. "Live." David's hand on her face fell, and his body shuddered. And then he went still. Eleanor pulled him toward her as a cry of grief tore through and out of her, from the deepest part of her soul. David Mathis was laid to rest that afternoon. A downpour kept his grave from being dug until several hours after he had expired, but this allowed time for Eleanor to sit with the body in the hospital while everyone waited for the rain to stop. She had asked to be the one to care for his body, to stitch the wounds closed, sponge away the mud and blood, wash his hair and his hands and his feet. Dr. Nance told Eleanor that one of the other nurses could do that, but he seemed to understand when she insisted that it be her. The task was now complete, and David lay on a cot in one of the exam rooms. He looked as though he were merely sleeping. Only the ghostly paleness of his skin suggested it was not sleep that kept his eyes closed. When the cemetery team, all of David's barrack mates, arrived following the digging of the grave, Dr. Nance came into the exam room. "They're ready for him." Eleanor nodded once, but did not rise from her chair or turn to look at the doctor. "I'm very sorry this happened, Eleanor," he said. "David was a good man." "The best," she said. "He didn't deserve this." "No, he didn't." She sighed, felt tears threaten, and blinked them back hard. "I don't know why he took such a terrible risk today to go get that food. He knew what had happened to George Lewis and that other fellow. I wish he had told me that's what he was going to do today. I would have told him not to do it." Dr. Nance took a step forward to stand next to her. "Today wasn't his first time to sneak out of the camp for food. I was just told by his friends outside that he had done it many times. He did it for the children in this camp. Every time he snuck out and found anything at all to buy or trade for, he brought it back and gave it to the mothers with little children. Every time." More tears burned at Eleanor's eyes, and this time she let the drops fall. They landed in her lap, 2 by 2, sounding like soft rain on a leaf.
"Did you love him?"
Dr. Nance asked.
"Did he love you?"
Under normal circumstances, she might have found the doctor's questions intrusive, but Eleanor was instantly glad he asked. She'd been asking herself the same questions for days. She realized as he waited for her to reply that she'd known the answers for a long time. "I was beginning to," she said. "And I think maybe he was beginning to love me too."
"Good. I'm glad you were. You will be able to tell his family what he did and about the lives he saved. There are children who will leave this place to grow up in a better world because of what he did."
"You also are sure we're getting out of here?" she asked wearily. "David had been too." The doctor bent down so he was at eye level with Eleanor.
"There are men inside this camp who are communicating with Filipino resistance on the outside," he whispered. "Plans are in the works. It's going to happen."
"But that ditch—"
"Don't think about that ditch. Don't look at that ditch."
"There's a machine gun posted at it now," she said numbly, because in the last few days one had indeed been installed. "Didn't you see it?"
"I can't think about that, and you shouldn't either. I heard what David said to you before he died. He doesn't want you to lose hope."
The doctor stood.
"I think he knew people looked to us for it, and we can't let them down. They're looking to us."
Dr. Nance waited until she rose from her chair. Then he opened the exam room door and let the cemetery team inside. She watched as the men carefully carried David's body and placed it in the plain wooden coffin. As they nailed it shut, she closed her eyes but opened them again as the men lifted the coffin to carry it outside, where a cart was waiting. A crowd had gathered around. Many of them were families with young children. These had to be the little ones David's bravery had saved. The mothers were crying, some of the fathers too. There were barrack mates of David's, members of the baseball team, and Peg, all waiting to walk with Eleanor to the camp graveyard. The procession was slow and dignified. Some of the guards who watched sneered at the parade of mourners. Others seemed nearly transfixed by it. At the gravesite, the same words of comfort were spoken by the camp priest as had been spoken too many times before. The sign of the cross was given, the blessing offered. One of David's barrack mates began to sing Amazing Grace, and the rest of the gathering joined in. All too soon the service to honor David was done, the coffin was lowered, and the wet earth was shoveled over the top of it. The team left to return the shovels, and Eleanor returned to Peg, standing next to her. "I'd like a few minutes here alone, if you don't mind." Peg squeezed her hand. "Sure." Once Peg walked away, Eleanor knelt on the muddy soil covering David's grave. She touched the wooden cross that had been burned with his name and the rank he would have worn if there had been no war. Lieutenant J.G. David William Mathis, USN, March 4th, 1921, to February 17th, 1945. Eleanor had not answered David as he lay dying that she did remember her promise, so she spoke it now as she ran her finger across his name. "I won't give up, David," she said. "I promise you, I won't give up." She stayed there until she could feel the mud seeping through her uniform onto her skin. Eleanor walked back to the hospital in her muddy clothes, with the ditch on her right. She shielded her eyes from it as if a bitter cold wind was blowing in her face, as if she was resolutely moving forward, despite it. Dr. Nance and Laura Cobb offered Eleanor a day off to mourn David's death, and while she appreciated the gesture, the last thing she wanted to do was lay on her cot in the muggy basement and contemplate the sorrow of losing him. "I'd like to keep working if that's all right," she said, and both seemed relieved. The hospital was full, it always was now, and there were even patients lying in cots in the hallways. Dr. Nance often had to perform life-saving surgeries by kerosene lamp, as the electricity to the hospital was routinely shut off. The surgical instruments he used were being sterilized with water boiled at the camp kitchen. Not the most sanitary of places. Nearly everyone in camp was suffering from beriberi now. Some had the condition so horribly their swollen legs prevented them from being able to walk. Older internees were expiring with bloated faces and limbs that had doubled in size from swelling. The cemetery team added to their number, not just to make up for David's absence, but because more people were dying every day. The morning after David's death, Konishi stopped giving the camp kitchen white rice, the only food the internees had been allowed, and provided instead sacks of unhusked rice the locals called palay. Even though the kitchen crew had no milling equipment to separate the rice from the indigestible hulls. The work to separate each individual rice kernel from its hull was so arduous that the 40 internees working in the kitchen were unable to husk enough in one day for just one meal. They decided to give the internees their 2 cups of palay a day and instructed them to find whatever way they could to hand mill the rice kernels, even though most did not have the energy required to attempt this feat. Those that boiled the palay unhusked ended up in the hospital with bleeding intestinal tracts. And because of this, Eleanor went with one of the members of the admin committee one morning to implore Konishi to reconsider. "Please, sir," the committee member said, bowing low before the quartermaster. "Please restore the white rice until we can devise a way to husk the palay." The interpreter relayed the request, and Eleanor heard the answer. She was familiar by this time with the Japanese word for no. "May we send the palay out to be threshed in town?" the committee member asked. "No." "The unhusked hulls are making the prisoners very sick, sir," Eleanor said, also bowing low. "That is not the quartermaster's problem," the interpreter said. "I must remind the quartermaster that it is his responsibility to keep the prisoners fed. He must give us food. It is the rule of war." "The quartermaster has given you food," the interpreter said. "Palay." "But we cannot eat it." The committee member raised his voice, and Konishi ordered them both out of his office. As Eleanor and Peg spent that afternoon trying different instruments and tools at the infirmary to break open the husks, Peg looked up at Eleanor with sunken eyes. "Performing surgery with unsanitized instruments? Giving us indigestible food? Konishi is finding new ways to kill us," Peg said. Eleanor knew Peg was right. These were 2 new and highly effective ways to kill everyone at the camp. But Peg's words made her wonder what David would have said to this, and the second she considered it, she knew. "Then we have to find new ways to survive," Eleanor said. It felt good to find words of hope from within her, and it felt good to see Peg's face brighten just the tiniest bit. This was their task, find a new way to survive, for as long as they could. She could see so clearly now that this was what David had been trying to tell her all along. Hope was what kept you putting one foot in front of the other. Hope was what kept you laying down your head at night and rising from your cot the next morning. Hope was what kept you mopping fevered brows and changing dressings and administering aspirin when you could get it. Hope was what made you pick at husks of rice until your fingers bled. Hope was what sent you out into a forbidden village to get food for starving children. Hope hadn't killed David. Evil men had. Hope had been his companion until the very end. And even then, Hope had escorted him from this life to the next. Hope had done that. Not fear, not defeat, not gunshot wounds. David had been right to hold on to Hope. He'd been right to tell her to do the same. Hope would see her through, too, even if tomorrow was to be her last day on Earth. She thought of John then, but in a way she hadn't to that point. In another life, she and John might have found each other before each of them made different choices. It would have been a wonderful life. They would have been very happy, she was sure of that. But it was this life she was living right now that had been charted for her. This life. Perhaps it would be a short one. Perhaps she would be called from it that very day, or the next, or the one after that. It had also been a wonderful life. Not a life entirely full of wonderful events. No, not by a long shot. But a wonderful life in its own way. She'd seen in this war the very worst one human could do to another. But she'd also seen the very best. Perhaps only the people who see the very worst get to see the very best. Or maybe it was just that because she'd seen the worst, she'd been able to recognize the best. That was its own kind of wonderful. And the knowledge of this was as beautiful in her mind as the first day of spring. Hope, she was discovering, could do that. It could let a person see the glorious light of the sun from even the darkest corners of a dungeon, even if within the dungeon there was no way out, even if the dungeon was the last place you'd see the sight of heaven. Eleanor smiled and reached for Peg's cup of Palais. Go rest. I'll do yours. Friday, February 23rd, began the same as any other morning at Los Baños prison camp. Most of the Japanese guards were outside their barracks, performing the usual morning stretches, attired in little more than their underwear. The hospital staff was preparing to transition from the night shift to day, and the morning's meager ration of husked Palais was being tossed into a pot on the camp kitchen's outdoor stove to turn it into a barely palatable mush. Eleanor had just washed a handful of threadbare diapers needed for the hospital's 2 newborns, and was laying them across a wire strung on an exterior wall so the morning sun could dry them. She felt weak from hunger. Did she have the strength to also wash out the baby bottles from last night? Or did she need to rest for a few minutes first? The 2 new mothers inside the hospital were producing no milk due to their severe malnutrition. Eleanor had prepared watery powdered milk for the hungry infants earlier that morning, and they would soon need to be fed again. As she considered whether she needed to sit for a moment, Eleanor heard a rumble above her head. She shifted her gaze to the sky and froze, with one diaper in her hand, as she saw a parachute drift down quietly on the other side of the camp fence, perhaps the length of a football field away. Then she saw another one, and another. Before she realized that the parachutists were paratroopers, she heard rapid gunfire and the bang, bang, bang of small explosions. "Take cover!" someone shouted, and Eleanor dropped to the dirt and scooted as close to the outside wall of the hospital building as she could. All around was the sound of shouting as the Japanese guards started scattering in all directions to fetch the weapons they'd locked in a storage unit while they exercised. From the corner of her eye, she saw something large and heavy mowing down the front gate as if it were made of paper. A tracked vehicle of some kind. She couldn't see the entirety of it. A rush of adrenaline coursed through Eleanor as she cowered in the dirt. That vehicle had taken down the gate, not been escorted through it. They were being rescued. A band of Filipino guerrillas was suddenly running past her, shouting and raising guns and machetes. Shots rang out, and several Japanese soldiers fell as bullets tore through them. Eleanor kept her head down, but peeked out to see if she, too, needed to run. She saw a Filipino guerrilla bring his machete down again and again on the Japanese guard, attempting to open the lock on the armed storage unit. The guard's blood spurted in all directions. Now Laura Cobb was running up from the outdoor eating area with the other nurses who had moments earlier been readying to begin the day shift. Eleanor sprang to her feet when she saw her. "We're being evacuated!" Laura yelled as she approached the hospital. "We have to hurry! The Japanese will no doubt be sending in reinforcements." Eleanor fell in step with her as they ran into the hospital. Laura turned to her. "Eleanor, you get those 2 newborns, swaddle them safe in their blankets, and get their mothers. Amtraks have stormed the gates to evacuate us. You and they need to be on the first one out of here. Hurry!" Eleanor sped down the hall to their makeshift maternity ward. The 2 mothers who had given birth only the day before were on the floor on their hands and knees, trying to crawl out of their room. "What is happening?" one of them said. "Are we being attacked? Where's my baby?" "We're being evacuated," Eleanor said quickly. "You need to put on your shoes. I will get the babies. You stay right here and wait for me." She left before the 2 women could ask her anything else, shouldered her way past other people fleeing the hospital, and ran into the nursery next door. The 2 infants were sleeping soundly in their little cots. Eleanor grabbed the unwashed baby bottles and tin of powdered milk and tossed them into a canvas bag used to move supplies around the hospital, along with the only clean diapers left. She slung the bag over her shoulder and then lifted the 2 swaddled babies out of their beds. The 2 mothers were at the door of their ward when she returned to them, one hanging onto the other. Both were weak from hunger and childbirth. They could not run. "I need 2 corpsmen!" Eleanor shouted into the chaotic halls of rushing people. "I need 2 corpsmen right now!" One appeared almost immediately, a young man perhaps her own age, but only one. Another man, at least 2 decades older, a civilian who had been admitted the previous day for an eye infection, stopped in his flight out of the hospital.
"What do you need?"
"Can you carry someone?" she asked. He was emaciated, as they all were, and half his face was covered in a bandage. The man looked at the new mothers, at their slim frames.
"I can,"
he said. Within seconds, the mothers were swept up into the arms of the 2 men, and the little party was running past American GIs and Filipino guerrilla fighters, routing out any Japanese guards still alive. They sped to the front of the camp, just past the hospital, where the first 2 amphibious tractors, the Amtraks, were waiting. Laura directed the hospital evacuees to the first 2 transports, while able-bodied internees queued up for the next arrival of Amtraks, only minutes behind. 48 more of the tracked vehicles were inbound. Eleanor helped the 2 mothers aboard the open-air vehicle. She handed them each their child, settled the man who had helped her, and then went back to get her final instructions from Laura. 2 other nurses were on the Amtraks with Eleanor, including Peg, and they also jumped off to hear their final orders.
"Look,"
Laura said to them,
"you're not out of danger yet. The Amtraks have to get to the beach at Laguna Lake, and right now we're still in occupied territory. It's 2 miles to the water, and the jungle is full of enemy positions, snipers in the trees. You keep your head down, and you tell your patients to do the same. Go now."
The other nurses returned to the vehicles, but Eleanor reached out to grasp Laura Cobb's hand.
"What about you and the other nurses? What about Dr. Nance? Are there enough Amtraks for everyone? We're all getting out of here, don't you worry. The able-bodied will walk, and we'll get there. I'll see you on the other side."
There was so much Eleanor wanted to say in that moment, but there was no time to say it.
"God be with you,"
she said to Laura. Her supervisor and mentor squeezed her hand in return.
"God be with all of us."
And then she spun away. Eleanor climbed back aboard the Amtrak and made sure the patients, including the new mothers, had been made as comfortable as they could be on an armored flatbed meant for carrying cargo. As the 2 Amtraks lumbered away, Eleanor saw smoke rising from the camp. Buildings were on fire. Aboard their vehicle were several armed GIs ready to defend them if need be. Eleanor took a chance that the one nearest her would not mind if she asked him some questions.
"What's happening with the war?" she said. "We haven't heard anything. Do you know what has happened at Santo Tomas?" "It's already been liberated, a couple weeks ago," the man said easily, as if it were old news. "Everyone there was safe?" "Well, I suppose to an extent. Was everyone here safe?"
David came to her mind in a blinding instant. Good, kind David. Eleanor shook her head. "No."
"The Japs are losing, I can tell you that. Hitler is too. It's just a matter of time now."
"Thank you for coming to us," she said a moment later.
"Of course, ma'am," the soldier said.
And then he stood to gain a better vantage point of their surroundings. The 10-minute drive to the beach seemed the longest 10 minutes of Eleanor's life, especially as small arms fire could be heard off in the distance. Twice they were told to duck and cover, and even when they got to the beach, there was still the task of crossing a section of the immense lake at the Amtrak's agonizingly slow speed of only 10 miles per hour in water, and out in the open. But with each inch they moved forward, and as the jungle fell behind them, Eleanor finally began to believe their captivity had ended. They had been rescued, liberated. She was a prisoner of war no longer. When the vehicle finally pulled itself onto the sand on the other side, several of the patients cried tears of gratitude and thanked their liberators.
"Are we safe?"
one of the new mothers asked her.
"Is it over?"
"I think it might be," Eleanor said.
"Yes, I think we're finally safe."
Waiting army ambulances at the second staging area took the freed Los Baños prisoners to the former Bilibid prison, now under the control of Allied forces. Having been awake for more than 24 hours, all Eleanor wanted to do was sleep when they arrived. But she stood in line in the former prison's massive plaza to be logged in as was required, then stood in another line for a bowl of creamy pea soup and fresh bread, which she was careful to eat only a few spoonfuls of, while cautioning others around her to do the same. Their shrunken stomachs and tortured intestinal tracts would need time to adjust to normal amounts of food again. She knew this time the liberation was real. She was free. But she didn't feel liberated. She didn't feel free. She didn't know what she felt. Relief wasn't quite right, nor was gratitude, though she was aware of both. Perhaps there wasn't an accurate word yet for the new emotions swirling around inside her heart and mind. Maybe there never would be. And then Eleanor saw another line of liberated prisoners lining up at an American Red Cross table, inquiring if there was mail waiting for them. She summoned strength and waited her turn to do the same. The worker looked for Eleanor's name among the boxes of waiting correspondence and produced 7 letters from her family in Silver Lake, which had been written over the last 3 years. She took the envelopes over to a bench on the plaza perimeter and read the letters over and over, relishing the news of life at home and loving her mother for keeping her tone light and positive, knowing that her daughter, if she was reading the letters at all, was reading them in a prison camp. The American Red Cross had also set up a station to write letters that would be posted for the freed prisoners on the next available transport. She'd been assured that all of the families of the liberated prisoners were receiving telegrams notifying them of their release, so letters home were not absolutely necessary. But Eleanor jotted a note to her parents to thank them for the letters and cards, and to let them know she loved them and would see them soon. When Eleanor could keep her eyes open no longer, she returned to the bench and stretched out to catch a few moments of sleep as she waited for sleeping quarters to be assigned. She held the letters to her chest and let sleep claim her. When she awoke an hour later, stiff and sore but somewhat rested, she heard 2 Army privates talking on another bench close to hers. She raised herself up to look at them and recognized the men as having been at the prison camp with her. When they saw Eleanor, one of them nodded to her in recognition. "Did you hear?" the soldier said. "What? Did I hear what?" Eleanor asked. "Intel at headquarters has learned that we were to be executed this afternoon at Los Baños. They were going to kill us all." The first 2 days at Bilibid were ones of rest, both restorative and fitful. The news that they had all narrowly escaped Kanishi's executioners at the ditch filled Eleanor's nights with troubling dreams and her daytime hours with alternating spans of relief and then unease. The nurses were billeted in the same cell block, but the doors were open and the cots were comfortable. At least there was that. The Army's plans were to transport the nurses to Hawaii on a flight set to leave the first week of March, and in the meantime Eleanor and her colleagues were to rest, gain strength, be refitted for new uniforms, and help out in the former prison's hospital. "They really expect us to work right now?" Eleanor had asked Laura, after she informed the nurses of what she'd been told in an afternoon briefing on the second day. It didn't seem like a smart idea, given how weak and malnourished they all were. Most of them were still dealing with starvation-related dry beriberi, which greatly affected their manual dexterity, Eleanor included. In that respect, they needed a hospital bed as much as anyone else did. "Apparently that's what the Army expects, but that is not what is going to happen," Laura said calmly. "Not a one of you is to step into that hospital to work. Am I clear? You need to rest. That's an order. We're leaving here in 3 days if I have my way, and I intend to." Eleanor wanted to hug Laura in relief. All she wanted was what Laura said she needed: rest, not just for her body, but for her mind and her soul. Laura dismissed her nurses, then called for Eleanor to hold up a minute. "I have news about the nurses who were at Santo Tomas. I know you had a friend or 2 there. I know why they aren't here with us." "Are they billeted at some other camp?" Eleanor asked, wondering if she could arrange for an Army jeep to take her there if it wasn't far away. "All of the Army nurses were airlifted out of Manila before we were even liberated, Eleanor. They've been gone for days." A profound sadness immediately enveloped her. "All of them?" "As far as I know. Sorry about that. I know you were hoping to meet up with friends." "And the Filipina nurses? Any word of where they are?" "Just that they were imprisoned for time after Corregidor, then released. Got themselves home to their families, I would imagine." Eleanor's relief that they had been freed from the Japanese was tremendous. She yearned to rush out and find Lita, but how? Her friend didn't have family here, not in the traditional sense, which meant she could have gone anywhere in the country. For the rest of the day, Eleanor could not shake her disappointment that both Penny and Lita were gone. She would, no doubt, eventually find them through military information channels, but it wouldn't be easy, and it wouldn't be quick, especially not with a war still raging. And when she did find them, all she would be able to do was write letters. She wouldn't be able to hug them or laugh with them or cry with them. They would surely be miles, even a country apart. Eleanor had lost much, gained some back. But this was a deprivation that seemed the most unfair to her. They had been liberated, the three of them. But the war, even in its victories, was still keeping them apart. Chapter 40. Lita. Bilibid Prison, March 1945. The scene felt strikingly surreal. More clearly than ever, Lita recognized that people created the atmosphere of a place, even a prison, where until recently Japanese guards had wielded their treacherous authority throughout Bilibid. Allied soldiers and officers now roamed freely. Many were smiling, some even laughing, as if back in the carefree Manila that Lita used to know, the city it could become again. No, not could. Would. For the sake of the children under her care. Every evening since rescuing them 2 weeks ago, Reina had read them bedtime stories in their snug yet safe room at Santo Tomas. How easily they giggled at Reina's character voices or leaned forward, elbows pressed into their crossed legs, entranced by a tale's suspense. Lita had been simply watching, delighting in the children, when she realized, while their profound resilience and continued ability to love unconditionally were more inspiring than anything she'd ever encountered, their potential futures hinged largely on the support of those they trusted. That revelation was only further reinforced as she tucked them in for sleep. One by one, she'd given them hugs and kisses, and, as usual, asked what they were most thankful for on that passing day. The answers ranged from silly to sweet, as was their norm. But more than a few had formed a habit of replying, "Iko, tita." You, auntie. Each consequential squeeze of her heart had guided her closer to a decision, an altered course for the path of her life, one of which, despite a world of uncertainty, she couldn't have felt sure. And yet, part of her would remain forever unmoored, unless she learned what became of Lawhon. Though dreading the answer that most likely awaited, she now scanned the teeming prison guards for the barracks being utilized for records. As much as she'd prefer never to step foot in one of those buildings for the remainder of her life, it was her best bet, she'd been told, to track down the truth. "Nurse Capel, aren't you a sight for sore eyes?" Lita spun toward the voice, and her smile stretched wide. "Dr. Thompson!" Since she'd last seen him here, he looked even more fragile. He'd gained a visible hunch, and his fringe of gray hair was nearly gone. But the twinkle in his eye was more pronounced than ever. "It's so marvelous to see you." She welcomed his handshake, his aged, calloused palm once more providing comfort. "I've been terribly worried, not knowing what happened to you all, especially when I heard about the ships to Japan."
"Well, I suppose getting old and rickety finally had its benefits. Prison commandant didn't think I'd be of much use for their emperor's labor force."
The twinkle appeared to inadvertently dim at that. Obviously, he'd known far too many younger soldiers and pals who hadn't been so fortunate. Lita steeled herself. "And Lawhon? Do you know where he could be?" She'd been checking in regularly with a sergeant at Santo Tomas, who verified Lawhon's absence from Bilibid, and thankfully he wasn't believed to have died there, nor, incredibly, to have been shipped out either. But information was still being sorted in a frenzy, if not for the escalation through the month of what was being called the Manila Massacre, with 100,000 civilian Filipinos slain, by grim estimations. She would have come here regardless long before now. As it was, this time she'd listened to the gate guard's warnings and stayed until the area had been largely cleared of the Japanese offenders, and the streets deemed relatively safe. She now had the children to think of after all. "The only thing I've been told," she said to the doctor, "is that the records of his being here ended 6 months ago." Dr. Thompson pondered for a moment.
"I suppose that'd be about right," he said to himself.
Tentatively, she prodded. "Right for
when he got out."
She narrowed her eyes. "Out? As in he was transferred?"
"As in he escaped, my dear, along with another GI. The third fellow with them got caught sneaking under an electrified fence. Guards finished off the poor bastard. Pardon my language."
Lita swiftly shook her head that she didn't mind, eager to hear the rest. Where were they headed? Do you know?
Can't say exactly. The goal was to make contact with the U.S. military any way they could. I figured they'd try connecting through the resistance. They were aiming to send an alert about our POWs being put on board those ships you heard about. Word had it they included oil tankers, making them a prime target for our subs.
Lita hastened to process it all, the dark irony of soldiers surviving Bataan and the prison camps, through starvation, disease, and beatings, only to be killed by their own side. The great risks Lawhon had taken to escape the seemingly inescapable for a chance to save others. The presumption that he never returned. And you haven't heard from him since? Dr. Thompson smiled gently.
Not yet,
he said, but with an air of optimism she preferred to believe was real. Upon their heartfelt parting, Lita assured the doctor that, along with the nuns at Santo Tomas, she'd be praying for his safe travels, as his homeward-bound ship would set sail in 3 days. Then she headed for the prison gate to exit, barely registering any more the ache in her knee. Given all Dr. Thompson had shared, her mind continued to swim. So much so, from her first glance up ahead at the blonde Navy nurse intersecting Lita's path, she questioned if she was imagining things. Eleanor? She ventured. Amid a crisscrossing of service members, the woman stopped and angled back with a searching gaze. A stirring of joy in Lita quickly expanded into a full-blown bubbling at the confirmation it was her friend. She looked older and more worn, as they all did, but she was alive and well and just a few yards away. When Eleanor connected with Lita's eyes, a pleasant shock swept over her face. Lita burst into a grin, and they both rushed forward and reunited in a hug. 4 years of separation dissolved in an instant. I can't believe you're here! Eleanor stepped back, beaming, and held on to Lita's hand. I've thought of you so often, hoping you were safe. I can't tell you how relieved I was to hear you'd been released from the Japanese prison. Hearing you were all right made me just as happy, Lita said. Penny told me you were even at Santo Tomas with her. In a playful mutter, Lita added, I was a little envious, I admit, not to be there with you two, but mostly happy. Eleanor laughed, a familiar, treasured sound. Oh no, Lita said, remembering. You missed Penny. She shipped out the week before last. Eleanor nodded with a touch of solemnness. I heard. How long have you been here? About 5 days now at Bilibid. How about you? Where have you been staying? If not for the element of war, the staggered overlapping of their paths, always missing each other until now, might have been comical. At Santo Tomas, actually. No, that close? Oh, I wish I had known. Eleanor shook her head with regret, but then abruptly revived her smile, as if tossing aside issues that couldn't be changed. So what have you been doing? Tell me. I want to hear everything. Lita's mind raced. Where on earth to begin? With the Philippine General Hospital, her smuggling, the convent? Or the Campetai and the trial, or the rescues during the massacre? She wanted to share all about Reina and Ida Huba, Yamada and Father Domingo, and of course about the children. How much time have you got? She asked in jest. In an instant, Eleanor's mien deflated, as if pricked by the question. What is it? What's wrong? We're leaving, Lita. The Navy nurses. Today. Lita gawked. To where? How soon? Hawaii. They're transferring us to the airstrip at Clark Field. We're heading to the truck now. At a glance past the gate, where nurses were boarding an army truck, Lita's spirits plummeted. She looked at her friend. But you just got here. I can't believe this is happening after all we've gone through. Sorrow dipped Eleanor's tone, and her eyes lowered. Lita felt an urge to simultaneously laugh and cry at the absurdity of their finally being together, only to be swiftly split apart. After a quiet, maddening moment, Eleanor shook her head. I need to believe this is only for a little while, that before long the war will be over and you'll be emigrating to New York. She raised her gaze to Lita's. Then the three of us will find a place to meet. We won't ever be more than a long train ride apart, right? How can I get on that plane otherwise? She understandably awaited easy agreement. Though Lita's reply was slow to leave her mouth, being the first time she'd voiced her decision aloud, she had no reservations on whether it was the right one. "I'm not going, Eleanor. To the States, I mean. Not anymore." Eleanor's brows knitted in confusion. "But I thought... Your sisters have been working so hard with your application. It's true, they have." Explaining to her sisters in a letter would be a daunting task, but she had faith they would appreciate her reasons. While she would always be their bunso, she was also a grown woman who'd seen and endured things they could never fully comprehend, including saving the lives of cherished youngsters who had become her family. "It just wouldn't be right for me to leave. There are children I've helped who are depending on me now, and my country and its people have an enormous amount of repairing and healing to do." The very notion of her prancing around Brooklyn while the kids, her kids now in her heart, were here wading through the aftermath of war was incomprehensible. She could only imagine how many more children would be orphaned before it was all over. Pridefully, it was her turn, together with the nuns and Reina, to be like the village that had once aided her when she was in need. Eleanor nodded slowly and offered a weak smile in support. "I think I understand," she said, her eyes rimmed with tears, spurring Lita's to well up too. "But gosh, Lita will miss you. So much. I'll miss both of you too, terribly." She held Eleanor's hand tighter, and Eleanor wiped a droplet sliding down her cheek. "Penny knows, then, that you're staying?" Ironically, Penny's offer to help her immigrate had sparked the realization that, at long last, she knew what she wanted for herself, which no longer included leaving. If not for the unlikelihood that Penny was still in Hawaii, Lita would ask Eleanor to share the news. Rather, she shook her head. "She will when I write to her." Then Lita shifted to the positives. "I'll also tell her that one day you two will have to come back here, when it's the paradise you both remember. And we'll reminisce about how we all first met and giggle over the gay times we had, and the ugliness of war will feel like a lifetime ago. Promise me you'll both come. I'll make sure there's cake, and even daiquiris." Eleanor laughed softly and nodded. "I promise. For both Penny and me." Lita smiled. "What a day that will be," she said, managing but a whisper. Only a moment passed before a shout pulled Lita back to their surroundings. "Lindstrom!" Eleanor turned at her name, toward a Navy nurse who stood just outside the front gate. "Come on! We're supposed to be on the truck. I've got your duffel." "I'll be right there," she called with a hitch in her voice. When she swiveled back, her eyes glistened with fresh tears. "No sad goodbye," Lita insisted, even as her own tears fell. She embraced Eleanor and said over her friend's shoulder, "We'll see each other again." Eleanor drew back and smiled. "Till next time, then." Lita nodded with conviction, the sealing of a new pact, and watched her friend hurry away and onto the waiting truck. 2 days later, the message arrived in their sleeping quarters just before breakfast. Amid the room's usual morning bustle and chatter at Santo Tomas, Lita was helping the children fold the blankets on their cots when Reina stopped to read the note delivered by a runner. Yet again, Lita was struck by the difference of life without the occupation. In this case, the ease of sending a message into the camp. No sneaking them through medical supplies or hollowed-out fruit or the hems of clothing. No threat of imprisonment or death for the simple act of communicating. It was remarkable, really, how easily things could be taken for granted until they were gone. Lita broke from the thought at the sight of Reina holding a hand over her mouth, stunned by whatever she had read. Bracing herself, Lita left the children to their folding and approached. "Reina? Is everything okay?" "It's my brothers," she murmured, still looking off in a daze. Lita had feared this day would come. Over time, they'd traded countless stories of their families, about their siblings most of all. And although Reina wasn't one to dabble in the sentimental, nor to voice her angst, Lita sensed in her a deep-rooted care for her brothers and worries over their safety. Since the month-long massacre had ended, word continued to pour in about resistance members who'd emerged from the jungles and eliminated the stragglers terrorizing the city. but also about the many guerrilla fighters who died protecting their homeland.
Raina, I'm so sorry.
Lita lightly grasped her friend's arm, and gradually Raina turned to her with a tearful shimmer in her eyes.
They're back,
she rasped. Lita stared. She wasn't clear exactly what that meant.
It says they're staying with my cousins at the cafe.
Raina's lips slid upward.
And they're all okay, Lita. They made it through.
With the release of a breath, Lita matched Raina's smile as the good news fully sank in. But then Raina jolted.
I have to go. Right now, I've got to go see them.
Of course you do.
Come on then, let's go.
Raina rushed to tuck her blouse into her skirt. Lita loved the idea of joining, but also wanted to allow space for what was certain to be an emotional reunion.
You go on. This should be a private time for your family.
Well, yeah. Raina shrugged as if this was obvious.
That's why you should be there. So hurry it up.
Lita warmed at the gesture. Raina was right. After all they'd been through together, they too were family. But she also noted the impracticality of their both running off without planning.
Raina, I do want to go, truly, but Sister Cecilia still needs an extra hand with breakfast.
The other nuns were away from camp for the day, and herding 18 children was no solitary task.
Next visit, though, we'll plan for it.
Hopefully in the next week or two they'd be settled back at the convent, making any outing that much easier. Raina groaned, yet gamely conceded, as the children, too, were her priority.
Deal.
In the plaza late that afternoon, Lita flopped down on a low stone wall to catch her breath. Shaded by a tree, she smiled as the children and other youth in the camp squealed and giggled while continuing to play tag. She questioned if she'd ever had their level of energy, even before the occupation. The joy of their friendships, of course, she related to firsthand. At the thought, she envisioned Penny and Eleanor riding trains to reunite somewhere in the States, and a pulse of envy struck her, though briefly. Neither time nor distance could diminish the bond they shared, as their separations during the war had already proven.
The seat taken?
At the man's voice, she looked up to tell him it wasn't saved, as Sister Cecilia was busy chatting with parents who were helping supervise, when Lita caught sight of his face. And she froze. Before her, in a fresh khaki uniform, face clean-shaven and brown hair trimmed beneath his garrison cap, stood Corporal Lawhon McGibbons. His amber eyes gleamed in the sun. An edge of his mouth quirked upward, a half-smile, as he waited for her to respond. Yet not until he uttered her name did shock release her from its clutches. Springing to her feet, she enwrapped him with her arms. He held her just as close, and her heart set to hammering. She detected a trembling that seemed to stem from them both. Though never wanting to let go, she at last eased back to view his face.
Is it really you?
Preparing for his answer, she feared she was dreaming. His smile widened. By way of an answer, he placed a tender kiss on her lips. It was a kiss that soon deepened, sending a shiver over her skin. If not for his arms around her waist, she might have collapsed from the sudden weakening of her legs. Gradually, he broke away and gazed at her face, as if he too was reconciling reality.
My God, you're beautiful.
He caressed her cheek with his thumb, as he always did. She was tempted to cling to this moment, but her mind was spinning with questions of where he had been and how long he'd been back, and so much more.
Dr. Thompson told me you escaped from Bilibid. You said it would be impossible.
Yeah, well, pretty sure I said nearly impossible. She laughed a bit and went to continue, the words in her mind tumbling over themselves.
I have so much to ask you.
He regarded the stone wall with his chin. How about we sit? Because believe me, I want to hear everything from you, too. So they did sit, and they did exchange stories from their time apart, including he and his buddy fighting with the guerrillas until the area was liberated. Then, just yesterday, reporting to Bilibid, where Dr. Thompson kindly sent him this way. What they didn't do was speak of everything they'd survived, namely the worst of it. She sensed him stopping short on some accounts, just as she did with details of her own. Some stories weren't ready to be voiced. They also laughed at times, and more than once Lita found herself listening absently as she simply watched him speak. It was difficult to shake loose the encapsulating awe that he was here at her side, that somehow they had not only managed to survive, but found their way back to each other. Though, she wondered suddenly, how long would it last? "Pardon the intrusion." The phrase in Tagalog pulled Lita's attention to Sister Cecilia. "But Lita, we ought to head toward the mess hall for supper now." Only then did she notice the sun's progression toward the horizon, and the children lining up in their assigned pairings for any journeys through the camp. "Of course, sister." She rose, as did Lawhon. "Please, though, first let me introduce you. This is Lawhon, the gentleman I—" Breaking into a grin, the nun rejoiced with a single clap. Then she made the sign of the cross and grasped Lawhon's hands, exclaiming in Tagalog, "What a blessing, dear boy! We have prayed for you often." He nodded warmly, clear on her intent, though not her words. The nun turned to Lita with a hint of regret. "I do hate to trouble you at such a time, but I will need help with the little ones." There was no need to explain. The parents who had assisted with supervising the games would be occupied with their own families. Lita arched a brow at Lawhon. "Any interest in seeing our circus of a mealtime?" He smiled at her. "I wouldn't miss it." At their usual table in the mess hall, a circus was precisely what the children delivered. As always, it was a juggling act for Lita, mopping up spilled drinks, replacing dropped forks, managing a picky eater, praising those who finished their plates. When she reached between two boys to quell a squabble over papaya on a spoon, the chunk flew through the air and smacked her on the cheek. She gasped from the startle, and the piece plopped onto the table. The culprits cowered in their seats. "Patawad po, tita," they said in near unison. "Sorry, Auntie." The group plunged into silence as she placed her fists on her hips. She went to admonish the pair, but feeling the sticky trail on her face, she couldn't contain her grin. The table burst into laughter, joined by her own. And when she glanced at Lawhon, parked at the end of the table, she delighted in his smile. Back in the sleeping quarters, after the children had washed up and readied themselves for bed, another lively circus act in and of itself, Lita took up the slack in bedtime reading duty. Her character voices couldn't compete with Reina's, nor would she want them to, but the children gasped and giggled all the same. When she glimpsed Lawhon watching from the back of the room, he smiled again, but in a wavering manner that gave her pause. And in that instant she recalled the question she dreaded to ask, and the news she had yet to share. With all the children in the room settled in for sleep, and Sister Cecilia at the camp's church for nightly prayer, Lita set a kerosene lamp on a table. By its flickering glow, she lowered to sit beside Lawhon on a blanket in the corner. Silence hovered between them, laced with the unspoken. "How long will you be in Manila?" she finally pushed herself to ask, and his tone dropped with his answer. "We're shipping out tomorrow." A pang pierced her chest, and she remembered. "With Dr. Thompson and the rest." He nodded. Although she and Lawhon had never explicitly discussed sharing their lives together after the war, it was a scenario that had seemed natural for them both, which made her admission now all the more difficult. "Lawhon, I need you to hear about my plan of going to the States." "I know." There was an understanding in his voice, though with an underlying sadness. She tilted her head unsure. "You already found your home?" She was surprised, though she shouldn't have been, and contemplated his words. While the Philippines did finally feel like her true home, it was more than that. She had at last found her place, in every way. But that didn't mean they couldn't be together. "You could come back after the war," she said, "and be with me, here in Manila." A glimmer entered his eyes. "The thought actually occurred to me tonight." He brushed a lock of hair from her temple. "'Cause just the idea of being without you." Her hopes spiked, and an image flashed through her mind, the possibility of it all. Then he swallowed and looked away, and despite his evident struggle, his decision was plain before he continued. "But this place,
I just couldn't come back, Lita. Not after all I've seen."
He added under his breath,
"And done."
Following a quiet stretch, he faced her again, with an apology gripping his features.
"I wish that wasn't the case. I swear to God I do."
She saw it in his eyes. He needed to heal, and the setting tied to his battles, literal and internal, would only keep his wounds raw. She loved him, so much that she would have to let him go. "I understand," she whispered, her emotions brimming. "And it's okay." She worked to keep her voice level. "You promised me you'd live, and that you'd come back to find me, and you did." Moisture welling in his eyes, he offered a smile. After a moment, he said,
"Here, let me show you something."
From his trouser pocket, he produced a handful of small papers and set them on the blanket. They were heavily wrinkled and smudged, each with a handwritten message. The notes she had sent. She gaped at the pile. "You got them all."
"Sure seemed like."
As she leafed through them, he added,
"Trust me, I did try to take care of them, but they've been through a lot."
She smiled. "I'm just happy they reached you."
"Me too. They kept me going through some pretty rough days," he said, then clarified, you did that."
He had done the same for her. The mere thought of seeing Lawhon again had helped carry her through the bleakest of times. She looked up at him, and a tear slipped from her eye. "I guess we helped keep each other alive, didn't we?" He cradled her cheek, and she let herself sink into his palm.
"Yeah," he said. This time when he kissed her, it was long and bittersweet.
And when he gazed at her face afterward, it seemed he was etching her features into his mind.
"Come here."
He guided her to curl up beside him. With his arm wrapped around her like a shawl, she leaned her head into the curve of his neck and felt his cheek settle upon her hair. Together they sat in the dimness, listening to the rise and fall of the children's breaths. She strove to memorize every detail of this moment, the weight of his arm, the warmth of his body, to keep them locked in a compartment deep inside. She couldn't say when she had drifted off, but she awoke on the cusp of dawn, lying alone on the blanket, with another one draping her. The first streams of sunlight were filtering through the window. She didn't have to look around to know he was gone. An ache filled her heart, and her tears returned. On the edge of the blanket lay a single note, one of the messages she'd written for Lawhon. Had he left it behind by accident, or on purpose? Sensing it was the latter, she picked up the paper and read in silence. "Don't ever forget the courage and goodness I see in you. Through the hardest of times, even when we're apart, no matter how far away, know that I'm with you. Forever." Sinking back against the wall, she held the words close to her chest. And through the last of the morning quiet, she watched the sun continue to rise, delivering the promise of a fresh day. Chapter 41. Penny. San Francisco, California, March 1945. She was afraid to go home. That was the simple truth of it. Home was Houston and an empty house she'd once shared with her husband. Home was her parents, 5 miles down the road, and the painful reality that they had never once written to her, not even after learning she'd been taken captive by the Japanese, or in the weeks since being telegrammed about her release. Home was a concept she no longer understood, but work made sense. So when the nurses were flown first to Hawaii and then to California, Penny threw herself into the task assigned them by the United States government: get dolled up and smile for the cameras. She surrendered to the required manicures and hair permanents, to the new clothes and copious amounts of makeup. And she didn't cry, or at least not much, when they stepped off that plane and into the bright San Francisco sun and saw the crowd of families that awaited them. Everyone had someone to run to, except for her. No one noticed, or so she thought, but she covered well and milled through the crowd, hugged her fellow nurses and shook the hands of those they loved. And when the military speeches were over and it came time to meet the press corps, Penny was right out front. The yammering and questions made her head hurt, and the flashbulbs made her eyes water. She hated every moment of it, but it was a good distraction. "I'm sorry they didn't come," Maud whispered in Penny's ear. "They should have come." Penny shrugged. She couldn't explain it either. Maud pulled her into a tight hug, and Penny could hear her breath hitch as she stifled tears. "I am proud of you. You did your job. You never faltered. And I wish I could have told them that myself." About the time the nurses were showing signs of exhaustion, they were all hustled off to Letterman Army Hospital and given rooms of their own. Rooms with starched sheets and vases full of fresh flowers. A full dinner and a new nightgown. It smelled so clean and sterile, Penny couldn't sleep. She could smell the bleach, could hear the squeak of shoes as orderlies padded up and down the tile halls. So she lay on top of the blankets, counting her ribs beneath the thin cotton fabric. She ran her fingers up and down, as though playing a piano. For hours she did this, until she fell into that weird sort of slumber she experienced only while traveling, a nervous kind of sleep that hovered right beneath the surface. The next few days ran together. Tests and physicals, interviews and photo shoots. The Army hired beauticians and tailors to paint and prune them, so they didn't look emaciated and unhealthy to their new, adoring public. There was a press conference in which they each received a letter from President Roosevelt and a strange visit from a movie star who waxed eloquent about their bravery, but never looked them directly in the eye. Penicillin. Now that was a shock. While they'd been wasting away in the Philippines, the world had invented a brand new medicine that, had it been available in the camps, would have saved many of the lives they'd lost. The nurses were given a full round of the stuff to rid them of any unknown illness. It made Penny's skin itch and her throat tighten, and, miracle drug or not, she decided not to finish her course. They had to endure nearly 2 weeks of this nonsense before being released on a mandatory 60-day leave. The rucksacks had been replaced with shiny new leather suitcases in Hawaii, and Penny was folding her new clothes and placing them carefully inside when Maud knocked on the door. "Headed home?" she asked. Penny shook her head, ran her hand over the quartermaster's flag. "Not just yet. There's something I need to do first." She knew that Maud was curious, but she didn't ask, and Penny didn't offer. "Okay, then. I'll see you in 2 months when your leave is over." She turned toward the door. "Maud?" "Yes?" "I enlisted for 3 years." "You've already re-upped?" "No. My required term of service ended 2 years ago." Maud's mouth dropped open in surprise. "Why didn't you say anything?" "Because it didn't matter." She laughed. "It's not like the Japanese would have sent me home." "You're not coming back, are you?" Penny shook her head. And then Maud crossed the room and pulled Penny tight against her shoulder so she could unleash every last tear she'd locked inside since arriving back on U.S. soil. Like the other nurses, Penny hailed a cab, but instead of going to the airport, she checked herself into a hotel near Hamilton Field and waited. She ordered room service and watched television for 2 days, baffled by the commercials, but entertained by Dick Tracy. Were they really turning comic strips into television shows now? When had that started? Finally, on the 10th of March, Penny donned one of her new dresses, packed her bags, and went to the airfield. The crowd was much smaller this time, and the reporters non-existent. They'd feasted on the Army nurses' arrival, but by the time the Navy nurses landed, their rescue was old news. No families had been flown in for this reunion. No speeches were given. The dozen women walked down the stairs and onto the tarmac. They were greeted at the bottom by a handful of officers. Penny rose up on tiptoes when she saw the blonde curls. The two thin women at the back of the line looked somewhat like her old friend, but the angles of her face were sharper, the set of her mouth different. Her face was turned away, though. Penny wasn't sure. She called out the name. "Eleanor!" The woman in the Navy uniform turned at the sound of Penny's voice, stopped in her tracks as if glued to the spot. Then she dropped her bag and ran to Penny. They embraced, but neither could say a word. What words were necessary in that moment? They had both wondered if they would ever see each other again. They had both survived the worst that one person could do to another. They had both seen too much death, too much agony, too little compassion. They had both emerged from war and imprisonment and suffering, and yet had not been utterly flattened by it. None of that needed to be spoken aloud, however. When they parted, tears flowing down their faces, they both laughed. Penny winked. "You've lost a little weight. I could say the same about you." Eleanor smiled as she wiped away her tears. "How are you still here? I thought you went home weeks ago." "I waited for you. There's something I have—" "Lindstrom!" They turned to see Laura Cobb waving them over. "There's going to be a reception inside, and then we're headed to Oak Knoll Naval Hospital. Bring Penny if you like, but we have to go." Eleanor looked at Penny, imploring. "Stay?" "Of course." Penny waited through another reception, another debriefing, though far less intense than the last. But when Laura finally led the nurses back outside toward the idling bus at the curb, she asked if it was okay if Eleanor rode in the cab with her. "We'll follow right behind, I promise." For a moment she was certain Laura would refuse, but she nodded and said, "Stay close." Penny linked her arm and led Eleanor to the cab that waited beneath the shade of a red flowering gum tree. "I'm still having trouble believing I'm here." Eleanor looked at the bright petals. She slid into the back seat. "I mean, I know I'm back in the U.S. and I'm out of harm's way, yet I still can't quite believe that I'm sitting here with you and that I'm clean and I had breakfast this morning and it wasn't a measly handful of hulls dotted with insect carcasses." They both laughed when the driver looked at them with alarm in the rearview mirror. He pulled away from the curb, and Penny instructed him to follow the bus. "The thing is," Eleanor continued, "this is what I wanted all along, and yet now that I have it, it almost feels like it doesn't belong to me." Penny reached for her friend's hand. "But it does belong to you, and me, and Lita too, even though she's far away. I saw her before I left, just for a few minutes, but it was a gift, and I'm so grateful. I could have easily missed her if we hadn't crossed paths at Bilibid. I can't tell you how glad I am that you two connected, even if it wasn't for long." Eleanor cleared her throat. "Lita told me something else, Pen." "She did?" "She's not coming to America." "Of course she is. We talked about it. I'm going to help her immigrate. I'm all set to—" "She changed her mind," Eleanor interrupted. "She plans to tell you in a letter. She decided to stay in the Philippines. She wants to stay, even after the war. You saw the country, what has become of it. There is so much that needs rebuilding, and she feels she has to be there for that. Also to help care for some children who depend on her," she said. Penny sat back against the seat of the cab, envisioning the orphans they had rescued on that terrifying night. She also recalled the adoration in Lita's eyes when she looked at them, the same as they held for her. She couldn't blame Lita a bit for not leaving, though Penny would miss her friend dearly. "We will be together again someday, though," Eleanor said. "I know we will. I promised her we would." Penny sighed. "I guess all of us are finding out where we belong now that we are free again." She thought of the letter and the few minutes remaining to them in the taxi. "Which reminds me, Elle, I have something for you." Penny took a deep breath, reached inside her purse, and pulled out the letter. It took a moment for everything to register, for Eleanor to read the return address and the date on the postmark. She looked up at Penny in astonishment. "It's from John," Eleanor said. "Yes." "How—" "It was delivered to Santo Tomas the day before we were liberated. It had been found in the ruins of the Cavite post office." Eleanor turned the envelope over, noting its broken seal. "It's been opened?" "The letter arrived like that, Eleanor. It wasn't mine to read, but it was mine to deliver. This is why I waited here for you." She pressed the letter into Eleanor's hand. Eleanor Lindstrom took one long, shaky breath before she lifted what was left of the flap and pulled out the 2 crisply folded sheets of paper. Penny watched her face, not the scenery, as she began reading. She watched the surprise and confusion roll across Eleanor's face, but did not interrupt her. Finally, after several minutes, her hands fell to her lap and she looked at Penny, baffled. "Is everything okay?" "I don't know." "Well, what did he say?" Eleanor held out the papers. "Are you sure?" She nodded, and Penny took them from her hand. November 5th, 1941. My dear Eleanor, I have spent many a night wondering if I should write this letter to you. I don't know what you will think of me when you hear what I have to say, and that alone has been reason enough for me not to send it. But I've prayed and pondered this, and I believe you should know the truth. I pray you will not think less of me when you hear it. I did not marry Karen. After you left to go back to the Twin Cities, I wanted to proceed with my plans for the wedding, but I could not stop thinking about you, and I knew that was wrong. I couldn't understand why you kept filling my thoughts when I was just months away from marrying a woman I had already proposed to and whom I thought I loved. But the fact that I was thinking about you and what you told me concerned me. I realized that I was fond of Karen, but we had met when we were college freshmen, only 18 years old, and in the 7 years since, we had changed, grown up. We were still good friends, but I did not love her like I should, and I knew I needed to call off our wedding. It was utterly unfair to Karen to marry her, hoping I would begin to have the same feelings for her that I so quickly had with you. Needless to say, it was a cruel thing to do to her, and I upset a great many people, not only Karen and her family and friends, but in Silver Lake, too. The deacons had expected me to bring in a new bride. They were very concerned that I called off my engagement, especially when I told them it was because I had feelings for someone else. I did not tell them or anyone else that it was you. They did not like that I broke a young woman's heart and had romantic feelings for another woman during my engagement, and of course my jokes and the sermons had already upset a few. I could tell it was their wish that I resign my post. The probationary period wasn't even up yet, so it was easy enough to do, and I knew I could not minister in a place where I had no one's trust. Before I left, I checked the church secretary's files for church members serving in the military and found your address in Manila. I wrote it down and took it with me. I am now the principal at a Lutheran school in St. Paul, and I'm loving my new position very much. I had forgotten how invigorating and exciting it is to be around children and young people all day long. It's a good place for me to be right now. I can't help feeling that your joining the Navy and moving so far away was because of me and the hurt I caused you, and for that I am profoundly sorry. I know I do not deserve anything from you in return, and I will understand if you have moved on after the pain I caused you. But I hope you have not moved on from me. It is my ardent prayer every day that you have not. I understand this letter will have to travel a long way to you, and any answer you write will have to travel a long way too. But I will wait for it, Eleanor. I will wait for you to decide what you will do with me. I will wait for your answer no matter how long it takes you to decide if you will give me another chance. Even if the answer is no, I will wait. I promise you, I will wait. Yours always, John. Penny looked up. She had expected the content of the letter might be troubling, that someone in Eleanor's home church had died, or that John Olson and his wife were having a child. But this possibility never crossed her mind. "What are you going to do?" "I'm not sure." Eleanor turned to the window and looked up at the peaceful blue sky. "All this time I imagined him married. To her. I kept telling myself I had to forget him. I tried to forget him. I even met someone at the prison camp, and I wanted to forget him. But you didn't?" Eleanor brought her gaze back to the envelope. "No, but it feels different now." "Because of this other man?" "Maybe. Yes, I think so." Eleanor blinked back shimmering tears as she dropped her gaze from the world outside the window. "David Mathis was a good man, Penny. The best, actually, and a wonderful friend. I think perhaps I was starting to fall in love with him, but then he was killed. The guards at our camp shot him for sneaking out to get food for the children. Oh, I'm so sorry. The day David died was the worst day of my imprisonment. And yet, I think I learned something from loving and losing him. Eleanor stared down at the papers in her hand. This letter from John is wonderful and so unexpected. But I'm thinking now that love is something that grows. It can start as something powerful, of course, but it still begins small. I think my love for John began that way, but I didn't nourish it because I didn't think I could. And now that perhaps I can, I want my affection for him to grow like his apparently has for me. It should if we are meant to be together. I won't know if we are until I go back home and see him. Eleanor looked up at Penny. Wait, you didn't go home?
No, not yet.
But your parents...
I'll see them in a few days. I wanted a bit of space between war and them.
I needed time to think as well. Suddenly everything was occurring to Eleanor at once. What about Charlie? And that little girl in the STIC? Where are they? And MacArthur? They said he met with you all at Santo Tomas. Is that true? She answered the easiest question first.
It is. MacArthur came to camp right before they sent us to Leyte. Gave us field promotions of 1 full rank right on the spot.
Penny grinned.
You are looking at First Lieutenant Penny Franklin.
Eleanor smiled. Congratulations, my friend.
Newt is back with her parents, and Charlie is out there.
She waved a hand at the window.
Somewhere.
I haven't heard anything yet. Oh, Pen, are you okay? She'd been asking herself the same thing for weeks now, and it had taken that long for her to find the answer.
I went to Manila robbed of everything. My daughter, my husband, my parents. I had no real friends before I met you and Lita. Then the war came, and I found Newt. She gave me back a little bit of what I'd lost, just enough to believe that I might have been a good mother after all, that maybe one day I can be. Penny took a deep breath and blew it out between pursed lips. Charlie helped me understand that it's possible to love more than once. God, I hope he's okay, and I hope there's more to that story. But if not, he gave that back to me, and it has to be enough for now. Maud and Father Domingo, well, maybe it sounds silly, but they reminded me what it's like to be loved, just because. And I do know my parents love me, Elle, but I hurt them and they hurt me, and I'm headed home to deal with that soon. The bus in front of them slowed and pulled to the curb before Oak Knoll Naval Hospital, and the taxi followed suit. This war took so much from all of us, but it gave us something too. Each other. I never would have met you or Lita otherwise. I never would have known what true friendship feels like. We didn't lose 4 years. We gained the world. Penny pulled Eleanor into one last hug and whispered, "Goodbye." When Eleanor looked up, her eyes held a tiny glimpse of that light that had filled them before the war. "Goodbye," she said with a smile. "For now." Eleanor stepped out of the taxi, and Penny watched as she walked up the steps of the hospital and through the front doors. Then she slumped back against the seat and sighed. "Where to?"
the driver asked. "The bus station." It was raining when she got home one afternoon, 3 weeks after the bus pulled into the depot in Houston. And not just cats and dogs either, but every other kind of animal as well. It was raining an entire barnyard as she sat in her car, already soaked to the skin, in front of her porch, waiting for it to stop. Driving felt weird after being out of practice for so many years, but her car was still there and in perfect working order thanks to her father, who had, without her knowledge, come to her house once a week and driven it around the block. He had also mowed her grass and trimmed the bushes, while her mother dusted, vacuumed, and ran the taps. It was easier than writing, they'd said. Easier than apologizing was what they meant. But there was enough of that to go around, and Penny had apologies of her own to make. She'd been making them consistently ever since she got home, calling her parents every time she made some new discovery about the way they'd cared for her house during her time at war. Mouse traps in the attic, tulip bulbs in the flower beds, fresh paint on the shutters. It was a start, and in a little while she would go over for Sunday dinner. Not too long. She never stayed long, just a couple of hours. It was a way to ease into knowing them again, this once-a-week ritual. But there was something she wanted to do first. If the rain would let up, that is. Penny craned her neck and looked at the flagpole she'd asked her father to install last week. The stars and stripes hung at the top, sodden and flapping in the wind. She'd forgotten to bring it down before the storm hit. To be fair, her mind had been on a different flag. The one in her purse. Penny pulled out the U.S. quartermaster's flag and spread it across her lap. She'd come from the seamstress and had gotten drenched as she ran to the car, hunched over to protect the silk fabric. Penny ran her thumb across the new copper grommet she'd had the seamstress install. She could fly the flag now, but not too often, only on Sundays. She didn't want it to get tattered. How would she ever explain that to Charlie? Penny tried to gauge the distance to her front porch and saw the rocking chair shift back and forth, but not in the wind. A man was sitting there, watching her. "Dad?" She couldn't make out his face, but the size and build were right. Penny folded the flag and carefully set it back in her purse before she threw open the car door and bolted for the house. Her head was down, water dripping in her eyes by the time she made it up the steps and beneath the overhang. "I was headed over soon." She stomped her feet. "You didn't have to come for me." "But I promised I would." She froze. Penny knew that voice. Knew it and missed it. And even now, with those words hanging in the air between them, was afraid to let herself hope. So she screwed her eyes shut, lest the man in front of her not match the voice. But it was Charlie Russell, and he spoke again, closer now. "Unless you're expecting someone else." She shook her head, unable to utter a single word. "Look at me, then." Penny felt a finger trail along her jaw, and she opened her eyes. Charlie stood there, crooked grin on full display. Older, thinner, graying a bit at the temples. But still, it was undoubtedly him. He took another step forward, and she noted the limp, the way his body leaned hard to the right. "I believe you have something that belongs to me, Lieutenant Franklin," he said with a formal nod and a teasing light in his eyes. Her voice cracked with emotion when she answered, "That's First Lieutenant Franklin to you." Penny wasn't sure who stepped forward first, but in a heartbeat he pulled her to his chest and tucked his face into the crook of her neck. "How?" she whispered. "How are you here?" "Same as you. Liberated, patched up, and sent home." He rubbed his nose against the soft skin of her throat. "Besides, I made a promise." "I didn't think you'd keep it." "I didn't believe you'd keep it. We're gonna have to work on that." He pulled away so he could look at her. Charlie pushed the wet hair away from her face. His hands dropped to her shoulders, and he drank in the sight of her face, as though this was his last chance. "I have something for you," she said. Even as his eyebrow lifted in question, his gaze dropped to her mouth. "Is that so?" Penny shifted out of his embrace and pulled the flag from her purse. She unfolded it and showed him the new grommets. "I was waiting for the rain to stop so I could run it up the pole." "You were going to fly it?" She shrugged, suddenly embarrassed, and stared at the second button on his shirt. Penny slid her hand into the pocket of her skirt. She felt the 8 of hearts and decided to tell him the truth. "I thought it might help you find me." Captain Charlie Russell, a man she'd once hated and now feared she could not live without, pulled her close, bent his head, and took the kiss he'd come for. Then he took another and another. He kissed her until they were both dazed and breathless. He kissed her until the rain stopped. Epilogue. Manila, August 1951. The islands far below Eleanor looked like postcards of paradise tossed onto a blue satin tablecloth. She had pondered many times what it would be like to see the Philippines again from an airplane window. The last time she'd seen them like this, she was still getting used to freedom, and the horrors of imprisonment were clinging to her. Seconds earlier, when the pilot announced the approach to Manila, Eleanor fully expected her pulse to start racing. But as she stared down at the verdant archipelago on the other side of the glass, she felt only a sense of calm. This was a surprise. Reclaiming her life after the war had been a challenge in ways her out-processing from the Navy hadn't prepared her for. After the initial media coverage of her release from the prison camp at Los Baños and the grand welcome back home in Silver Lake, there had been a strange feeling of severing, the pain of which had made no sense. Eleanor hadn't wanted for 1 second to go back to being a prisoner, nor even a Navy nurse. But once she was neither anymore, the fact that no one back home was able to understand what she'd experienced had been a dull but constant ache. It was almost like being isolated and held captive again, but in a prison of her thoughts. Why had she and the others been imprisoned like that? Why did so many have to die? What if the rescue had been delayed by just a day? What if when the Americans had finally arrived, she and every other prisoner at Los Baños had been lying in that monstrous ditch, their bodies bullet-ridden? How could people do to one another what she had seen them do? How had she witnessed all of this and not been completely undone by it? Over the past 6 years, she'd climbed out of that bizarre fog of unanswered questions, and she hadn't wanted to fall back into it, as much as she ached to see Penny and Lita again. She now breathed a sigh of relief that seeing the islands, finally an independent nation and not a U.S. territory, hadn't felt like a sharp tugging back to that bleak place.
"You all right?"
John asked from his seat next to her. He reached out a hand and laid it gently on her arm. The sleeping toddler nestled on his chest and, held by his other arm, stirred slightly. Eleanor turned, leaned toward her husband, and brushed a curl from their sleeping son's closed eyes. "I'm okay." It had been John's idea to name their little boy David.
"He was a hero in the truest sense," John had said when she was still pregnant, and they'd started talking about names. "And he was your friend. I think, in a way, he brought you back to me. That makes him my friend, too."
Of all the people back home, John was the only one in whom she'd confided fully about everything that had happened in the Philippines, and he was one of the few who seemed to understand how complicated it had been to recover from those experiences. Eleanor had waited until she'd been home for 3 weeks to contact him. She hadn't known how best to do it, but after thinking it over, she asked to borrow her father's truck and drove the 2 hours to St. Paul unannounced. Her parents had assumed she was going up to the cities to have lunch with her nurse friends from Abbott Northwestern. A few of them had already been to Silver Lake to welcome her home, and they had encouraged her to come up whenever she felt ready for an afternoon out with all the crew. It felt wrong not to correct her parents as they waved goodbye to her, but her real mission was one she'd only told 2 people about, Penny and Lita, via letter. The matter between John Olson and her had seemed intimate and private, and certainly would have taken much explaining. Most of the snow had melted, but winter still had its grasp in mid-April as she took to the main road to I-35. No tree had started budding, the robins had not yet returned, and Eleanor hadn't known if John Olson had indeed waited for her. She drove to the school where she knew he was still the principal. She'd called under the pretense that she had a school-age daughter and was looking at educational options, and sat in the parking lot for several minutes before summoning the courage to go inside. Eleanor wondered if John would have changed much in the 4 years since she'd last seen him, but when he emerged from his office behind the reception desk, he looked exactly the same. He hesitated for only a second before closing the gap between them and embracing her, telling her he'd heard she'd been rescued and had seen her name in the Minneapolis Star as having been one of the Minnesota service members recently rescued from a POW camp. He'd been so relieved to hear of her liberation and to know that she was home, safe and sound. The embrace had been one of perhaps a friend to a friend, and she'd been unsure if he still felt the same way about her. It wasn't long after settling into his office to talk that she found out he did.
"I told you I would wait to hear from you, and I meant it," he'd said. "I knew what had happened in Manila. I knew not to expect to hear from you while you were held captive, although I hoped I would. But even so, I never stopped waiting. I never stopped praying, never stopped thinking about you, Eleanor. I still think about you, all the time. If you hadn't come today, I would have written to you at some point. I just wasn't quite ready to hear that perhaps you'd moved on from me. I'm not sure I'm ready to hear it today either. I hope to God that is not why you've come. To tell me that."
She smiled. "That's not why I've come." They took their courtship slowly, which they found to be exactly what they both needed. She and John realized quickly that they both had idealized perceptions of each other, images of the perfect soulmate that their imaginations and mutual attraction had allowed them to invent and then treasure during the long years of the war and their separation. The time they allowed themselves to truly get to know each other had gifted Eleanor some of the sweetest moments of her life up to that point. She'd gotten her job back at Abbott Northwestern after her separation from the Navy Nurse Corps, and she and John dated for a year and a half before marrying. And now they had this beautiful little boy, 2-year-old David, who enriched their world in the most amazing ways. But Eleanor still sensed a perpetual incompleteness about her new life. The need to see Penny and Lita seemed to overwhelm her at times. She felt guilty about it. Weren't John and the baby enough?
"It's because the three of you made a promise to see each other again," John said when she finally talked to him about it. "I know all about making a promise that you fully intend to keep, and I want to help you keep this one."
She and Penny and Lita had been corresponding by mail since the end of the war. But as the 10-year anniversary of their first meeting at the Army-Navy Club was approaching, it seemed like the right time to finally make the reunion happen. And now here she was getting ready to land on a Manila tarmac. The promise made by the three friends was about to become real. Eleanor was not the same person she'd been when she left the Philippines after 3 years as a prisoner, but neither was she the same person who'd arrived on a hot August afternoon in 1941, desperate to set a new course for her life. This is the dance of life, isn't it? She mused to herself. As the music changes, the steps change, and so then does the dancer. But the people we choose to dance with, well, they remain as close to our beating hearts as we will hold them. Don't they? Thank heaven they do. Penny stood outside Manila International Airport, eyes closed, face turned to the sun, and breathed in the warm, fragrant air. It smelled of frangipani and jasmine, of wet earth and humidity, freshly mowed grass and the brine of distant salt water. Not at all what she remembered. She waited for the other odors associated with this place to assail her: diesel exhaust, gunpowder, and sweat, the wet rock scent of deep, dark caves, the stifling air of small, crowded rooms, unwashed men, frightened women, rotten vegetables, illness, blood. She'd worried about those smells and their associated memories on their long red-eye flight. They'd leapfrogged from one city to another, each hop bringing them closer to the Philippines: Houston to Los Angeles to Honolulu, Honolulu to Manila. Funny how it used to be the sounds that rattled her. Now it was the smells. 6 years ago, Manila had reeked of death. But today, the only aroma she could detect was paradise. And that was a mercy. Penny let out a long breath and opened her eyes. The airport, little more than a single runway and a low building that served as a passenger terminal, used to be part of the United States Air Force Base. It was transferred to the Philippine government after the war, but had not yet undergone any sort of major renovation. They'd deplaned right onto the airstrip and walked 200 feet to the terminal, shifting from the cool plane to the hot tarmac, then into the air-conditioned terminal, and out again into the humid August air to find a cab. Someone grunted behind her, that universal sound of male curiosity. Penny turned and looked at her father. "Not what you imagined?" He set an arm around her shoulder and dropped a kiss to her temple.
"I hope you'll forgive me, but I tried very hard not to imagine it at all," he said. "I couldn't wrap my head around how my little girl was in the middle of a war."
Years. It had taken them years to work through the pain they'd inflicted on each other. But the honesty helped, and that was the rule they lived by now: just tell the truth. So when she'd asked her parents if they would like to accompany her on this reunion trip, they said yes. They wanted to see the place that had changed their daughter. "You know, I don't think I've ever seen a sky that blue," her mother said, joining them at the curb. She'd made a beeline for the restroom once they landed, and, now relieved, was surveying their surroundings with her usual critical eye. "Blue, yes, but not that blue." "We're closer to the equator," Penny said. "It makes everything more intense." Her mother was watching her with a gimlet eye, as though Penny might disintegrate right here on the curb. "Stop," Penny told her with a huff. "I'm fine. You don't feel—" "I feel the same as I did yesterday, and the day before." A row of cabs waited in a neat line not far away, their shiny black hoods reflecting the sun. Other passengers drifted through the terminal doors and fell into two categories: the seasoned traveler who knew exactly what to do, and the baffled tourist, turned upside down by jet lag and confusion.
How does this work?
Her father squinted at the closest cab.
Am I supposed to whistle? Wave?
Penny laughed. I imagine they're waiting for us to get our bags.
Oh.
He turned back to the terminal.
Maybe I should go check.
No need, Penny told him as Charlie pushed a luggage cart through the door.
But,
Dad, he will smack you with that cane if you so much as offer. Charlie's limp hadn't been temporary, nor was it easy to fix. 2 operations to remove the shrapnel in his hip. Penny had insisted on watching both surgeries from the observation deck at the Texas Medical Center. The doctors hadn't liked it, of course, but it wasn't like she grew faint at the sight of blood. Besides, her Bronze Star and battle ribbon spoke for themselves, as did being Mrs. Charlie Russell, former officer in the U.S. Army Nurse Corps. The wedding was small, just her parents and his, 6 months after he'd found her in Houston, a backyard ceremony, a love-drunk week in Galveston Bay on honeymoon. And then the real work began, the patching of 2 broken souls now bound to each other. But they understood the damage and how it played out on any given day, how the backfiring of a car sounded like a gunshot and could send you diving for cover behind the couch, how the smell of rubbing alcohol could turn your stomach, how you could drift off mid-conversation and stare at your dinner plate for 15 minutes, swallowed by some memory that had been triggered by an innocent mention of coconut, or something equally benign. They understood, and that was enough.
Ready?
Charlie reached them at the curb. Yes, she said, then looked around. Wait, where is she? In the bathroom. Her mother scowled. Applying lipstick. You know, I didn't let you wear that nonsense until you were 18. Well, I'm not her mother, am I? Ellen Briscoe, otherwise known as Newt, had spent 1 week with Penny every summer since they arrived back in the United States. She was 17 now and newly graduated from high school, but one would never know it. By all appearances, the girl looked 22. Short and curvy, fond of flared skirts and kitten heels, she sashayed out of the airport with all the sass you'd expect from a girl who had experienced more in less than 2 decades than most people did in an entire lifetime. Newt still wore the gold nugget necklace, and she still looked at Penny as though she was her own personal true north. Charlie she tolerated, but that was to be expected. God help anyone who took the lion's share of Penny's affection. What are you all standing around for? Newt demanded. I thought we had somewhere to be. As if on cue, as if he was her real grandfather, and honestly, you could never convince the man otherwise. Penny's dad stepped into the street, put his fingers to his mouth, and whistled loud enough to summon the dead. A cab pulled forward obediently. Today was August 8th, 10 years to the day since Penny had that first drink with Lita and Eleanor at the ANC. She couldn't wait to see them. They'd written, of course, and there had been the occasional phone call on Christmas Day or New Year's, once or twice on a birthday. But it wasn't enough. Her friends had been an anchor during the war, and she wanted them to know this version of her, the Penny who had rebuilt her life despite everything. Her father situated their luggage in the trunk, and her mother slid into the front seat beside the cab driver. She was already peppering him with questions, asking how long it would take them to get to the hotel. Newt took her seat in the back beside the window. All of it made Penny want to cry. And Charlie knew that, of course. He understood, which was why he pulled her close and whispered into her ear, "Are you okay?" She pushed the tears away with the heels of her hands. "I'm fine."
That's not what I meant.
He rested his hand on the swell of her belly. This was the last chance they'd have to travel before Penny was so far along in her pregnancy that it wasn't safe. 7 months, farther along than the first time. She set her hand on top of his and felt the baby give a strong kick. "I've never been better," she said. Ironically, Lita was grateful for the unfortunate news. The cake she'd ordered had been dropped by the baker's new assistant, and the shop was racing to finish the replacement. At the profuse apologies that greeted her, Lita smiled and assured them it was but a small problem, because compared to all she'd lived through, it was. And besides, the brief delay gave her a chance to sit on a bench outside the shop, watch the sunlit bustling of Manila pass by, and simply pause for a moment. The day had been a busy one, full of food preparations and anticipation of the late afternoon festivities. She'd hardly slept the night before, given her excitement and her nerves, though that did seem silly. The trio's unique bond from wartime, combined with updates through posts, as regular as those she traded with her sisters, had long solidified Lita, Penny, and Eleanor's family. Through handwritten letters, they'd shared the ups and downs of normal life, the frustrations and joys. Lita's tears from happiness stained more than a few of the pages she'd received bearing news of proposals and weddings and babies. Of course, she had shared tales of her own children as well. Not born of her womb, mind you, but ones who made her a mother all the same. As predicted, the war had left many a homeless, parentless child. With the nuns' help, she'd taken them in and cared for them at the convent, where she worked tirelessly to reunite them with any relatives who survived. Of the others, 67 remained with her to this day, housed in a lovely new orphanage, compliments of U.S. military leaders who'd conceded to her incessant requests. Clearly they'd detected in her manner she wasn't about to give up. She'd gained that from the war, and from others she held dear. The thought brought her hand to her skirt pocket, from which she drew out the letter that had arrived just that morning. This, in truth, was another reason she was glad for an opportunity to sit with her ponderings. "Dear Lita," it began. No matter how many years, even decades, would pass, she imagined the sight of Lawhon's handwriting would forever cause a slight hitch in her chest. The missive was relatively brief, yet friendly, like each of his annual letters he sent normally at Christmas, at which point she always responded in kind. The fact this one came in August had worried her, until she discovered the reason. She reread his words now, skimming through his typical update of life in Chicago and the rigors of medical school. The limits of his capabilities to help wounded soldiers during the war, once home, had driven him away from a flashy banker's career and toward his true passion of becoming a surgeon. Again, she slowed upon the phrase, "I'm engaged." Lita knew, even direly hoped, he'd eventually meet the right girl. He deserved that and so much more. It was a sign of fully moving on, a good thing. Still, this didn't stop tears from moistening her eyes, even as she smiled at the bittersweet news. "Here you go!" The woman's voice in Tagalog pulled her gaze upward. Standing over Lita, the aproned baker appeared with a brown box and flushed cheeks. Lita slipped the letter back into her pocket, to later store away with keepsakes from her past. "Oh, that's splendid," she replied in her native tongue, rising to accept the replacement. Coconut cake with mango filling, just like she and her friends had enjoyed at the ANC. "Thank you for your patience. I do hope it proves worth the wait. I can already tell you it's perfect." With care yet purpose, Lita strode back toward the cafe. Motor cars and bicyclists zipped past the moving crowd. Vendors hollered to reeling customers. Gasoline fumes and the scents of street food swirled in the humid air. One might think it seemed no war had occurred here at all. Evidence remained, however, in the mounds of rubble from buildings not yet restored, in pockmarks on walls left from bullets, in old, dark stains on the streets that could pass for oil, unless a person knew better. The country was still healing, like its people, like Lita. Even after 6 years, there were times while turning a city corner when she'd flash back to a vision of a Japanese soldier wielding a bayoneted rifle. Or passing a city square, she'd gasp, seeing Dr. Alvarez kneeling on a platform. She would sweat and tremble as reality returned. Then, collecting herself, she would forge on and combat the memories as best she knew how, by helping to rebuild what had been destroyed. She'd lend a hand where she could, raise funds when able, including for her village, a repayment she was proudest to provide. Thankfully today, the quarter-mile walk delivered her back to the cafe without incident. It was a path she knew well from when she and Reina had roomed upstairs, and from all their family gatherings held there since. "Closed for private event," the sign on the door read in Tagalog, thanks to Reina's doing. A light breeze from fans greeted Lita's entry. Spread among the otherwise vacant space, the tables were set with white linens and centerpieces of jam jars filled with colorful orchids. She set down the boxed cake on a long table that would soon host a buffet of her favorite Filipino dishes. Then she stretched her hands, which still often stiffened for the same reason her headaches some days would come and go. They were minor inconveniences, considering what could have been, and what so many others faced. She checked her watch. a half hour until their 4 o'clock arrival. A fluttering rose within her just as Raina emerged from the kitchen. "Ah, there you are. I need to dash out, but the daiquiris are in pitchers and ready to pour." Lita was about to thank her and explain how the cake had held her up, but the sight of Raina's flared dress, pinned-up hair, and makeup diverted her. "I thought you just had errands to run." She shot her gaze toward Raina's outfit while raising a brow. Raina corrected. "I said I had things to see to, which I do." "Such as?" Lita blocked her from passing, seeking an admission of what she'd suspected for several weeks. "Come on, spill already." Raina rolled her eyes. "Look, I'll tell you about him when there's something to tell." Lita exaggerated a gasp. "So there is a him!" A blush crept into Raina's face. "You're annoying," she muttered, and swerved around Lita to bolt away. "Be back later tonight. Feel free to bring him along," Lita called out as the door shut. Chances were high he was a fellow at the hospital, where Raina spent the majority of her time. She'd been promoted to head nurse, a fitting rank for her pride in patient care, and her knack for ordering people around. Right then, laughter burst out, and Lita followed the sound into the kitchen, where her 2 main helpers among the cafe staff were putting the finishing touches on the food. With no shortages or rations these days, there was kare-kare stew and chicken adobo and lumpia Lita had personally made, in her mother's signature style. There was even catfish she'd caught herself, from her latest night fishing outing, insisted upon by Raina. The girl was nothing if not the embodiment of tough love. But that was what sisters were for, including those made so by law. "What's so funny in here?" Junjun, sweet and mischievous as ever at 10, was grinning while standing beside Raina's brother, Lita's husband of 2 years, Cesar, who shook his head. "Trust me, honey, you don't want to know." Cesar's chestnut eyes glimmered, and he touched her lips with a tender kiss that warmed her. She often marveled at the gentleness of his soul, if not for the smattering of scars on his back and chest and the occasional nightmares she'd calm him from, the same as he did for her. She'd have no inkling he spent years in the jungle fighting for his life and their freedom, and for a country that was now truly theirs. She watched him now, laughing and razzing Junjun in a fatherly way over the kid's eagerness to meet Newt. Her photographs from Penny had spurred a crush, despite the age gap. And too was Lita to squash a boy's dream. In that moment, a question returned to her. After a recent visit by her sisters, along with her many nieces and nephews, Cesar had whispered as they snuggled into bed at night, "Should we finally start a family, Lita? One of our own?" "Maybe," had been her answer, as she was well aware she was considered ancient by some standards. Plus, it wasn't as though they weren't already helping the nuns and other orphanage staff raise dozens of children as it was. Suddenly, though, whether from Lon's letter releasing a faint, lingering tie, or from a full circle of healing that would surely come from today's long-awaited reunion, she sensed that the next time they lay in bed and he posed the question, her reply wouldn't be maybe. "Well, I'd say you're all set here." He wiped his hands on a towel. "I'm going to check on the builders and get cleaned up." With the expansion of another classroom at the orphanage, there were always details to confirm, and he wasn't due back here for at least another hour. It was Penny's idea, and a good one, for her family and Eleanor's to settle at the hotel, while the 3 friends met in private before the rest joined in as a beautiful but chaotic circus. Lita was surprised Penny and Eleanor hadn't met up in the States over the years. When she'd remarked as much in her letters, they'd said life simply got away from them, and that really it didn't seem right to meet without her. Selfishly, Lita savored that reason. Just minutes until 4, she set out a plate of appetizers on the long table, then smoothed her hair for the 100th time, her nerves buzzing. That's when the tinkling of a bell announced the door opening, and she turned. 2 figures walked in, and the world went quiet. With eyes alight and faces beaming, Penny and Eleanor were lovely as ever. And, incredibly, here, in person, in this room. Through their brief collective breath, a sudden calm flowed through Lita. For as the 3 of them stood there, on the cusp of hugs and tears and ramblings of stories, it was as if a lifetime had passed. And somehow, no time at all.